Actually, this is wild contrast between two poles right here. I will ask the same question that I just asked Camille. I will email it to me. I will ask about something specific. I just see you in Counter-Strike. People cannot see that, but we're in the windowed mode. Any specific reason? Are you playing in windowed mode, or is it just for the setup, or you just change?
Very valid reason, because if I'm changing here, it's bugging out. If it's Windows.
All video settings, right?
Buddy, you think you taught me this? It's crazy business, but it's fine.
I told her how to do this, you know. You go Windows screen mode, you can change all video settings, smooth, no waiting 5 seconds for every setting to change.
Which is weird. I just asked you if you're doing something differently. This is the most different thing I've ever heard, and you didn't mention. Now it's his credit. Sorry?
I thought it's normal.
He's delusional, by the way. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, we do this to save time, to be efficient. And now we can go back to CS. Everything is amazing. Config is there, because I have my own config, just for also being efficient reasons.
I love the tension between you guys. Are you like this all the time, or does it ever go away, or it's just a friendly banter?
No, I think he woke up on the wrong side of the bed today.
Okay, buddy. Relax. No, it's good.
By the way, at the beginning of this talk, he just called you a rookie. Do you still consider yourself a rookie? Was it?
Yeah, I would consider myself a rookie, but I'm not the biggest rookie in the team. I think he is right now at the moment. He's a very young player.
You're an experienced rookie, yeah?
You're the intermediate, maybe intermediate, but yeah, it's fine.
Well, thank you for this, and I wish you good luck with your setup. I hope it goes smooth, and see you in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My time is up with you guys. Let's see if we can grab someone else. I want to ask about, just the mood ahead of the major. Nothing too crazy. I just asked really in-depth questions to your two poles on the team. I'm going to skip that with you. Just, what's the vibes? Are we feeling, any excitement? This is weird that I'm asking you about excitement, because I feel like you could win the major and it's not coming out of you. So just generally, what's emotions like?
I mean, we're feeling pretty good. I mean, we're just boot camping together in the Netherlands for like 4 days before the event. Obviously, before that, we had an event in China. So in China, we had some stuff to go off of. We had potential, within our games there to improve and, go a little bit deeper in the tournament. So hopefully at this event, we can kind of work on things and get better, because, at the end of the day, it's pretty disappointing, I'm watching the videos of you roasting us, giving us a hard time, and they're all solid arguments. So we all agree. So we just need to make sure that we step up and improve, because it's been a while since Liquid's been a main stage name, so we need to do better. So hopefully, with the progress that we've shown in the past few weeks, hopefully we can improve and show up at this event.
I appreciate the shout out, by the way. I was surprised how many pro players here in the hotel are actually watching my videos, but I wanted to poke you on that bootcamp thing, because you obviously have offices in Utrecht, right, in Netherlands, but there was another team that are here at the major practicing there with you. What's up with that? Do you just help out these teams, or is this like you have like bigger facility that you can just hold more teams in? Is there some bad blood maybe between, like, oh, you guys are watching, I mean, not watching us play, but like playing in our facilities?
No, I mean, obviously Liquid has a really nice facility in the Netherlands, has a lot of space, so each team kind of has their own private areas if they want to practice. And obviously we had a fellow team there, and NRG was there. And I think it was also a convenient location for them, because the location is really nice, and the support there and the staff that help out with everything is really good. And it's also very convenient, because we all just came here by train instead of getting on a plane and having a potential longer travel day. So, it works out for everybody, more comfortable for everybody, I'd say.
So if we're going to have a NRG against Liquid in 2-2 game, this is going to be spicy, right?
Oh, no, we're not going to get to the 2-2 game. We're going to get 3-0. Maybe stage 2, 2-2, but no. Stage 1, 3-0.
We're talking stage 3. Why stage 2? Why stop there?
Oh, stage 3.
Why stop there?
Oh, stage 3. Yeah, stage 3, 3-0 as well.
We love to see that, and thank you for this. So, of course, a lot of insights coming from you, and as always, thank you.
Keep up the content on YouTube. Make sure to go watch, I think, YouTube.
This feels like an ad now. We have to stop.
YouTube.com/Stiko, I think. Stiko something.
Thank you very much for this, and good luck in the tournament.
I was going to do the curtain open reveal. So let's pretend. Wow. And Heroic, the next team, behind the curtain. So let's go and annoy them. Or not annoy them. We're not annoying. We're just getting in the way. So let's infiltrate. We'll get in the back lines. We'll be about here. We're walking. We're talking. I spoke to Tobias for a long time in Krakow. That was at the start of the year. All right. Youngsters helping. Everything's there's a lot going on. Admins are here. Look, let's go with Chris. Mr. Krisen. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Good. What's the time? Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Were you in early doing the skit with this guy?
I was, yeah.
Well, how's his acting?
I mean, it's okay, you know, like manageable, I would say. Toby's on the other hand was very good, actually.
Very good actor, you think? Do you think it's the age, the experience?
Probably, I would say. Yeah, I would think so.
Does he remind you of like like a young Brad Pitt, maybe?
We're pushing it a little bit, don't you think? Maybe a little.
Well, in his acting ability. His acting ability.
Acting ability, yeah, probably. Yeah, I'll give him that. Yeah, I'll give him that.
Okay, all right. Is this guy more of like an action star? We're talking like a Sylvester Stallone or, you know, an Arnie?
I could see him being Rocky, yeah.
Rocky, okay. How can you run up steps?
Run up? Yes, of course. I'm a runner.
Have you seen Rocky?
Yes, yes.
So,
Very good. Very good.
sorry, what?
Childhood movie, you know, like
A childhood movie?
Yes, of course. Like when I was young, you know, I grew up watching this film. That's why I'm so aggressive right now.
You classify yourself as aggressive?
Yes, very, very aggressive. Very aggressive.
Like in game or like in life?
If I tell you, I will be in big trouble.
I feel the man to your left is the street brawler right here, bro. Like he's going through the streets of, is he from Gothenburg or Stockholm?
Stockholm.
He's going through the streets of Stockholm just laying hands, bro. Like, look at him.
Yeah, he's kind of a gangster in this team, you know. Like that's the portrait he has.
Yeah, but then he's who is that actor who played like? Nah, anyway, we're going too far. Look, I'm gonna get back to the Counter-Strike. Youngster, what's been going on, mate? I know the W's aren't in the column, but you guys still playing decent Counter-Strike. You've just been playing against hard teams.
I mean, I think we have had some underwhelming results lately. I've actually gotten sick like last month.
Are you sick now?
Yeah, kinda, but it's fine. It's getting better. So it's fine. You can put us on 3-0 still. Don't worry. We got the pickings in the bag, you know. We always in heroic. We always go 3-0, so it's fine.
Okay. Have you guys done your social media yet? Do you know? Did you? Maybe you didn't have social media. I'm looking at the manager. Okay. Well, if you wait, maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. Let me have a look here. I'm just talking to myself right now. Heroic players. You actually didn't have social media. That's great. I'm going to do something fun in a second, all right? Can you guys stay here? I'll be right back, all right? I'm giving you the mic. Yeah. I'm going to give you the mic. I want you to talk through your reasons, all right?
Who put us eliminated, first of all? Who was this? Energy? Energy, okay? Please.
Bro's right there. He can speak for himself.
You put us on eliminated? No. Yeah. We're starting this relation on a bad note already. Just so you're saying, I will never forget this. I don't know why you are there. I didn't put you there.
Okay. I fix, okay?
Okay.
And then it's fine. And
Okay.
then you can do whatever you want, you know? Okay, at least
Okay.
give us one. At least give us
But wait,
one.
isn't it? But it's only one team here, no?
Yeah, what are you doing? You're trolling.
No, but I believe in you guys because I'm a good friend. I'm starting this relationship on a good note.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, you see? Now, both our teams are here now.
No. Yes.
Okay, yes.
That's the guy.
It started here.
Here we go.
Okay, no. Okay. No.
Okay, now I look away again.
Yes, now I will cook. Yes, you can come back in 5 minutes. Don't worry. Sharks. Okay. Like, should I put Sharks on 0-3? I mean, I think they will win against us, so... Okay. Top form right now. Bait. Bait very strong. So stop looking at me, please. Stop looking at me, please. Don't look now. No joking. Yes, here. Sinners, very, very, very good. Insani team. No, Insani team. He is the army. What? These ones? Please. Where's the camera? Here. Big respect to them. Big respect, but no, sorry. Very sorry. Who is this? Ah, that's your country. Sorry. We will. These ones. But these guys are really strong right now. No, there's only 2-1-0-3. You see this? I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
You're Australian.
Yes. Bet Boom is good. GamerLegion good. Ice Cream Man. Like, wait, is this all the teams that qualify, really? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Or do I put Malps my hero? No, please. Please. You cannot put your ex on qualifying, you know? Like, you need to pray for their downfall. Wait. Is this... Ah, yeah. And here we have my bro. Yep.
Look at the camera and tell them this is your picker and sign off.
You saw it here first. You saw it here first. You might think I'm crazy, but I know the inside information.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. That was great. Let's keep moving. All right, I got PR, I got HypeX. Gentlemen, my first question, and he already gave me the answer. I want to hear your version of the story. Where's Snacks? The big man, he ain't here.
I heard that he arrived pretty late, and he's enjoying his time doing some practice in bed, probably. I mean, like preparation, of course.
Of course. Does Snacks get his own room? What's the rooming situation?
I think he has his own room because he needs a lot of space to work and he needs to focus alone, you know. So yeah, he just needs to focus, no interruption around.
Okay, it's a little bit different from your story.
No, I think his story is better. It adds up more.
Okay, gentlemen, you guys are coming off the back of the grand final in Atlanta, right? You going clutch, getting hyped for the crowd, going absolutely nuts. They seem to really enjoy you there in Atlanta. How was the experience?
I mean, it was incredible, to be honest. I felt like every game it was getting more and more hype. Obviously, it was my second stage. First one was in Blast just like 2 weeks before. So, yeah, I mean, a little bit of nerves there, but I think I felt better and better every game. So, yeah, it was something unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a good match to watch. Does it change your expectations now, PR? Like, you're in stage one, so I think you expected to go to stage two, right? But does making it to the final of an event like Atlanta think, okay, well, now the major, we can make the playoffs, right? Stage three. What's the expectations?
I mean, we didn't have any expectations on the event that we had the grand final or even before the Blast Rivals playoff as well. So I think we have no expectations here. At least I don't. I just go by game. Last major it didn't work out that well, so I don't want to say like we're gonna hit stage 3 and then we go out on stage 1. So I just take it game by game. It's BO1s, and we'll see. But,
okay.
Yeah, I believe that we're gonna hit stage 3 at least.
Okay, nice. So just here to play it now, boys. Obviously, the pick'ems is a big part of the majors. Have you guys played the pick'ems before?
I never did.
Never did it. Never.
Yeah, I mean, I started some years ago. My first ever pick'em, I got a diamond coin. Since then, never again. So yeah, it was in like 2021, I think.
Okay, now we've got a kind of pick'ems board here. Let's move over this way now. Gentlemen, what I want one of you to be the man who moves the magnets, and the other one of you will do the pick'ems. Now, you got a diamond coin before. He's never done it. You want to do it? All right, you're going to move the magnets. Right. You're going to be our showcase man. All right. So here's how this is going to work. This is not the same as it would look in game. There'd be a whole lot more going on in game. And this could be way harder. I don't know. We'll find out.
What's the difference? Like the difference is that it's like 2-3, 1-3 and stuff like this, or what?
Well, look, I'm not gonna. Look, if you end up getting the 3-1, no, it is the same. It just looks different. Let's go with that. All right, it's the same, but it looks different. You can pick wherever you want. Do you want to start with eliminated teams, advancing teams? What do you want to do?
I'll start with 3-0 and 0-3. So for 3-0 first. So I'm gonna put Bad Boom 3-0.
Even the fact that they don't have Siren.
Yeah.
Okay, they're that good in prac. Like, what do you think?
I think they are just good individuals, and they are a bit more loosey, you know. And they are very loud, and I think it's BO1, you know, and they might be strong like with their energy, you know. So that's why I think so. Then I'm thinking I put GamerLegion.
It's fair. I put you guys in my pick'ems 3-0. No pressure, but you are there.
Let's go. And now 0-3. I'm gonna put the top right one.
Thunder Down Under.
Exactly.
What do you have against my people?
Nothing.
Fair enough. They're just not very good at Counter-Strike.
I didn't say that. You said that.
That's true. Oh, but you're not expecting them to do very well here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. Who else is 0-3? Do you want to really do me dirty and do FlyQuest as well? Is that, you really want to do that?
No. I'm gonna keep some people still looking good at me from your side of the world.
Okay, when you come to Australia, yeah.
Exactly. So I'm gonna put Gaming Gladiators.
I have them in my 0-3. So is that because they're like 31.1 average age or something ridiculous? These guys are all like Snack's age.
It has nothing to do with age.
Okay, all right. Have you practiced any of these guys that well, obviously you guys here, but you BetBoom's Pug team, Gaming Gladiators, you played them?
Maybe once or twice. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, who we got going? Who else is advancing? We need 6 more names.
Okay, who is advancing? I'm gonna speed run a bit, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna say 3 names. Sinners, BIG, B8.
It's fine to speed run. Look, bait I get. What's the go with Big and Sinners? Because neither team have played any great European opponents this year. So why you obviously practice against these guys and know these guys. So why do you have confidence here? Is it just these names are better than the Chinese teams and Australian teams, or what?
I just have a feeling like they are very annoying sometimes to play, And it could be a once. I mean, whatever can happen, but I just have a feeling that they are annoying, and it sometimes could be tough against them if they have a good flow, So I think that's why.
Okay, we got 3 more teams that have to advance.
I'm gonna put MIBR, Heroic, and now it's tough. I'm thinking M80 or I'm just gonna put M80. No reason.
M80?
Yeah, just by feeling. No reason.
Okay, well, we don't have to put the rest of the teams, but you would have Lin Vision, Sharks, NRG, Liquid, Tylo, and FlyQuest not making it. That's how it goes, really.
I don't know.
Well, look, this is stage 1, mate. Some teams have to go home. That's how it goes. Let me check with Hypex. How does he feel about this? How do you feel about the selections?
It's quite similar to my pick M at home. I did, instead of Gaming Gladiators, I put FlyQuest there. So I'm quite sorry to people. I didn't mean to offend anyone, of course.
No, that's fine. It's all fun and games over here, mate. And then Alistair gets the fuck you pick'ems when he does win a best of 1 game. So it's all good.
Yeah, that's true, exactly. And then I think just instead of a matey, I have Tyloo.
Okay.
That would be my pick'ems, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's do one last bit here because your boys over there, Townsend and Rez, are still doing social media, so I've still got you. After Atlanta, what happened? Right, you guys went home. We're just talking about the flights and stuff here and everything. But have you been? Was there a boot camp? Did you just practice from home? What's happened between then and now?
I mean, originally we were meant to come back home for like 5 days and then go for 1 week's boot camp before the major. But we all decided that we are a bit cooked after the America trip. We were there for like 3 weeks. Obviously, the flights are not ideal as well. Jet lag for some people. I never experienced it, but so far.
Lucky.
Yeah, pretty lucky. But yeah, we just decided we're going to prac 5 days from home, and we took that week from home to rebuild our energy. I think we wanted to be better for the major, and then obviously we could be here for a long time. No one knows. So yeah, that's how it is.
Okay, cool. So you're kind of using like stage 1 as you warm into the event. And then from there, you're practicing every day. It's straight into stage 2, the bigger name, stage 3 around the corner. Awesome. Okay. All right. Well, is there anything that you want to say to the people at home?
Well, I mean, just watch, cheer for us. I think we're building a better fan base than ever. And yeah, it's going to be good. I promise.
Do you co-sign this? Are you happy with that message?
I'm happy with that message. Listen to that guy.
Nice. All right. Thanks, boys. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. JDC. Can I talk with you a little bit?
Of course you can. How are you?
I'm perfect. Actually, first time someone asked me that back.
Yeah, that is good. No, you should get asked that more often, I think.
Most importantly, how are you? Because home major, well, home, but obviously still German organization, German core. We're here in Cathedral. So what are the feelings?
Oof, I think the feelings are incredible. I mean, we've been grinding for this chance a long time now. And in the beginning, the odds were not looking so good for it. So we are even more happy that we made it. And now the feelings are just on, we want to display very good CS and show what we've been working on. Just try to focus on executing our stuff well and have a good time here.
I just saw someone else plugging stuff for you. You have like a personal plug-in guy.
No, so that I'm just a little handicapped regarding going under the table, unfortunately.
What happened?
Well, I mean, we were on a boot camp and we were playing football as a team activity. And I stepped on a guy's foot on accident and tore one of my outer bands. But
wait, you stepped on his foot and your foot broke?
Kinda. I mean, I was walking backwards and he was suddenly behind me. And then I just tripped and kind of ripped my band.
How serious it is? Obviously, it looks serious, but is it like recovery is like, we're talking about months, weeks?
No, I mean, it will be fine very soon, I think. Like the doctor said like 4 to 6 weeks, but it depends on how fast it gets good. And I think I'm on a good path to maybe even take it off in a tournament, hopefully.
That's good. How do you think does it affect your preparation or maybe your play? Does it still hurt, or is it kind of just annoying, or is it actually hindering you in some way?
I think it's mostly annoying, actually. I think in terms, I mean, I'm very happy it's on my hands, you know? Yeah. So I'm able to sit. Maybe I'm sitting a little bit different now because I used to move my feet a lot when I play. I didn't really know that until I had this thing, because when we started like playing at home, I wanted to move my feet and I'm like, oh shit, it hurts, you know? So, but other than that, I think it will be fine.
It looks like you're about to go on the mountain and ski, you know?
Yes, I'm prepping. This is everyone calls me Transformer now, so maybe that's my new name, you know. But I'm trying.
Transformer JDC. Okay, I mean, I love it. I love the positivity that you're even finding in this kind of stuff. But I heard that Thompson is not feeling that well. Do you think that might affect as well the game that is about to be played?
I hope not. I hope he will be fine until tomorrow. But some things you cannot control, and I think if you cannot control them, you try to not think about them. So I wish him a healthy recovery, and tomorrow I think everyone will be there as good as they can be.
Absolutely lovely answer. Thank you for this, and I will let you set up. And is everything fine? Actually, it seems like you're already. Did you actually launch CS?
I haven't launched the game yet. No.
All right, I'll let you warm up and make sure that everything is fine. Thank you for this. Benjamin, Blamef, can I talk to you for a second?
Sure.
I have a crazy stat that I just saw. The best fragging IGL by far on this tournament.
Who cares?
Who cares?
We'll see. We'll care if we go through, or you will not care if we don't go through.
I wanted to ask about the qualification. We spoke with Sinners, obviously you saw that, and they were really thankful about your performance in Belgrade LAN, which you won. Thanks to that, they qualified. You were also on the cusp of making it, not making it, very close, and you didn't play too many S-tier events or like big notable names throughout this career. Sorry, not career, but throughout this season. So what's up with that? Are you even like ready for this opposition? Obviously you practice against them, but official tournaments are different beast.
Yeah, I've seen people say this as well.
Yeah.
For us, if we could spawn in when we created this lineup into the big tournaments, we would have loved that.
Yeah.
It was not like we said, oh, it's going to be really nice playing all these tier 2, 3 lands and travel the whole world and not play the good teams. So we're hoping we can play more of the good teams, of course. But any chance we can get to play the good teams, we'll take it, of course. Like, we played FaZe only and we beat them. Of course, we already qualified there.
Are they a good team, though?
Yeah, I think they are.
I'm just kidding.
I think they are. But yeah, I think it was a hard grind to get to the major. Very small chances, and we knew it from the beginning of the year and all the way through that if we wanted to make it, there was not much room for any mistakes. Like we couldn't lose that many games, and we have not lost that many games actually this year so far. So yeah, we're very happy.
I mean, it is deserved major for you after all. So I just want to talk about your development as an IGL. Obviously, you're leading this team right now, switching to English, but you said something very interesting I saw today in the interview, that the person who told you a lot was actually your in-game leader in Fnatic, right? Fear. And he's this younger guy, not as much experience as you have, and you're still learning from these young players, which I think is super underrated quality as an IGL. But can you elaborate a little bit on that, how this all came to be, maybe what he taught you specifically?
Yeah, I think I think, of course, when I say that he taught me a lot, is because I think I knew already a lot about Counter-Strike from beforehand. Of course, also learned a lot from Glay, for example, how to do with maybe more structure and stuff. So I think I've always been kind of like a structured guy. I think Danish Counter-Strike in general has been very structured. But I think what Fear really taught me was not only something I realized when I was RGLing, but also when I was just a player, to sometimes do these things that are a little bit more unexpected. I think it was in the past like a very, it was like very pretty, my play style, very pretty, like how I viewed the game. Everything had to make sense in a lot of scenarios, There's flash here, let's do the smoke here, pressure here, like always. But I think he's very good at, like Fear is very good at going out of this like norm of what people expect from you and just do something that's unexpected. So even though it might not on sense make sense, like on paper it might not make sense, but I think people get caught off guard by these kind of plays, and it's very common for the tier 2 or 3 tier 2 and tier 3 teams to make these things, but in tier 1 it's not that common, I think. So it's something that I learned a lot playing with Fear, and also in general playing in tier 2 in the last 2 years with Fnatic, or how long it's been like big in Fnatic. Yeah.
Do you think that textbook Counter-Strike is actually vulnerable? Like, it's so easy to read nowadays what is correct play that people are just anticipating it before you even call it as an IGL. Because this is getting really deep, but you seem like you're very like well-spoken and you want to talk about these things. So do you think this is actually hindering some teams that are trying to play too good CS?
I think the more you try to play good CS, the more you have to be aware of it yourself, that you're doing it, because you need to make sure that you are mixing up a lot of stuff. So I think when you're playing the good teams, they're a lot of times doing the correct things, but they're also aware that they're doing the correct things. So maybe they need to do it faster. They need to make it look a little bit different. They need to fake it on these things. But I think as long as you're aware of it, it's fine. But I think in tier 1, they still play very pretty CS in many scenarios compared to tier 2 and 3. I think they don't care about it that down there. I played some games where I watched anti-strat on them, and they do this round all the time, and sometimes there's no way they do it again, right? And they will just do it again, and they don't care. Like, they don't care about this, so they will just spam the same things over and over because it's what they're good at. It doesn't matter for them if it looks the same like the other rounds or whatever. So for me, I think we need to be aware of it for sure, and we need to have a better balance than maybe some of the lower tier teams in their regard. But that's why it's so fun to play the big tournaments for me, because this is what I'm used to playing against. I'm used to being able to watch the teams and then kind of know what to expect. It's harder in the lower tier teams sometimes. Yeah.
There have been many iconic moments in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and for each year in its history, we have one of the most memorable highlights depicted on our stained glass artwork, and I would argue this one is the most famous. Simple in his liquid jersey, left in a 1v2 versus Fnatic on Cash in the semi-finals. Dennis and Crims desperately trying to get out onto the B side, and what does Simple do? Exactly what he does best. Pulls off a ridiculous play, falling out of heaven, hitting not one, but 2 no-scopes. Now, upon first look, it was already impressive enough, but then we got the replay coming through, and the whole gravity of the situation unfolded. Both crowd and commentators absolutely lost it. Liquid would go on to win the series, unfortunately falling to SK in the grand finals. But fast forwards to 10 years later, and they are at risk of elimination already in stage 1 here in Cologne 2026. That 1-2 pool is looking absolutely brutal, as 3 names will depart today. It's all going down at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026. It is day 3 of stage 1 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major, and the stakes are certainly heating up. On the menu today for our teams, it's going to be qualification, elimination, or survival. And I've got Ash and Janko here to be guiding me on through it. Janko, this is where the stakes are getting bigger, and we love it because no more best of ones until stage 2, but no more best of ones for now.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, right? And I think this is where a lot of the teams that are favored, you know, consider themselves a bit fortunate to get to this point, right? Where now there's less randomness to it. The map pool comes a factor in, you know, who's favored to win the game. And, you know, for some of the underdogs, this is where things get even more difficult, right? Because you can't just sort of brute force your way in a best of 5 no longer.
How nice was it for you, Ash? You've been in this situation before, knowing that there's no more best of ones. Maybe there's more logic to happen in these best of 3s.
It'd be nice to see some Anubis and Overpass for once. That would be. I think they've played 1 time so far compared to Inferno 8 times. I mean, it kind of shows where those maps kind of are at the moment. And I think we're getting through the random part of the major now, these best of 1s, and we want the best teams going through at stage 3. Like, do we really want to see Bait, the best of 1 team in the world, go out beating Vitality in a best of 1 because the stakes are higher and you've got MR12 and the pistols? I kind of want to see more best of 3s in general. So today, proper Counter-Strike at last.
Yes, it's back on the menu. Let's get you up to speed with what exactly we're going to be diving into. Later on, of course, it's going to be our first elimination game. That's going to be FlyQuest versus THUNDERdownunder in that Australian derby. Next, we're going to be diving into a couple of team comms from some moments from yesterday and picking these guys' brains as to exactly what we can draw from those. But right now, in true major style, we're going to be diving into our pick'ems because, Janko, I think we all
meow, meow, meow.
GamerLegion, man. Why?
I don't know. I hate these pick'ems, man. I just hate them because there's an element to it where it's like, oh, whether a team is going to go 3-0 or 3-1 and you're getting punished for picking wrong. Yes, it's just cope. I know. I'm doing it live. But it sucks. Like, I'm deaded because I had GamerLegion going through as 3-0 and Bad Boom as 3-1. Yeah. So now that's flipped on its head. I also had Bait to go through in the 3-1, 3-2 bracket. They are a 3-0 team as well. And that's it. Got the Gaming Gladiators, but... yeah,
wait, are you totally screwed for 5?
Yeah.
You are totally screwed.
Yeah,
already.
because I have Heroic and Liquid play each other. So one of them will be eliminated and then I have no way of getting 5. I hate that I picked Sinners. That's why I really am ashamed of that pick.
Yeah. Ash, is yours looking any better? There's a lot of red on this board. It's very sad.
I mean, everyone's getting them wrong, aren't they? Mine are looking maybe more hopeful because I'm lucky and all my teams aren't playing each other. So
true.
I still have a small chance. I just need the next matchups not to conflict in any way, and some just absolute miracles.
Can I pick your brain on that GamerLegion game yesterday, Ash? I'm sure you were watching it at home, the one versus Bet Boom. That wasn't great, was it? Wasn't great.
No, it wasn't, and I think they've got a bit of a pattern going to at the moment where these first games of series are just kind of getting blown out really quickly. I don't know what's happening there against these good teams, so it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back today. It's the most important thing is bouncing back. Does it really matter if you go 3-1, 3-0? Not really.
Yeah, for my pick'ems, I guess, but for them, sure. whatever you want to do. For Bet Boom, though, some great individual form yesterday, right? Flammer's popping off, Boomage getting a vintage performance from him. Love to see it.
Yeah, I made the mistake again. I went mostly vanilla with my pick'ems, but still I use logic too much, Freya, right? Like I didn't put Bad Boom as 3-0 because yes, they have a stand-in. I know they had a stand-in before, but now it's for a completely different player.
Yeah.
Famos is now playing different positions. So like surely that will mean they'll lose 1 game at some point. No, they'll just steamroll everyone. Boomich will be the highest rated player of stage 1, just as we all expected. And yeah, I mean, they've been looking great, really, in stage 1. If they keep going this way, I mean, stage 3 doesn't seem unreasonable for them.
Let's talk about
what do you think's easier to guess, by the way? The Bet Boom lineup or your pick'ems? Pretty close.
Bait M80, obviously that was the other qualification game going down. That was one of my favorite post-match interviews of all time. Alex saying this was the clash of trash. It was so good because I mean that last map it was insane, but yeah, there were a lot of mistakes there. Bait capitalizing on them.
Yeah, I think normally you just say those sort of things when it's a game that feels hectic, and this is 2 teams that like to play hectic, and when the rounds get close, they both want to take the timings going, and that makes the rounds really weird because usually you're thinking they're going to use utility, they're going to come in together, and they kind of go a bit more emotional, and I think I have timing, guys, I think I have timing, and it just kind of destroys all structure, and then it feels like Clash of Trash, but maybe it's not as bad as it felt.
Yeah, I mean, it was a long one for sure, and that's the thing with the majors and these games. It's like you don't care whether it's pretty or not. You just want to get it done, and that's the most important thing for Bait about yesterday.
Yeah, that's exactly how they did do it. Let's take a look at the kind of lower section of this, though, because as you said, Yanko, Sinners. I mean, I was reading the interview on HLTV with one of the players afterwards, and it's just like, I mean, the emotions, right? Like, you've worked so hard to get to this point. It was literally out of your hands for you to make it to the major. Like, and I can't remember who it was, but he was saying, you know, might as well have just not qualified. Like, that would have felt better.
Yeah, Beastic, the IGL. I mean, I think we saw a team that just got overwhelmed by being at the major for the first time, right? That FlyQuest game, the opener, losing in overtime, right? Just a couple of mistakes. Didn't play all that poorly. Then the loss to Energy, and even against Tyloo, they had a big lead on map 1 and letting it slip. Maybe some of the inexperience kicking in, and yeah, all in all, I mean, I wasn't the only person who had them to go through into the next stage, but going out 0-3 is definitely an underwhelming result for Sinners in this one.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators also going to be joining them there. I feel like, Ash, that was maybe more expected. A bit of an older team. Obviously, Fer trying to get his glory days back, but not to be.
Well, yeah, I could say that, but then I put them through on my pick'ems on YouTube, so I'm a little bit disappointed.
Oh, no!
That one went a little bit wrong.
Oh,
but I did change it when I heard the interview saying they're not practicing. I straight away went in the bin, and I thought, okay, maybe now it's 0-3. Yeah, just an old team. It didn't look very motivated in the way they played. I've seen so many rounds where it feels like they're not really playing with any experience, and they've kind of just buffed everyone else's stats at this moment. So that's kind of the nicest thing they've done, because here we see the drop-off of some players, and it's kind of painting some context. So instead of having the HLTV top 50 filter, we have a Gaming Gladiator filter here today. So some players have taken advantage of that. You see, for example, Sus 1.2 rating, take that out, and suddenly it drops quite a lot, and it's subpar. So we'll keep this in mind for later in the tournament when we say, ooh, this player is fantastic, this event, but our Gaming Gladiators have made people look...
Your stats against Gaming Gladiators do not count.
Of course it's Blame F. Of course it's Blame F, Yanko.
Yeah, well, has to be, doesn't he?
Right, we had some interesting team comms yesterday, and I believe we can start off with a particular team called Team Liquid. So let's check in with that, and then we'll react to it.
I want us all to take a deep breath and do a little water break, because we are getting a bit frustrated for nothing. It's a best of one. We need all our effort into winning, not into being mad about the previous round or the current round, guys. Come on. Let's show some fucking resilience and energy, okay?
Yeah, that was coming out of the Team Liquid game versus MIBR. And Ash, I mean, understandable frustrations coming through for them in that game, right?
Yeah, I think it's good words from Shuey. I respect that. But I think also from the fan side of things, I haven't watched that many Liquid games on broadcast, but I feel like I've heard that exact speech 4 or 5 times recently. And I think that there's so many things that's kind of summing up Liquid at the moment, and that is repeating the same mistakes. And these are veterans. These are guys that should know to win the game, you need to be focused. Like, you can't be emotional in the game. Save it for afterwards when you've got these frustrations. The fact that Shuey, I think he's the youngest guy on the team, is repeatedly having to say, guys, let's not tilt and try and win the game. That for me is frustrating that it's still going on after so long.
Was there any kind of ways that you could nip that in the bud? Obviously, a major is a different situation with how much the coaches can chime in, etc. But if you ever noticed that within GamerLegion, any particular way that you could just completely get rid of those frustrations?
I mean, you'd have to go for it from practice. You have to set good examples, because I think in practice it'll be worse, actually. Normally people will be saying stupid comments and things after rounds. And I think the best way I've done it before in the past is recording those examples and then playing it to the person, because they don't realize sometimes that they're sighing down the microphone and saying these silly things, or they think they're being quirky and funny. And I think if you can do that, you kind of show a little bit of like ownership on that person again. Yeah. But I mean, usually it's unfixable, or it's just something you can kind of tone down a little bit. But if there's multiple people doing it, that's a thing again with the balance of the lineup. You can have 1 or 2 people maybe doing it, but if it's 3, 4, 5 people, that's just really asking for it.
What was your retort when a player would just be in practice and be like, what is this guy doing, man? Like, well, what are these guys doing? Like, what? This is not real CS.
My way would be, they would say, let's blacklist them, and I would say, let's play them again. We play them again, and we just kind of suffer through it together.
You have some examples of Liquid mistakes aplenty from that very game. No surprises. What did you do?
Well, exactly. It's like, it's kind of weird listening to them talk about being frustrated and whatnot. I mean, who's going to take some responsibility and accountability in this team? Like the first gun round yesterday against MIBR has a set call to do a B split, 3v2. Look where the players are when it's 3v2 and MIBR has B bomb. Where are you going, guys? Where are we going here? In a 2v3, in the first gun round, you have good money in the bank. Ultimate can get an op drop by Shui. You can do the spot swap. Why are you going for this 2v3 retake? The players from IBR can be anywhere. Like if they were in market, and you know where all the players are, but you're going into the unknown. Even though it was a 1v1, it's a bad retake to go for. Go into the next round, the reset round. 4v3 for Liquid, but Insani made a great play to take space into B from short, catches Nav completely unawares. Look where the rest of the team is. Like they're so far away when, again, MIBR has control of the side. The bomb goes down. They could be anywhere in the side. I mean, Ultimate is still in the A bomb side, holding short when his two teammates are going, why are you going up B apps? You know, like Klim just gets 2 kills, and again, Ultimate saves the op, and you don't get anything down on this retake. You're just wasting away your economy in a best of 1, right? Instead of playing those percentages and just doing better. And as Ash pointed out, this is a team with veteran players. Where is Shui or Elige or anyone really to say, nah, we should save here? Like, it's way too loose. It's way too reckless for me for playing a best of 1 at the major.
Yeah, how frustrating is that for you?
I would say as well, like when this happens in the teams that I've coached, and they're a lot younger in general anyway, I would put the ownership, like, of course, on the players going for it. They should understand the timing's a little bit off, but I think sometimes you can get a little bit tunnel vision. You're thinking, like, emotionally, your adrenaline's there, but the guys that are dead, and they should be also saying, boys, let's save now. And we saw those examples there. There was actually lots of time for them to say, look, you guys, you're not even going through the window yet, and yet we're going through long B to go through. Like, that's 15 seconds of everyone sitting there. What are they doing? Are they reading strats? Are they scrolling Instagram? Are they watching TikTok? I don't know what's going on. Someone needs to say something.
And I think it's even, that first round MIBR wins, it's a 1v1. So then if you just play for exits in the following round, maybe 1 or 2 players are only left alive, you're still in reset territory for them, and you can still buy. So that's
amateur, isn't it?
That's really, condemning for me. James is watching that and having an aneurysm pop, right? Like he cannot believe his eyes. Like that's his worst nightmare. So yeah, that when I see things like that, I cannot take a team seriously.
No.
Like there's something utterly wrong in this Team Liquid squad where playing so reckless without discipline just means that, either there's going to be roster changes and just the whole team doesn't care as much as they're supposed to, and that's, for me, unacceptable for a team of that level.
Totally. Well, they are going to get one more opportunity versus Heroic. That will be rounding out the day. But choices for you guys to make at home. If you would rather be watching Tyloo versus Sharks, that's going to be going down on the B stream side of things. On the A stream, though, it's going to be the Australian clash of FlyQuest versus TDU. And I hear that we have a special interview from Chad. That's going to be coming up after this break.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary?
There it is!
$100,000!
I've had enough of you! Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
A historic day for Australian Counter-Strike here at IEM Cologne 2026, the 24th major, and the first time 2 Australian teams have been going toe-to-toe at a major, and it's for elimination. I got TJP on one side, I got Vexite on the other. There's some maybe bad blood between these squads, but first and foremost, let's kick this one off. Is this essentially the Oznats in Germany?
Yeah, it is. You'd like to think so. I think it's going to be a good matchup. You know, I don't think I've ever versed them on LAN, and yeah, it's going to be a good matchup, that's for sure.
Okay, so winner of this takes the title of Best Australian Team. Do you concur?
Yeah, I'd say we're happy to say that.
Okay, and you mentioned that obviously never played against each other from the same region. That's pretty baffling to the people at home. Have they been trying to dodge you? They didn't go to the Brisbane lands.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure. I think they went into hiding for a bit. I'm not sure what happened. Hiding and complaining, whinging, all of that stuff. I'm not sure what they were up to, but...
What's the FlyQuest perspective on this?
We just had bigger tournaments to play, you know, up with the big dogs, more important things to do. Weren't ready to play with the little guys yet.
Okay, we're going to take on the little guys today. Now, with this head-to-head, there's a whole bunch of your ex-teammates on that other side of the server. It's FlyQuest versus ex-FlyQuest in a way. I feel like they have an axe to grind, right? That's their motivation. What's yours?
I don't know. We're just happy to play against Aussies, to be honest. It's really exciting. We haven't really played domestic CS in a while. And yeah, I think we want to get loud today.
Ooh, they're going to get loud. Now, people may not know your antics, Mr. TJP, but you are not only rocking it old school with the team and the way it's all put together, but the way you conduct yourself on LAN. People saw it yesterday. You were calling blame for beta. What are we going to get out of you today, or is it going to be a surprise?
It's always a surprise. I got some things in store, particularly about their jobs maybe being in jeopardy after this series. We'll see what happens, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, and also for you and ASAP, Netic's on the other side. He left you high and dry. You've got the core of your team, Alistair, Dexter, Leaz. They all used to be part of that. Is it a score to settle?
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit the same as the FlyQuest boys. You know, they've got a price to pay for sure, and we're here to collect. That's for sure.
Okay, and who's the better rooster?
Oh, it's got to be Netic, eh? Carried those cunts for ages.
Oh, jeez. All right, final words, boys. Let's get this one underway. Day kicking off with elimination. Anything you want to say to TJP? Anything you want to say to the people at home? Everyone's going to be up late watching.
Nah, just want to have a good game of CS and have fun, boys.
Okay. TJ, anything you want to say?
Nah, good luck. Hopefully you still got a job after this.
All right, boys. You can shake hands, fist bump if you want. Let's get things underway. Sorry. Oh, bloody hell.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Well, the Aussies woke up and they chose violence today. This is a battle just to be dodging elimination here in Cologne, the major of 2026. And the vibes seem surprisingly good. Yanko in that interview, maybe even too good. I don't even know what to make of that.
I love that. I love that TJP with, you know, the approach that he has to have. I mean, they're the underdog. They're the upstarts, so to speak. Not as big of an underdog, honestly, on the server as they seem from out of the server, no organizational support or anything along those lines. But I think he did a great job in the interview, sort of playing with the head of Vexite a little bit. And I think it's going to have to affect FlyQuest once the game kicks off.
What do you think about that, Ash?
I love this. This could be game of the day after that. Hearing that. So I would just want to hear, can we get some microphones on him during the game and hear what these job things he's going to be saying about them? Because this could be interesting.
I'm so excited to get this one kicked off. Chad kind of alluded to it. There's been a lot of, I guess, shuffling around in the Australian scene. So SEO and the graphics team tried to do me a solid. I haven't actually seen this graphic. This is going to be an absolute hot mess, obviously. This is kind of the relationships between the kind of cool players that we're seeing from FlyQuest and THUNDERdOWNUNDER. It goes back quite a long way for some of these players, Yanko. We were looking back at majors gone by to see the last time we had even 2 Australian teams at a major.
We just need Chad in the middle as like the Spider-Man, because that's the only thing I can deduct from all of this. But yeah, absolutely. Starlighter Major, we had both Greyhound and Renegades in that one, but a lot of familiarity between these players. You know, Alistair played with Ins for a long time on Greyhound. You know, a lot of these players outside of really ASAP TJP, Natic, like they are the newer kids on the block, so to speak. But there's a lot of experience even with Tier 1 Counter-Strike for these players, right? Like that's why it was dangerous to pick TDU to go 0-3, and we saw some good things from both of these teams.
Shout out MC every single time. Loving this third graphic as well. The mastermind behind a lot of what we do here at ESL. Let's talk about TDU results up until this time though. Janko, what have you kind of gleaned from the teams that they have beaten and the teams that they've lost to here in Cologne?
Yeah, they had that blinder in the first game against MIBR, you know, completely taking it down. And honestly, felt like they lost the game against Bait more than it was Bait winning it. I mean, they had good situations. I don't want to say inexperience, but a lack of discipline in some key moments, a lack of team play, maybe, you know, trying to play too loose and surprise their opponents a bit too much, cost them. And, you know, after the game against Big, they find themselves in the 1-2 bracket here against FlyQuest.
Let's talk about some observations then, Ash, because TDU, they've had some success in winning pistols. What about the conversions though? What's the story there?
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter if you win the pistols, if you lose a round after. And if anything, this is the nightmare start we say in coaching. Like, you would rather just lose the pistol outright than win and then lose again. It just ruins your money forever. It means you don't have AWP in the first buy round, and it sets the other team off to just get off to a flyer. And it's been a repeated pattern so far. Yeah,
you've got some examples, if we can roll them. What did you kind of observe from some of these moments? It was all from a single game that you've pulled these out of, right?
Yes, this is 3 times in one game after both pistols. So after the first pistol here, it just feels like they're taking B aggressively, which feels like Dexter's not really aware of this possibility. And it's a very common play. You just drop a smoke here in front of the CT smoke. You're going towards Log's position, and for some reason, he just doesn't seem to know about it. He gives up a kill, and then Alistair even comes over and he throws his Molotov into the smoke again. So this was the greatest smoke of all time, I think, on Banana. It just completely won the round nearly, and it got some whiffing going on here. Trades come out, as they do, and suddenly the round's over. This is the round lost, and you're off to a nightmare start, as we see Fabian eventually wins what should have been an easier round to win that out. And then later on in the same game, it just feels like this is an easy round to win. The money's a disaster for Big. They win the force buy back. Their utility on Big as well is just non-existent. You see TJP drops the smoke here for Dexter. And this is the sort of thing that I think a rookie would do a little bit better here. Is he uses his smoke, but as he sits and waits for it to come up, he doesn't go back and pick the smoke up again. So when Big puts some pressure back, he doesn't have that smoke. Alistair gets forced over. Instead of being like 4 people towards A, they're now 2 towards B, and his positions on A are so passive. And it's just very easily broken by Big, to the point where they have 1 flashbang left. There's no information taken despite apparently being spotted, and they actually walk all the way up on contact. And THUNDERdOWNUNDER have absolutely no idea about it. They go in and they trade, and that is just extremely easy. And I'm a little bit worried that this could be something that perhaps could cost them, especially today, if they keep losing these rounds, because this will be in their heads for sure. And again here, the same game, so 3 times in one game, which is kind of unforgivable. I just don't like the decision making. Dexter, again, the experienced guy, is taking Banana. He kind of does a bad job of blowing the smoke open to clear it, but he kind of knows it is cleared. But then you see in a second, Big are going to retake top of Banana. They don't do it quietly either. The flashbang comes in. That means normally you would speed up towards A, which they tried to do, but they get spotted. And when you get spotted on an apartment spot, now you see all the big players, they're rotating over, but they also get smoked as well. This is like we saw the other day. Just cancel the call, guys. Like, forget it. Your plan didn't work. You got spotted deep, but they carried on going with it, and it's just an easy round. So it's a big problem for them.
Yeah, I think it's a bit similar to what we see from FlyQuest as well. When things are planned out and going according to plan, it can work, but when they have to adjust in some of these mid rounds, when it's more about reactions and then thinking a little bit on the fly, is when they're struggling. What Ash pointed out, you know, with TDU being a bit passive and turtled up on A bomb side, on Inferno on the CT side, you saw the exact same thing from FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I think also as well, this is something they're going to have to look out for. So game plan wise, I noticed at FlyQuest had lots of these tricky defaults, and to me this kind of reminds a little bit of the way Carrigan calls. So we see here 2 people towards B very early on, faking like it's going to be a B split. They come back and see the rotation it causes from OC. Eventually, this is a very early planned A split. We saw this, I think, yesterday as well. It's where some ramp shenanigans are going on. People walk past each other, but you can see this is a common trend that FlyQuest are going to have, where it's pressure on one side of the map and doing something else at the same time. So if TDU lose those pistol rounds or the force buys, and then that happens, this could be a problem. We see again now. A fast, quiet mid-take was a good adaptation here from the in-game leader. They understood NRG weren't fighting, and now we see now JKS is going to throw his utility, throws a jungle smoke, a stairs Molotov. That it just makes the CTs think about what's going on. They find the timing towards connector, and just like that, the defense is completely shattered. And if TDU aren't on it today, they're going to find themselves caught by these sort of rounds, and then can they bounce back?
Yeah, that's the question. Does TDU kind of have it in them to be well enough prepared for these kind of situations that FlyQuest are going to throw at them?
I think they absolutely do, and they have the mental edge. Because it would be a disaster for FlyQuest to get eliminated by TDU, right? Like we're talking about the resources that they have at their disposal. You know, TDU have just been chugging along. I don't want to call them a mixed team, but a team with no support, playing local tournaments for the most part. That's how they got to the major. So this is a game you really cannot lose if you're FlyQuest, right? And I think we'll see TDU sort of be less passive against FlyQuest, because they will consciously try to take the game to them. They'll maybe try to play a bit of bully CS, but I want to mention that outside of everything that we talked about in terms of strategical approach and all of that, in the end, like, FlyQuest was losing because they couldn't really step up in key moments, you know, in some of these rounds, in some of these post plans. They were losing rounds with advantages in the post plan because they couldn't organize themselves in the clutch, you know, to play together. JKS, a couple of 1vx's that you see him win all the time, couldn't come through for them yesterday in that NRG game, right? And that will have to change today against TDU.
100%. Considering it's a best of 3, maybe we should do some time to preface the veto, Ash. Do you have any suspicions of where this might go?
Oh, I'd be very surprised if THUNDERdownunder don't go for Nuke. It feels like an obvious pick. It's for sure we're going to see Anubis in here as well. We'll see this now, actually. So Overpass and Mirage, normal bans. So we'll see the pick then. Anubis, obvious. FlyQuest are picking this all the time. I think it's the first time in this event we're going to see this. Inferno is a surprise one. I think TDU lost yesterday 13-7. And FlyQuest lost to GamerLegion 13-11. So they'll actually have confidence from that. I'm very surprised they haven't gone for Nuke, which FlyQuest have been banning all the best of ones, and they don't really play it. So it feels weird because they normally do pick that map. And going to Dust 2, I have to give FlyQuest the advantage because the best 2 maps are Anubis and Dust 2. And they've gone for a pick that I think they're not even that bad on Inferno. So I'm a little bit worried that there could be some problems here in the veto.
Yeah, I was thinking potentially they could leave Anubis as the decider, but they just want a map that they feel really strong on. And TDU just picking to start on the T side as well to kick things off, wanting to dictate the pace of the game. And yeah, maybe Nuke because of having to start on T side, maybe that's something they wanted to avoid. And as you said, the result against Big was off the back of losing 3 rounds to Pistols, right? So maybe they feel that put a spanner in the works. They had a great Inferno against MIBR to kick the major off.
Has that changed who you think is going to be taking this series then, Ash?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to FlyQuest. I think I'll go for them now.
What about you, Janko?
TDU with the upset, baby.
Okay.
TJP getting loud, getting in their heads. It's all going to start crumbling down after that first clutch, Freya.
That's exactly what I want to be hearing. Well, we're ready to get this game underway, but most importantly, Chad, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Oh, he's very ready. Yeah, we are standing up. It is the Australian Grand Final at the Major. That's right.
Winner of this will be crowned the greatest Australian team of now.
Of now.
Of now, of this very moment. These 2 teams are yet to face each other, and there's an axe to grind. Dexter, Liaz, and don't forget Alistair up against their former organization of FlyQuest.
Oh, there's juice. There's absolutely T, and we are into the pistol. T start for the underdogs.
3 stack.
Netic's tugged, ready to tap head. Down goes ASAP, can't track the second. Flash is there. Liaz good for 1 back onto Netic. It's Vexite supported by the USP. He's done very well on the dual Berettas. And ooh, Ali. He catches JKS, trying to slip through the temple into plat.
Reset. Alistair making steps running away, but TJP is in E-box. So if Inns wants to push forward and try and cut off this A rotation, that would be ill-advised.
Story will be able to go through mid and perhaps address this missing piece.
Yeah, right now it's just everything simmering down. There's heaps of time on the clock as Alistair's starting to return for the B split. So action on in-game leader Inns.
Starts to back away as Ali approaches B main. Story on the late flank.
Oof, worried about a flank himself. Gaps everywhere.
Oh, Alistair, that's a long-range clock headshot. Story's got the flank, though. You're not expecting this. You're worried about so many things. TJP's going to back up into him. Trigger discipline being exercised. Ali's going to be screaming. A clutch available for the import. Ali's low. 3 kills deep. Has he got another one in him?
He can run to A if he can get away.
Oh, God, he's not gone away just yet. He's running it. He's running it.
He should be able to get the bomb down here. Alistair. This one will get him making a whole lot of noise out the gates. The bomb will be planted. Story on a quick flank on this. Alistair has to worry about everything. Story cuts noise. Alistair worry about Heaven. Camera. And then eventually the flank as he tucks in towards Heaven himself. No kit for this. Story's going to have a tough time. He'll need to tap that bomb to try and draw him out, and then Alistair can call the bluff.
time his greatest ally here with a 10-second defuse.
Look how deep he is. There's no way Story goes to clear this unless Alistair walks
now,
in.
He's got the sound cue. This is half of the battle. Now just, no, doesn't want to go up. Story spots him on the jiggle. And 10-second defuse is the question.
This is going to get there in time.
Defuse.
He's on it. He
He hasn't got it. Ali comes up clutch.
Using the clock as his best friend right there. The pistol round goes to TDU.
Oh, what a crazy start to this grand final.
Yes. Elimination on the line. Tomorrow, at least an Australian team will get an opportunity in the 2-2 game to vie for that stage 2 spot. But the fact that these two teams haven't faced each other.
No, and I'd love you to remind me as to how they've avoided each other.
Look, there's Auslands is how THUNDERdownunder got.
So pure, just, you know, local lands, climbing up against domestic opponents.
Played some online stuff within the region, but nothing crazy. And they did what was needed, which is winning. Right? The Raw led out. The Des did point out that these second rounds
sound
have been tough for THUNDERdownunder. But FlyQuest has been playing the majority of their events over in China.
Yes, discussed. Second round conversions.
Exactly.
Here we go. This one feels compulsory. TDU have only got 25% conversion after winning the pistol. Okay. TJP finishes off JKS and actually finds a quick follow-up onto Vexite swinging E-Box.
You'd expect more A main as well because of that push.
It's a bit uncomfortable, isn't it? Eagle long range, Netic. Connects onto Alistair down to 23. TJP could have to find a double here on A main. Story and Inns playing it forward.
Still plenty of time. A minute on the clock. Bomb's being scooped up by Dexter now.
Oh, TJP just locks away and starting their grouping.
With Netic not playing active, the push needs to wait for some type of a sound cue. And he's actually gambling away, worrying about middle, the possibility further slip into this A flank. And by doing so, they are going to lose the sign. Alistair lining up a smoke, and he's going to go down, but that will still land. The race is on again.
Yeah, the info flows as well. He saw clear intent there towards B. It's going to put a rifle into Inns' hands. Dexter plant for main. Deagle or Netic. Ooh, doesn't hit the first. Warning shot. Whistles past the ear of TJP. He's trying to contain Spawn. It's just Netic here. Inns and Story both coming in from different approach, and that's a good Deagle headshot. Make it 2. Netic puts 2 heads in the vice. Now up to just Dexter. Sure, the bomb's down, but this one looks like it's going horribly wrong for TDU. He's actually tagged him in the smoke with that. In should finish the job, and another squandered conversion.
He won the pistol!
Oh, okay. That is a rarity. I know Vexite's one of the louder boys, especially with the comms in the team, but it looks like he's going to get stuck into this, right? Aussie lands once upon a time, the yelling match is just like the UK scene. Kind of akin to maybe not the level of aggression that you'd see of a Call of Duty American land, but definitely the decibels.
Yes.
Boys, he won the pistol!
It's fucked. We started a war that we can't win.
We can win. We're winning.
Okay. Well, I think that there's obviously some bad blood between, I would say, the guys who were replaced on FlyQuest. I think for TJP and ASAP at their first major, not the same, right? And Netic getting an opportunity to go to Talon and now to FlyQuest, they're probably more happy for their boy of once upon a time. But a force by bat the other way, a boost over the smoke. TJP facilitates a slip through, so Dexter knows he has the cover, has to worry about doors and hole.
And you've got this lineup from ASAP, which is going to cover for the split A. We'll cover Temple mid. Story got a well-timed HE there on the contact crawl. Alistair's ears are ringing, but they're going to try and run down Story. There's the support. Wow, Inns. Beautiful double kill. JKS stands his ground on A, and there's nothing more to be said about this one. In fact, they know ASAP was probably the one throwing that Temple smoke.
Got a little bit out of control there, right, with that slip and Story going down, but sketchy on the aim. Vexite finishes it off. And that is going to now be the eco for THUNDERdownunder. It was a good opportunity to talk about some of these previous relationships. So one of the issues with the FlyQuest rosters for the longest time was an AWPer. Ali's taken over in-game leadership and AWPing for this THUNDERdownunder roster. You think, well, shouldn't it be Dexter? He was in-game leading Mouse at a major into the playoffs, right? But I think for Dexter, he's freed up a little bit, right? He's been hyper-aggressive in this team. Then you got TJP and ASAP, who are major rookies, right? They were in that Rooster roster. We'd always see them come to EPLs. Yes. They're always a fun bunch, right?
But they're kind of like the next gen.
Exactly.
Partnered up with the older guard. And here comes a second wave flash push, perhaps, from JKS, if he's feeling himself. looking good for the first, and there's 3. Does very well.
I think it's important to get Justin activated early as well. He does play these anchor roles, but he is the most experienced member in the server and the most accomplished member.
Yeah.
And he can play other positions, but they're using him for what he's good at. But if they can activate him and make him feel comfortable, his importance is going to come in the clutch. Right? And we'll see how much that plays into today's game, because the fact that there is no head-to-head, we don't know how these two are going to mesh. There's a clear favorite just based off of the support of the organization, but then after that, once you get into the mental between these guys and the fact that the domestic game is not necessarily about have these guys played against each other, like it's the familiarity of the players.
Yeah, as in
right?
I know what he likes to do.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we know that's something that's always been a feature in Counter-Strike. Like, you know, ex-teammates, when you clash, you always have an understanding of their tendencies and how they like to play a clutch, how they like to open rounds.
Simple things like, are they a player who likes to stick the defuse or not? Right?
Yeah,
So,
that's a big one.
Some of those little details. All right, first full gun round coming into play. Alistair does not get the AWP. 3-man B start with Story joining the likes of Netic, the B anchor, and Vexite, the E-Box player. Nade lands at the doorstep of 2 for some chip damage.
Got more. JKS is actually trying to find that extra damage, a little extra onto Dexter.
And now he's cheating away. Thinks he's done enough there, but they are executing. He'll be locked out of this.
Okay, what's his response? Go plays forward, up to the close wall, ready for the head-to-head with TJP. Eating flashes, throwing bullets. Dexter trades after 1 and in slips through for the same. It's Dexter double. Smoked on camera. Looks like they're going to try and scuttle a smoke and push. Off the flash of Vexite, gives him some room on the staircase. Liaz hears that, relays the information. This is a retake util dump, trying to make it uncomfortable on site. Liaz should have a safe haven. Nade break, Dexter was obscured. Liaz and Dexter combine. It's still tit for tat, back and forth. It's Dexter that's finding impact and opts for the reload back cake. Time ticking, head to head. Story hits his, as does Vexite. Retake successful. I mean, as far as what you need from an A anchor, JKS gets 1.5. It's actually the retake where they really make that look good.
I think the key here is because the execute comes in so early within the round, you see just the sheer utility dump from the FlyQuest players to harass the site. There was nowhere that felt comfortable. Multiple mollies, you had plenty of HEs, so you've gone for a set execute, not just a full rush, but off the immediate beat, and that's allowed FlyQuest, who are fully strapped, to come in and condition where they wanted this retake to go. So good stuff there from FlyQuest to get their 4th. This is the CT side of Anubis. You'll be looking for your lion's share on the T half. The bomb going down again will facilitate THUNDERdownunder into a partial buy. Dexter in with the AK, the rest with pistol upgrades, and it looks like Dexter wants to search towards B.
Oh, that's an overjump from Netic. He could have been dead there. Dexter's flubbed it. Not saying it's an easy shot, but I'm saying there was an opportunity.
Another nade again, so ASAP, it looks like JKS has made sure to study in the demos. His timing's up towards Rugs. He's been getting harassed by these HEs in a couple of rounds now.
Looks like he wants to go. JKS has got that second HE with ASAP's name on it, down to 36.
It's a tough role for the kid going up against JKS on the other side.
He's been playing Anubis for years.
I just think as well, it would have been someone that ASAP would have been modeling his game off, watching JKS play internationally. JKS has been in the majors since 2014, same as the coach. The most experienced player on the THUNDERdownunder roster is Liaz, who was a trio with those boys over there, Gratisfaction, Jake, and Once Upon a Time. So damage done early, 50 seconds, starting to walk into what is likely a B split. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and plenty of contact in through E-Box on the way.
You'd need Dexter's first bullet to be very accurate here. The flash from Alistair is going to catch. Netic falls away. Vexite's fully booked. TJP connecting. Netic dips back in. Just a Deagle versus an M4. Ooh, TJP's managed to prevail, and now the smokes are up, and Inns doesn't finish it off. TJP with heavy impact. Not a guarantee, though. JKS wraps around for the long approach.
Nade
could kill him. Alistair just gets the bomb down, but taken out. And a swing into Story's AWP. It's just so leisurely. 3 kills from TJP. Can Liaz find the remaining 2? Oh, JKS denies. Solid, quick reactions from him. I think Liaz pulled the trigger first, but unable to convert. Bomb plants something.
A little bit clunky there over towards E-Box. Nobody playing anti. Both Vexite and Netic getting fully blind. So good output from THUNDERdownunder. Remember, that was just a partial investment. They are going to go for the full buy now, and they've limited, I want to say, the finances somewhat, but then you've got Story on 13K. You got Vexite, who had 13 before the buys. So they're sitting pretty as far as the finances are concerned. The game yesterday, we had the pleasure of cast, well, it depends on the framing, but we got to cast THUNDERdownunder versus Big, and the desk highlighting it to start off today. It's great seeing Ash break down the same things I did live. It's like, okay, I'm not going crazy. They lost so many rounds just for poor calls or not calling off when they didn't need to, and that's tough, right? THUNDERdownunder have only been playing domestically all year. Well, this is aggressive.
Yeah, he's bringing the fight to them, and they weren't ready for it. He catches a bit of a flash, so Alistair's lucky to be alive, really.
Let's force their hand into something a little bit different. So a block over towards E-Box. Alistair, Dexter, and Liaz searching towards B main. Story's AWP is here on the line.
He's going to be peeking in. Oh, Story, perfect. Catches his counterpart, trade provided by Dexter. Captain can call from the grave here. Vexite feeling a little cheeky as well, holding E-Box.
Dexter smoked off.
ESAP's going to be making his progressions. That smoke has faded.
JKS has just played for Info Baskets as well, so it might either free up a push or a rotation.
Yeah, looks like Inns might cheat back. Here's the clash. Oh, gets caught. TJP goes down.
No sweep. They're both not looking. ASAP could capitalize.
He certainly could. He's not elected to.
Still not considered.
Now he starts his move. This is a nice pop flash from Vexite. Throws out the underhand. ASAP is flanking. Vexite swoop, little jiggle confirms that E-Box is occupied, and oh, they're hitting every shot. Lovely little setup between Netic and Vexite, helping each other under the pressure and scrutiny.
Aliaz in a very tough clutch, 35 seconds, and he can't get anything done. Netic will silence it. The B defense stands tall. Netic will get there eventually, all right? He's a bit of a shy guy. He'll get there. We'll work it out. He'll work it out eventually. Just swear a lot.
That's a good start.
Oh, dear. All right, tactical timeout called. Coach on the mic for THUNDERdownunder. That's Viridian.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
You saw that little reference to MC at the start of the desk segment regarding this one. Viridian's another who has played within the ranks of many of these players. Also doing some observing work once upon a time. Now to Major, standing behind the boys, and hopefully he can make a call here to get some rounds on the board. Sure, this is FlyQuest pick. It's going to be Inferno up next, somewhere where the bit more comfort has been shown from THUNDERdownunder. That upset victory against MIBR. But both teams with only one win so far, and that was the openers. It was the Sinners game for FlyQuest that was scrappy on Ancient. Since then, a loss to GamerLegion on Inferno and one to NRG on Mirage. For THUNDERdownunder, it was a loss to Bait. It was damn close, and Big, where they could have been in it if they were able to convert their advantages.
Chance for Story. Easy pickings. Sure, a headshot was hit, but the AWP bullet too. Alistair goes down.
That's a name that is not at all brought into this domestic rivalry, right? This is an international import who couldn't care what the name is on the other side of the server. There's nothing personal here for him. This is just like playing a face at Pug with Mutirus and the boys.
Yeah, exactly. Just with a couple more stakes than just a bit of elo. Elimination from the Major.
3 on B again. Story's still here.
JP parting forward. Going to catch Netic. Still strong. Again, they test his sight. Still finds output. Liaz at least trading. Missed shot, baiting the AWP. Trying to run him down. Liaz, this is impactful. He's got caught with the flank. JKS arrives in time, and Dexter with his back turned. Inns catches from Temple. It is somewhat of a brick wall. Vexite's right.
Everybody is delivering at the moment when asked for FlyQuest. No one's looking wobbly with the shots. They're hitting and trading. Looks like communication is good.
We're actually playing really well. We're just not winning the final duels, that's all.
All right, Alistair, trying to keep a lid on it.
Especially when you're starting on a map you're less comfortable on the favored side. Like, this is a great way to break their morale early.
I think that this is a big problem. Oof. Okay, there's an opener.
Oh, okay. Inns has been caught. And they're perfectly pre-aiming the boost for the clawback. Lovely AWPing from Story.
He's going to play aggressive.
He's read them like a book, hasn't he?
Hanging around, maintaining this midline. Now he's going to rotate over. Hey, main flash. Is JKS going to have to address this? It's not too worrying just yet because it was a baskets flash, so you know that they're not fully entrenched just yet. Shadow?
Easy. Story, another frag back. This opening kill from Alistair already goes the other way. He's safe on the half wall, ready for the swing. Flash does force him off the line. ASAP tries to apply pressure, and that's a good one. Catches Story with an overextension.
Nedic's up close, so he can be the thorn in the side here. Bomb on T stairs. Dexter worried about a B push. 50 seconds as Nedic peers out the hole and ASAP spots one connector.
Oh, too much for him. A lot of info, at least onto 2 of the 3.
So notice how they're still combining, right? They were there to be able to assist each other off of the info, but mid, that's the gap that Dexter wants to walk through. JKS has rotated towards B. Oh, they're gambling completely on this B site. 30 seconds. There's a slip in towards A, and there's decent util for Liaz.
Nedic's going to return, get a bit of a jump scare. Dexter looking the wrong way. Oh my god, he nearly transferred into Liaz as well. He's just running at him with a USP. What is this? What is this? Nedic! Are you kidding me?
Okay. All right, well, when the coach has a big smile on his face like that, either he's hearing your jokes or he's having a good time. Look at Asher, by the way. He's up in the perch, looking down below. He's reliving his coach days.
Honestly, Chad, it's very Chad coach.
It's more fun. Look, it is more fun to watch Counter-Strike that way.
Yes. Yeah, no X-ray, just the POVs live with the mouse swipes next to it.
And you also get to pick up a little bit of the comms.
Yeah,
right? And that's the juicy morsel right there. Okay, 8-1. This is no longer just a gap. This is looking like a landslide, an absolute drubbing to kick off the series.
JKS again, when he knows they're low money, he plays forward. It's not going to be the same result this time, though. They're anti-flash. They learned their lesson. Puts a rifle into their hands and an opening kill. Inns and Nedic already here. Incendiary to stop the burst through the smoke. Chaos, pandemonium on site. ASAP, good for it. Solid double.
Plenty of money. Could go fishing right now if you're FlyQuest.
Yeah, Vexite will.
In a handful of rounds, you should be all good in the hood, so you can at least chance this one. Story on the break. Oh, ASAP's doing it all.
Quad kill. He's been really quiet on Anubis. 1 kill. He got his first kill last round and now comes in with a quad kill on the partial for the round. Just their second round. They've broken through. The first brick in that wall Vexite's talking about has been pulled out.
Yeah, look, if they can salvage the 4, it's not great. You know, if we were talking about this in the context of, take the nameplates off, it doesn't matter, but they win the pistol, win that first rifle round, they can be back in the mix relatively quickly. So
is it just a consolation? Is
it
just a couple of extra rounds?
JK's getting caught off guard there. The kill's not flowing as nicely as they had for FlyQuest up until this point. Vexite will be able to hold on to the AK.
Ali came in with no armor and a couple of nades and leaves with an AWP for free.
Yeah, so this is going to set them up nicely for the last round of play after this one, regardless of result here. But you really need to salvage this half.
I am slightly concerned Ali's forgotten to buy armor because he's just picked up the AWP. Bit of a...
Maybe he's making sure he's got enough money for an AWP next round as well. You know, he's creative.
Calculated.
Alistair. Yeah. Or maybe it won't matter at all.
Maybe it will really matter, lots of ways it could go.
No, he definitely should have bought armor.
Yeah, okay.
Just you were bang on. He definitely should have bought armor.
I mean, it's a classic error. This is a perfect pre-aim from him. This gets exactly what he wanted. Head-to-head with the AWP, perfect. Don't need armor if you don't get hit.
And now this mid-round. What's the reaction?
It's full contact, so how does JKS kind of react to this? Is he going to get
jiggle heaven
out?
And they're already out?
Oh, yep, there we go. So, traded. Important from ASAP.
Should usher the bomb in right now. ASAP should be able to block this with smoke.
Important for duel 1 in middle as well. Dexter removing ins. Vexite will activate Canal.
Bomb's just getting down rugs now.
They're going to boost. Ooh. This is going to be a flank. Interesting approach. Dexter's not ready for that, but info, a lot of info. Alistair as well spotted. Bomb's going down on A.
Eddie could ignore him right now.
Beautiful from Alistair again. Finding impact and even spotting out the remaining player in Vexite.
And his life here. I thought he was.
Oh, decides to give him the frag.
Okay. Vexite. 2 of your teammates don't have much money. Make it 3.
It could double swing, and that would be a mistake. Vexite is sharp. He's got the 5-second defuse, but they're going to double swing. Catch him looking and clear in the wrong corner. Third for TDU.
Okay, well, they find their voice. He wants to try it again? Just said the AWP is not going to be there again. So Story trying to call his own shot as they're taking the timeout just to get on the mic, settle them in for one more round before the halftime break. There is going to be a little bit of mismatch in the buy here. Vexite have the opportunity to save. But well handled, some good team play there, especially after Alistair's opener. So Story gets his AWP. And it's all good. They worked it out. There was an MP9 in the mix a moment ago, but they've been able to use the extra time to calculate their pennies and bring it all in. So both teams fully strapped. Round 12, end of the first half of this elimination best-of-3 series. What's the call going to be? Does Story really want to try that boost again? No, he's going to be starting over towards A.
It early extinguished. JKS throws a block smoke. I think he's anticipating early presence after the sound cue. B main push. Alistair, the bomb at the top of B as well, so he's got to be careful. Does confirm they've swung out. Multiple bodies outside of B. No immediate reaction, but searching middle.
Biggest stress is this A site getting clamped down upon because they don't have assistance middle. I know Inns is there, but it's not a strong spot. They could just be smoked off very easily. And then A site starts to feel very small. They've taken back this mid gap, so at least forcing more U2 out of TDU as they get baskets. Both teams going through the motions.
It's caught on the boost. ASAP finds them both. Story and JKS fumble.
Now A's open, but the bomb's going B.
Okay, fakery. It's going to pull Netic in. Only Vexite on B. He's going to be the lone wolf.
I don't know if he's going to get hard cleared here, Vexite.
I suspect he won't be. They're thinking they've probably sold it enough. Dexter actually is going to clear it. No, looks the wrong way. Oh, Vexite nearly finds 3.
Look on the rotation. Netic through spawn, Inns through temple. ASAP still on A, essentially a 2v2 right now.
Longer they wait, the more this flank can hit.
Well, they have to go for it, and they got the time because the kits are in play.
Netic audible.
ASAP's flank, it's close by.
And AWP, though, it's a bit awkward.
Only 1 bullet as well in the gun.
There they go, 5 for E-Box, comfortable from TJP. Inns doesn't have the time, and TDU, a little late resurgence. 3 on the trot, makes it somewhat of a game. Anubis, FlyQuest pick, and they're in it to win it.
Oh wow, there's the first for Huntcrack. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
It's Battle of the Boys, the Aussie Derby here at IEM Cologne. Winner of this one takes home the title of Best Australian Team right here, right now. And these boys, they haven't locked horns. First in the server and some bad blood between the two. The mental, that's going to be a whole lot heavier on the FlyQuest boys than Thunder Down Under. You got the average Joes taking on the Globo Gym. 5 guys in a dream up against paid professionals. FlyQuest, can you really let this one slip? As up during the halftime break. Honestly, boys, we are playing really well. I just want you to be more precise on the communication, okay? The captain, your calling is really good right now. Keep it up. So praise to Inns.
His calling is going to have to be good if it's the T side. They want to pick up the pistol.
Gravitating over towards this A stack right now. Thunder Down Under are going to have multiple bodies here.
He has got the info, but it's only half the battle. You know what's coming, but can you deal with it? Alistair smoked off Heaven. Dexter dealing with the Molotov. The XX in, as is the first headshot. Messi from ASAP on the second. Couldn't quite tame the dual Berettas. It's Netic up close with the Glock, but runs light on health. Dexter takes 2 down. Big push from Liaz. Finds himself a headshot into JKS. Just a stray bullet into the skull. It's only the import left. 7 HP on Story. Should be another pistol for Thunder Down Under. Not to write Story completely out of this one, but with the bomb down, his HP, Alistair and Dexter very loud. He's tracking them through the wall, hoping to find a moment when they perhaps assume he's relocated.
Exactly, right? Someone is going to have to worry about camera at a certain point. So he's just hoping that he can segregate them with the silence. Oh, he spotted round over. Dexter, easy as you like. Little pivot there from Story, but Dexter with a triple kill. And well, this is how the last half started, didn't it?
Yeah, so the desk ahead of time brought up the brought our attention to the second round conversions. It was like a 60% pistol win. Like TDU were winning pistols. It was a 25% second round conversion when they did get one of those. So we saw that happen in the first half.
Yeah, the T sides are tougher because if they get blocked, it felt like they didn't have a second plan or they didn't drop back or reset. The CT side, your individuals can't mess up.
And we've seen aggression into the mix immediately. Alistair just darts straight out of the new window. Doesn't get what he was looking for.
Staunched by Dexter here.
Anti-flash. And if they walk through just like that, Dexter, oh, nothing!
He's on his own.
With his M4, no trade potential whatsoever. He's just given it up.
He can reset again now. FlyQuest don't have to commit to this.
Liaz panicking, starts to spam away at the smokes. ASAP drawing attention as well. Alistair's flank.
Another trade.
Done.
So another gun to be picked up here. We're talking an M4, an MP9, and then, well, they've got their sidearms that they're floating with as well. And for TDU, do you want to group up, stack a site? Do you want to play 1-1-1 and try and cover everything? Either way, they don't have a good read on the situation right now whatsoever. Starting to reroute as ASAP takes A main control, so at least they can call that clear. That's a perfectly timed B main smoke. I don't think they're going to want to brave through this. And as ASAP pushes A main, he can get closer and closer towards E back. Oh, they're going through. They're going through.
They are. TJP, his FAMAS doesn't track the bomb. JKS makes it across now. The swing. Vexite nails it with the pre-aim. Like
that's a crazy move.
In's giving them a little bit of an opportunity back in. Liaz gets the info as well. Bursts the headshot. Finds Vexite just in 6 HP. They know where he was. Liaz flies in to save him. Second round converted.
Oof, I can't believe nobody went for that E-box control there once they're in the side, right? The push towards Temple, extremely audacious. They could have just opted to play the bomb as well by staying over towards B main. So FlyQuest maybe playing with their egos in that one as opposed to the book. That's going to cost them. The question becomes, do they want to double down and force buy again because they were in this one? The decision to disrespect the B main smoke, that's what got them the plant, but the positions they opted for in the post, poor, as it is just going to be another partial. So TDU get a good opportunity right now to make this just a one-round game. Current score 8-6.
Incredible turnaround from ASAP as well over the course of this game. It was like 1-7, now top of the table is 12.
And it's no surprising he's a little bit shaky, right? Because while we had the international Aussies, that campaign with your Renegades into your 100 Thieves, you had that next generation that was your Dexters, your Inzers, your Alistairs. But then at home, there were still teams playing and competing, and that's where Rooster came from. So for him to go up against some of these names who would have been watching playing international Counter-Strike, probably just a moment to settle in.
Yeah,
nerves to be a bit higher in this one.
You're seeing certain signs of comfort.
Okay, B split with just one smoke. So Netic, where are you opting for here? Will it be Temple, CT, or something a little bit more creative? I'd imagine it's just going to be a Temple smoke.
So Liaz is responsible for the E-box pressure. I say that as actually TJP is going to take that from him.
It's just a very turtled setup without any info. They're trying to avoid an explosion, but because it's going to happen late, playing ahead with a flash.
Oh, he just gets the opening kill onto Inns, but distracted is Liaz. Gets his head blown off by the Deagle again. Vexite vicious. Hitting some scorching headshots. Stories Tech 9 has caught Dexter on the rotation, and now it's so uncomfortable for the remaining two. This has got to be a save.
Yeah, more of what the desk was highlighting in this one. This was a lighter investment. I think you, as you've mentioned, have to hold on to this. It's JKS in the backlines that's the worry, and he's just gone walking past what could have been Alistair and the AWP. So let's see what they can salvage out of this. If they can hold on to these two guns, at least they have something to contend with. But for TDU, it's only going to be 1,400 loss coming into the next, which I suppose a pretty ugly-looking buy.
I mean, Vexite's already started his T-side campaign off with some impact. He even had a good shot at the second round conversion with some of his sharp shooting.
He's enjoying. I would like it if he would be like this more when they're playing against international opponents. It doesn't have to be on a personal level, but just a bit more energy in the team. That would be one of my critiques with FlyQuest is they have a lot of placid personalities. And I know Vexite likes to chirp, right? I know that as a fact. I think for Inns, if he wants to stay locked in, that's all good. Justin's not going to say anything. So I was coming out. I was thinking of something fun I could say, but no, he's just going to be cool, calm, collected, Justin Savage. And yeah, those frustrations. Yeah, the difference, right? One side was a wall, the other's a sieve. So the 5-round spree has ended. And the Force, it could look worse. Those saves, keeping it pretty.
Parting past Alistair, he could be completely cooked by Vexite's early move here.
You don't know he's close now, you heard him.
Except, handles the first. Alistair aware of the close proximity of Vexite, and he goes peeking into him. That's aggressive AWPing.
So on A, or Texter coming over to help middle right now, so maybe this gap, not expecting this. Yeah, look, knife out. They're not expecting this at all.
No way. They're still having a conversation. They're so much closer than they realize. On the jiggles, will get the info safely. Quick reaction from Dexter. Tucks on the box, info on the bomb crossed. Now the rotation's on its way. Don't give too much away. Inns finding a pick with the FAMAS.
No flank. They're all coming in through camera or heaven.
Okay, well, you've just been smoked camera. And that HG looks like it's destined for damage.
Icky.
Oh, chunky. 4v3 though. Advantage for the CTs on this retake. Not anymore. JKS and TJP both finding themselves a kill. Low HP, just took another bullet. Alistair catches him through the pillar on the wall bang, and now Netic in the clutch can't handle the FAMAS of TJP.
Huge rounds, right? Their money's broken if they lose this one. The fact that they've scooped this up, this game's on, right? That is a signal of intent there that TDU, they are here to compete in this. What was looking like a blowout scoreline has been salvaged, and it's just a 2-round game. There is money because FlyQuest won on a partial, so they will be able to full buy again. It didn't look good for a moment there, right? ASAP and Dexter not expecting the pop to come through. But not enough real estate, right? They weren't able to get entrenched. They're on the back foot, and that shot from Alistair, that seals the deal. As even Dexter's making some noise.
R17.
A chance to tie the game after this. They'll force him to an eco if TDU win this.
And he's going to start the AWP on A. Hoping to disrupt any of the early baskets control. Doesn't look like it's coming, it's just JKS towards the rugs. Passive Story, in the meantime, is going fishing on the B side of the map. This is incredibly aggressive from Alistair. He has pushed out A main, it scorts ASAP, so this is a lot of information.
They're emboldened by the underdog tag. They've been doing it all tournament long, taking their chances, taking their timings. When it doesn't work, it looks terrible, but when it does, it could be the masterstroke. How are FlyQuest meant to break into this? They have to be aware of the possibility.
Inns looks like he's going to be peeking into the AWP here. Ali nails his shot, gets the info on the first jiggle. Looks like Netic might fall to a similar fate. Good util, forces him away, but do you overlook ASAP here? Do you expect Alistair to have escorted another through? Looks like Netic's considered it. Alistair returns, trying to catch Netic on the stairs.
The bomb's across middle, though. I know we're Oh, big miss, not cleared.
ASAP makes up for it.
JKS knows 2 now. Vexite springs into action towards A, taking space. Good move.
Really nice move. Okay, you've got pushed out A main, means I can walk in through middle. ASAP versus JKS. JKS nails it. They did lose Story, though, so Vexite's on the site with a bomb, and Alistair versus JKS, a little standoff, and he's played him like a fiddle with the movement. Cheeky. 19 seconds, Vexite's holding off on that plant, wants JKS to provide some covering fire. Now that bomb goes in. JKS, not known to be an AWP, but on the low HP, it's his best bet. Vexite playing around the edge of this smoke, hoping for that swing. They're going to try and synchronize. They're letting Liaz work. Here comes that first headshot. Vexite tracks Dexter. Easy. TJP back. Just JKS in the clutch. 1 bullet. So low on health. TJP, what have you got? He knows what's up. He's going to try and walk to clear him. Doesn't manage to engage on the first jiggle. JKS is just dancing with him around. Somebody come get him. He's rotting the clock. So nice with it. Does he have a kit? I don't think TJP's got the time. That's going to be a FlyQuest round of JKS clutch.
Making that look like the fountain of youth right there. JKS, secondary AWP. Once upon a time, it's only 1 kill that matters, but it's the dance, the groove, the shake that secures 10 for FlyQuest.
Oh, mate. What an exciting round of Counter-Strike as well.
This staunch move, right? The fact that they pushed out and FlyQuest had nothing to work with because they went for a B search early. They were passive over towards A. Then they're coming back to get this territory. It was looking just like getting picked apart 1 by 1. So Vexite, for me, it's his move. As soon as they understand that ASAP is committed water and Alistair is over towards baskets, the fact that he surges in towards the A site through middle, that right there is the difference maker. And this one right now could be the backbreaker. Lee has missed. Still slowed the E-box control.
They've got so much early space here. In's already tucked into E-box. Is that a fumbled smoke? It is.
You see both teams a little bit sketchy in the buy department as well. Famous and MP9 on one side, Mac-10 and 2 Galils on the other, and Util already starting to run thin on the FlyQuest side. ASAP, the fact that he's on the A side on his own with just this MP9, it's a tough task.
He looks like Dexter's going to be vulnerable if not dropping out with perfect timing.
He spotted something on that jiggle. They're going to come through this.
They are. Dexter still has his vision, has backs turned, and 1 and done. Quick trade from Vexite, an important and integral provision.
Nice chip away there from TJP.
Yeah, good catch. Swings E-box, catches In's looking the wrong way. Looks like it's A once more. ASAP on his own, playing storage. Playing his life. Alistair over the edge of the smoke catches Story, re-emerging from camera.
Oh, they might be able to get the other bomb down. These are the 2 that clutched previously.
Yeah, I feel like ASAP could be in a position to do something here. JKS didn't spot him. Bides his time, gets some info, relays it to the boys. JKS onto Liaz though, hang on, the teams are doing it. Vexite can't hack it. Alistair converts.
Okay, we're just getting started.
This is the first map.
Yeah.
Such good energy
it was
by both.
8-1 run. I think we're going to see it as a timeout here. And this is Desk, especially Yanko, pointing out the fact that this would be an absolute disaster if you're FlyQuest to lose. Now, this isn't the series. This is just the first map. But that mental will be carried through. I can imagine they're disappointed with the results of the year, but also the results of the major so far. Those were 2 games that they could have won if it wasn't for silly little mistakes. See, it's starting to get fired up. They know that they're in it now, and on the other side, I don't want to say this is a concerned face, because it can get more concerned, but this is not the smiles that they had in the first half in that 8-1 run. They are going to have to take an eco. So 10-8 the score reads now, but should be 10-9, and we have had a bit of tit for tat in this second half, with FlyQuest only putting 2 rounds on the board so far. They had opportunities to win consecutive, breaking the money of THUNDERdownunder and then closing the game. But the resistance for Alistair and his squad is there. Nobody in the server is really lacking, right? Everybody, when called upon, is hitting the necessary shots. As this should be the easiest round for THUNDERdownunder of the map so far. A B-pop with Glocks. Oh, it's comfy. Couldn't go easier. Flash rendered useless as all 5 staying alive, and that is beautiful. A little bit of extra cash in the coffers going forward for THUNDERdownunder. Now this is where the pressure
starts to become a bit more of the stress for FlyQuest, because you lose this, it's all tied up, and your loss bonus going into the next only 2,400. So you're in another partial buy territory. The bomb going down feels like that's going to start being an essential factor to keeping some competitive rounds down the stretch, but you're getting hot under the collar. You're sweating a bit now. Bomb starting A. Mid boost, okay. Dexter's not even considering this.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he had a bit of hang time on that jump up. Big push to TJP down as well. Vexite's just racking him up. Spam not far off. Liaz is going to be holding closer to the smoke. Oh, gets caught. Vexite's having a round. One hell of a performance.
He's the one that's stepping up the most out of anybody in
Really
this
is.
map so far. 20 and 13, and in the second half, he's been hitting extremely hard.
He's just feeling it. Sometimes that extra, dopamine leads to that extra focus.
It's crazy. I consider him the most aggressive rifler on this team, and that was his first opening kill. So he's been racking up the multis, right?
Yeah,
that's his 8th multi, but that's his first opening kill right there. ASAP and Alistair looking for the save. As FlyQuest find 11.
And a product of quite a casual death from Dexter, just spirals.
That is true. During timeouts, coaches do assist.
Oh, okay.
Well, they can. They don't have to.
It's an option.
Yeah, they can talk or they could not talk. It's up to them, really. Okay. I would advise the talking option.
I'd say that's probably wise and advised, but not necessary.
Terrorists win.
Okay, as it was, telling him to focus and communicate better.
This is that opening kill and a very quick follow-up. Dexter looking the wrong way.
Just adjusted into it, didn't he?
Yeah. Outrageous. That last bullet just on the fadeaway and then finds the next onto Liaz.
Well, they had plenty of cash for another buy, regardless of those saves or not. So everybody has the M4. They've got plenty of kits, plenty of util. So this one, far from over if THUNDERdownunder can win it. Again, it's just been spurts of rounds, nothing consecutive. FlyQuest need to break that if they want to convert it and get it done. This is for 12.
Alistair started the AWP over to be disruptive to the B default. If they try and get across or try and surge. Ali's AWP is there. Looks like it's going to be a passive approach, though. You can see Netik's playing it safe. Ali's not. Just goes and gets the info. Peeks on in. Gets spotted on the jiggle. Can't believe he's sticking around.
I think it's enough pressure that you wouldn't expect them just to be slinking in. So he's freed up now to rotate and probe elsewhere with the AWP. Looks like he's long beach rotation to join the A defense. Flash through ASAP.
Feeling pressure here. Dexter, block smoke available. He's holding on to it. Doesn't want to spaff it too early.
They're having a fight.
Yeah, they will. They'll flash. They'll throw an incendiary. It's not going to spread, though, so not optimal. Inns is still safe.
But they're on the line. Here they come, sweeping in.
Okay, Inns. Oh, they thought they cleared. They thought the incendiary had done the job. It's all too easy, piecing it together nicely. Swing from JKS. Does well onto Dexter.
Now they might have to save again.
Yeah, unless Liaz quickly finds Vexite. He might want to search further. Low HP on JKS, and even caught by a lick of the flame. The nade, not quite on target. Story's flank onto Liaz will likely take this rifle away.
Unless Liaz catches him.
Not ready. Ooh, Story doesn't find the immediate headshot. Now he knows he's got him trapped, tucked, low HP. Story pulls it off.
And in the meantime, TJP was over towards CT, but rotated back all the way through B. Right, Liaz gets that kill. They could initiate and give it a go, but right now we'll just be holding on to this. And the worst nightmare has come to fruition now for THUNDERdownunder. It's just 1,900. Their finances not looking great. Alistair will be able to buy again. Dexter the same. Well, they're all going to have to buy, right? But it is just going to be lacking. So finally, consecutive rounds on this T side for FlyQuest. But when you think about it in the context of their map choice and the fact they were up 8-1, they have been made to work for this map.
100%. I mean, it's just those horrible, nuanced errors where your incendiary wasn't perfect, which led to Inns being overlooked. Sure. Like this is exactly what we're talking about. Ali understandably feels like that molly was destined for that corner. That's what it was for.
And then the fact that he gets a double off of it and then the death traded, that's the round.
Yeah.
Second tactical timeout called for THUNDERdownunder. Looks like the only one who's going to be suffering a lighter weapon will be Liaz. And you can see here on our heads-up display that with the lack of util, it might force your hand into doing something a little bit more aggressive. This is Anubis. This is the CT side. It was already forced in that way, whether it's an out the gate, jump out the hole and contest water, or it's something more mid-roundy based of reaction. We know that if you just sit back and play safe on the sites, you're going to slowly get suffocated, constricted, and that'll be round. The Ts can just have the push-pull through connector as well as A main. And gaps, they start to appear everywhere. So Dexter and ASAP, right? This is your mid defender and your B defender. Between the two of them have 2 smokes and a flash. And it's your B defenders are TJP and Liaz who have all the nades. So ASAP, like this, I'm expecting something a little bit more aggressive or something where they use the AWP as a crutch. Okay, so the B defense, just too strong. They have the nades to block. They put the AWP over to A to help out ASAP.
And you can see the philosophy here is hoping that you catch someone clearing or taking that basket's control, pull the trigger on the AWP, and smoke to block the push.
Need to have a lot of greed on the util for these B defenders, right? If you get tested immediately, there's a bit of spam, you can't just be dropping that smoke. You need to wait till there's actual pressure, because every second is going to be vital in milking this and allowing the rotations of your teammates. Setting up for a B split for the finish of FlyQuest.
Yeah, and it's going to be all on to TJP and Liaz. This is potentially AWPable. Liaz, your jiggles better be tight. Kastori has got you. Good night. TJP alone. Dexter scampers over from the Temple side. TJP brave. Dexter manages to catch Netic. TJP in combination, finding Story back turned though. Worried about E-Box. It's Dexter back. Finds Vexite. They've got the advantage. They could very well see another round of play here on Anubis, but they've got to get past Inns. Low HP, partners up with JKS. 2 Australian icons. Ooh, and down goes Inns. It's Dexter through the smoke.
So they run at him as he starts to plant here. There'll be a lot of respect given to JKS in this one.
Fakes it out. Not overstepping. A second fake. ASAP down. Oh, JKS is doing them dirty. Filthy start to the clutch. Quick follow-up, double fake. Now it's up to Alistair. JKS versus Ali. Plant safe. Ali's on the walk, another fake. Oh, and it's Alistair to save him. Keeps it composed, keeps it calm. Nearly a JKS clutch to secure map 1.
And no noise coming out of the Thunderdown under camp. They know that they are right there in touching distance. JKS, Mr. Clutch, almost pulls that one off. Bazza calls the timeout just to allow them to take stock, because the fact he's in the 1v3 to close the game means the round didn't go as planned.
And he very nearly still made it work. How many fakes?
Yeah, well, this is Justin special, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get caught without an opportunity
You kill
to take
me
the
when
fight.
I'm planning that bomb, I've messed up.
He couldn't think of anything worse.
Yeah, right.
He's going to try and draw out as many fights as possible. The first 2 beautiful, but no idea where Ali is, and he hits the necessary shot. An MP7 and a FAMUS for the Thunderdown under CT side buy, complemented by 2 M4s and the AWP retained. They have 1 kit, keep that in mind. So Galil the weakest on the other side, so you'd say the FlyQuest buy looking a whole lot better.
I think Ali's actually timed that decoy well enough that it might sound like there's an AWP towards E-Box. You might doubt it when you start hearing it fire off multiple times. Vexite boosted early window. Dexter responsible
He's
for this.
talking a lot. Dexter's talking so much. I think he saw him.
Maybe a shadow yet. On the uncrouch.
Oh!
Vexite! How's he hit that? There was so little hang time.
And I think, like I said, I'm pretty sure Dexter saw him.
Yeah.
I feel he was prepared for that fight.
Vexite's just a lizard. I don't know how he's hit that shot. That's enough, TJP. You do it again, there's an AWP on the line. Understandably, throws a block smoke.
Their last smoke.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so outlook is bleak. Looks like FlyQuest have got this one in the bag. Their pick in this elimination series.
JK searching A. If he just dry walks into this AWP, that's curtains for him. Flashes are available, but they're waiting for the CT response. Not offered anything just yet. Alistair setting up a mid-clear. Flash through. Jiggle from Liaz, spots nothing. Here's the AWP.
Exactly what he needed to provide. JKS cut out of the round. Vexite still hanging around, and ASAP gives it to him. Very uncomfortable for Ali. Turning flashes, aggressive AWPing, and he can't hit the shot necessary. Netic
on the side.
puts him in a grave. A is open for business. It's TJP and Liaz, the B duo, on the retake in a number disadvantage. Should be theirs. Liaz spotted out. The info now flows. FlyQuest have got a perfect round to convert here. Kit only has a little bit of hope. But FlyQuest are not going to overstep. They're not going to give you those unforced errors. Insus nailed his headshot. Just TJP down and dirty. 13-10, map 1.
Yeah, made to work for it though, FlyQuest. It has to be said, the difference maker is Vexite. The amount of multis this kid made on that second half, it just put a dent that THUNDERdownunder could not recover from. The fact that they were down 8-1 and turned it on its head themselves, massive work, right? It's their map choice of Inferno coming up next, and there is pressure on FlyQuest. This isn't going to be a walk in the park. This isn't a domestic opponent that you could just get by. There's a score to settle from THUNDERdownunder, and they now know that they can compete. Props to ASAP.
100%.
Pressure early, started slow, but activated, and we're going to throw this one down to the desk to break it down.
Yeah, you're totally right, Chad. THUNDERdownunder really trying to flip this one on its head, but that 8-1 start for FlyQuest just paying off in dividends. Was a little bit laboured at the end there, Yanko. THUNDERdownunder may be making FlyQuest shake a little bit on that T side, but they get the job done eventually.
Yes, and unfortunately more of the same for THUNDERdownunder, right? Like we were almost foreshadowing it with the second rounds after winning Pistol. It happened again, Freya, and then even in the second half, it wasn't necessarily the second round, but still a loss to Pistols, and just makes the game so much more difficult to play, right? Where you're behind with the economy. The obvious one is, you know, which weapons do you have, and your opponent's having more money, but it's also like the playbook becomes much smaller, right? Like you feel forced to go for plays. It becomes more difficult to predict what your opponents are going to do because they have such a huge economy behind them. And props to them for making it close in the end, but it was too much to come back.
Is that frustrating for you to be watching, Ash, from like a coach's POV? Because you can see those same issues just rearing their head again and again and again. And if they didn't happen, we might be looking at a totally different scoreline, a totally different result here.
Yeah, it's getting a bit psychological for them, I think, with these low buys. And you start like this, the game's just over, especially on T-side Anubis. If you don't get 7 rounds at least, really, you're already kind of struggling, and they're just kind of stuck in a little bit of a rut at the moment where they're just, economy is in a mess. And like Yanko said, CT side, their economy never gets going. So the second they lose a round, they're just constantly in the no utility, no op situation where they just can't really do anything.
Should we take a look at some of those moments from the T side? You've brought out a couple of situations in those after-plant situations for THUNDERdownunder. What do we learn from these?
Yeah, so to be a good Anubis team, you have to be good in these afterplants. You have to win the majority of them, and this is actually example of many rounds that they lost in this half. And it's just, there's just no real team play going on. Decision making seems weird, but you have to be winning 2v4s, 2v3s regularly on T side. But if you get a 3v3 and 3v2, there's no excuse at all for losing these. And it just seems to be the same kind of problem from both teams, to be fair, where they're just kind of over peaking. And you see now, FlyQuest not really doing anything. ASAP says, hey, I'm going to peak random time and I'll get a bit lucky. He dies here. This is, like I said, one of, I think, 4 examples they lost like this. 3v2 situation, bomb goes down, 2v2. Okay, absolutely. Everything's fine. Make it hard for the CTs. Make them go into the crossfires, go into the angles. And you see both players peeking, pushing, just giving it back, and then making it very easy for FlyQuest. There's no utility going down or anything like this. And a 3v3 again. I think it turns into a 3v2 in a second as well. Why are they pushing CT spawn? I don't really understand what the thought process is here. And again, the CTs, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to have the bomb timer going against them, running the clock down. They don't have to use utility. It's just, hey guys, can you hit some deagle shots? Well, actually, yeah, I can. And suddenly just like that. The round is over. If you're not winning the ones that are in your favor, T-side Anubis is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, that final round, I get it that Alistair got shot by the players pushing A, but then I don't know why they felt pressure to push CT in turn, right? Like you have the advantage with the weapons, they probably don't have a kit, you have the bombs that you don't need to go that crazy, but also Netic hit some good shots in that sort of a scenario. And yeah, for these clutches, I mean, Cold Zera used to say, and his exact words are, noobs always play, you know, in a clutch. That's why he was the king of the clutch back then, because he was just more patient than anyone else, right? Like when you're in a 1v1, a guy is gonna swing you at some points. He can't help himself, right? Even though you have to come to him, you have to defuse the bomb. It's like that uncertainty, you know, is I don't know what could happen. I'm just gonna swing, and then you get punished. And I think we saw that happen multiple times to the TDU guys.
Yeah, I love that. The last example of that selection, Ash, perfectly illustrates exactly what you were talking about coming into the game as well. Winning those pistols, not converting them. If you were in the coaching situation for TDU right now, they're outside having a break. Is that something that you would be bringing up and saying, remember, guys, we've got to make sure that we're actually, you know, putting some rounds back to back in this situation?
Yeah, because the 2 maps they're playing now, Anubis and Inferno, are probably the best 2 maps for clutching. And if you're not good at clutching, you just don't win the maps. And I think I would say to them, guys, let's calm down. We have the advantages. These are good situations. Like I said, I would be happy 2v3 in a lot of these bomb sites to get a good chance to win the round. The round's over. guys, just relax a little bit. Take a breath, and from Death Chat as well, guys, just everyone just relax. You're in a good position right now. Just lower the adrenaline a little bit.
And we did preface it with, you know, for the side of FlyQuest too, that's what they were lacking. Some clutch ability in key moments, some maybe even individual performance for someone to step up. And we saw Vexite kind of do both in a lot of those rounds. Like, he was alive and part of those clutches, just his output was incredible. And even Story in some of those early rounds on the CT side, even though his entire game didn't, you know, look anything crazy, but I think those early rounds were super important and impactful for FlyQuest to get that momentum, to get rolling. We say the pressure is on them, right? So not having to play from behind, I think, is huge for them in this series.
Yeah, I love that you bring up Vexite there, because he's always a name that we look out for. I almost couldn't believe it. I think Chad said it was round 19, round 20. That was the first opener he actually got of the entire map as well. And when he wants to play that aggressively, usually, obviously it was paying off for him in this map. Great to see him in form, right?
Yeah, this guy has been for a while on my radar a little bit. He's very snappy with his aim. It feels like he doesn't really ever miss that first bullet headshot. I think there are still moments where I look at him and I think he's not the most polished, like clearing angles, understanding the situation around him. But when it comes to just straight up gun duels, he looks like a tier 1 player at times from the eye test. He's got the mechanics, so he's a dangerous player to have there. If they can get the best out of him, send him into trade and everything, he's dangerous for everybody to play against.
Wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, though, for FlyQuest, was it, Yanko? Could have been a cleaner close out to this one. Do you think that pressure was getting to them just a little bit?
Honestly, I don't think necessarily it was the pressure in this one. It's just where they are at as a team. They're not super polished at the moment. You know, we see some of that rust from the lack of officials against, you know, good opposition. So I don't think you should be going into FlyQuest's games and expecting, you know, dominance and then super clean CS, right? Like, you're not going to get that at the moment. But can it be good enough to win? I think so, right? And that's where the individuals come in a little bit more. I think on Inferno specifically, it's going to be super important just to be more active on their CT side. Like against GamerLegion as well, there was so much space for Snacks to do whatever he wanted, right? And playing without info on a map like Inferno is almost impossible. You either have to do a blind gamble or sort of pray your opponents make a mistake.
Yeah, I think as well, like, I'm a little bit concerned about these mid rounds at the moment from FlyQuest and all the games we've seen. It's the retakes, it's the afterplants, it's things that it talks about. They don't have practice, and we can see in those rounds where the fundamentals need to kick in, they look really, really out of practice. They're getting punished, but maybe today they've got enough to get away with it. But an 8-1 start on your map pick, it's a little bit worrying, to be fair, that you go to the third map. But this is how the way best of 3 should work, right? You pick your map, you win it, they win their map. If you play really well, you win 2-0. If you don't, you lose 2-0.
Well, that was the thing you were talking about, right? You expected a different map for THUNDERdOWNUNDER to be picking into this one. Maybe for anybody that missed out on the pre-match discussion, what were you expecting them to come? Yeah, where are you, first of all? What were you expecting them to pick?
I thought it'd be Nuke. FlyQuest don't really play the map at all. I know they won their last game, and I think THUNDERdOWNUNDER lost their last 2, but it's the map they always pick. I think they're 8-2 on it as well. Going to Inferno, like, GamerLegion beat them 13-11, and like we talked about the other day, we felt like they could have won that game very comfortably. In the end, it kind of just the close rounds again from FlyQuest to get away from them. It's a little bit scary, this one, to be fair, because they'll have some confidence, even though they lost the map. It's happened many times to my teams before in the past. You're happy when you lose sometimes because of the way you played, and you keep the confidence even though the other team might think you're vulnerable.
I think they might have also been lured by looking at these Infernos that FlyQuest has played and thinking, all right, Alistair thinks I have an answer how to play against that. Like, I know how to play against that. I wonder, you know, it would be nice to ask them after the game. Maybe it's the familiarity of some of the players. You know, when it comes to anti-stratting, a good part of it comes at looking at anchors and how they like to play and how they like to react in certain situations. So maybe the familiarity is a factor with feeling like you can exploit some of the players on the side of FlyQuest.
Maybe for THUNDERdOWNUNDER as well, they obviously played MIBR, beat MIBR on this one, but that required an insane performance from ASAP coming out. Like, I don't know, I'm still a bit...
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
something special to throw this deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
In fact, they're just going to smoke it and go. They want to get down Banana. They want to start fighting them and challenging. And as that happens, Tyloo start to progress a little bit closer to this A site. In fact, they're bursting through top middle already. They're running up short. They're racing towards this A site, and there's no one there to defend it.
Yeah, that's not organized very well from Sharks as well. M4 entering its magazine, so then they can actually step forward and fight against MaxCore with the AWP, who is well exposed. Gonna have to be a 4-on-4 retake. 3 players are here, though. Sharks, they want nothing to do with this. They're just gonna back off entirely.
Yeah, out of there they go. Koala gonna back away, and just a good decisive call from Tyloo and catching Sharks out of position.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of won that one with the call right out of spawn just by blind luck, right? Both teams, Sharks calling a tactic with nobody inside the A bomb site itself, doubled up on the wrap side defense to harass any kind of bracket control, but with the pacing that Tyloo called, they run past that stack before it can have any impact. And Sharks not wanting to risk economy in the retake of the A bomb site in a 4-on-4, so they'll just try again moving forward. Tyloo tie things up.
Terrorists win.
Ooh, cinematography.
See, the M4 is emptying its mag right when MaxCore is thinking the idea is to break that smoke so the M4 can actually have a clear line of sight. But after he empties his mag and he's got to reload and the smoke's broken open, the T's like, oh yeah, I'll step forward. I hear him reloading. Like, I'm safe. So a little miscue there from Sharks that has some big consequences with the second round for Tyloo.
No, MaxCore goes for the early challenge in middle, but he's stopped by his smoke and then the flashbang as well. So he'll just retreat. The spam battle beginning in Banana. Doc sends out the first bullets and he receives some back of his own. So 58 HP on Doc, 47-0.
I actually think with these saves, Sharks has done a really good job kind of shoring up their economy and keeping themselves off a breaking point. And CT side Inferno can be so precarious in terms of the money that you're carrying into each round. So I think Sharks has made the right call to make sure they can have some money to spend, even if they have to accept some early losses. MaxCore's off at the A-bomb site. Koala in pit. RDN over on wrap side behind some smokes. You've got Doc and Gafolo defending the B-bomb site. Tyloo looking like they want to activate Jam Young towards Banana to at least cause a distraction, apply a little bit of pressure, make these defenders nervous, but it feels like the main hit is going to be coming to the other side of the map. G and Zero with the bomb up in halls. Mosea waiting outside boiler.
Jam Young now adventuring around the other side of the half wall just to confirm it's clear, but
I don't think you'll get anyone to shift if you don't commit anything.
Yeah, well, Gafolo is getting aggressive, so he's actually cast Jam Young further back down Banana, and you know. So you're going to have to go up against 3 players here on this A side, but the flashes are good. That's cut off the AWPer. Great kill from Mosea. Koala going to go down. Zero dead. MaxCore through the smoke. Okay, Mosea's dead now, and already getting it cleared inside of the site. Yeah, he's blinded, confused, and now dead as the site falls. A big mistake here costing the Sharks defense, but Gafolo's going to make out for it. Gets boosted on top of his teammate's head and pulls away Jam Young and puts G and Mercury into a 2v3.
Yeah, but look at the HP of these Sharks players. Do you want to go for this one? You have a man advantage. I think you're going to get pulled into it, but you might lose everything. Good positions for the post plant.
And Mercury waits. They run into the site. There's the first 2 kills for Tyloo, and Mercury's got the other. Doc dead, and Tyloo into the lead.
Okay, having a real tough time on this A defense as Sharks at the moment. It's like deja vu back to Nuke, except everything's reversed. It was Tyloo struggling to contain the upper hits. Now Sharks is struggling to maintain these attacks on the A bomb site.
It's the Cologne Major 2026, and we've got 2 Aussies locking horns. The winner earns the title of Best in Australia and keeps their hopes for Stage 2 alive another day. I've even got an Australian at the casting desk. Chad Sponge Birchall has competed at the Majors himself. Of course, it was a million years ago, but he's here.
On the 17th of June, it'll be 10 years since I retired.
Holy moly, an anniversary, 17th of June. Write that down. Hang on, where's my phone?
It's not too far away. We'll keep that one in the back pocket. But this one right now, FlyQuest taking on Thunder Down Under
if they're able to get these conversions a little bit more securely, THUNDERdownunder are in this. Map number 1, it got close, it got sweaty, but we're underway with aggression down the guts.
All right, they fancy their chances of bringing the fight.
Silent aggression.
Silent but deadly. Oh, actually, no. Alistair gets the info. He throws a little underhand flash, and now he can contain him. Vexai's found Liaz, though. Falls back, and the site is lost. You are boxed in fast. You've lost Ali. It's a 5-on-3 post-plant, but at least the bomb should go down. And TJP's actually caught a freebie.
Okay, good space now to work with.
Yeah, he's got ruins. He's got the little bit of a clawback.
And you're re-smoked. You got to go through this. You don't have a kit.
Here they come. Dexter, you've got to hit that first headshot. TJP can peek off of it. ASAP with the crossfire. Dexter, first bullet, not finding it cleanly, eventually gets it done, but Netic just smacks him. Quick adjustment into all 3.
Okay, good stuff there from Netic.
Jeez.
Gets the defuse as well, and the bomb going down will allow THUNDERdownunder to opt in with a force buy of their own. But that's a pissed around as Netic teabagging and shooting some bodies, just for those of you who might be missing the action.
Yeah. Sometimes the crouch key gets a bit sticky.
That one was onto Dexter there. That's the teabagging and the body spamming, that is. All right, well, they can bring out some Galils. You're going to have the likes in standard rounds, right? When you see these standard rounds from THUNDERdownunder, you are going to have Dexter and TJP as a combination for banana control with the support of Alistair. You're going to have Liaz as your halls guy, and you're going to have ASAP as your boiler guy. So that's the lay of the land as far as T-side defaults are concerned. But in rounds like this, think of it a little bit more out of the box. 3 players second mid.
I mean, primary objective in the opening 30 seconds is don't lose all of your health to grenades.
Yeah, or get spammed through the smoke like they did to Big yesterday. That looked a little bit clunky, and then Ali had to get on the mic and say, boys, if we're going to let these rounds linger, we're not going to win this game. So they're setting up for an A play. JKS, Netic, and Story need to deal with this. Long smoke deployed.
Pit player JKS throws out an incendiary, and there is a bit more flak from the HE grenade.
Now, are they trying to wrap, or are they trying to mid to B? They have 2 more smokes. They can smoke off towards Arch and Library. They boost up. They're waiting for a re-aggress. Inza's joined the party over towards A.
Is Netic asking for a flashbang? JKS has been given his, and it looks like they are going to swing through the short side. Boost up, ASAP, not having trouble. Story will remove him off the boost. This is uncomfortable now. Alistair one back, but looking so composed as Netic. He's got Story to lend a hand from the long side. Another body drops, and Story's rifle looking good. Netic leaves with another 2. Story his first 3.
Okay, flat start for THUNDERdownunder in this one, but in a way it's better than losing that pistol, winning that pistol and losing the force. So just going to take a save now. Guns will come out into round number 4 as we have a 2-0 scoreline currently for FlyQuest. Now, Vexai was the man on Anubis. We'll see if he can keep that up on Inferno. It's going to be one of the B defenders on the CT side along that of Inns. Netic will be your rotating rifler. Story the AWP, so he's going to do a bit of the same. And then JKS will be your A anchor. 3 Deegs, 2 Glocks. And just hoping to soften them up a little bit. The positive for the Australians watching at home, who I'm sure have their favourites, but at least one of these 2 teams will get an opportunity tomorrow in a 2-2 game to try and vie for that spot in Stage 2. That helps out the perception of the region, which is in the dumps, right? It's considered, other than the everybody's, who are your South Africans and the rest of the world, right, that don't really have too many opportunities to play international events. Aussies are at the bottom of the totem pole. And the fact that they're not the last in the major, right? You've got Sinners and Gaming Gladiators going out first. Shows that there are definitely teams who can lower the bar.
Alpha angle.
This one should just be a farm fest. Through the smoke they jump. Ins with 1. Vexai with the MP7 up close and personal. And he hears the tags through the smoke. The bullet's back confirmed. And he's going to take this one on the Glock. There's an M4 for him to scoop up. And that is a very efficient and effective round with just 1 casualty. Okay, just getting the AWP into the hands of Story. What's the opener going to be from THUNDERdownunder? Will it be a default, right? Just vying for standard control, or do they want to try something a little bit more pacey? I think it is just going to be a default. And it's your first rifle round. You've got all AKs. You have all the util. Question mark smoke thrown top mid from Ali. Story doesn't care. Takes the pick. Drops a nade. Decent chip damage done to 2.
Vexite swinging off of his HE. He's looking for TJP, and he finds 2. Comes a little too easy. First gunny, and already you've just lost full banana control and 2 of your teammates. ASAP caught swinging. Flashes was unable to catch the AWPer. Nice one from Liaz on the way back in. He's actually taken down the A defense. JKS knocked off the balcony. Netic and Inns are behind that Moto smoke.
I hate you to break. They want to try and boost, see if they can catch anything.
Or just walk. Liaz got a lot of work to do. Netic has traded now. It's up to Ali up close on sight. Can't hit it. Oh yeah, you can see the frustrations on the camera there from Alistair. He knew that that was a winnable clutch if that first bullet does connect.
Yeah, history does see Ali when he gets in these combat opening spots, he can heat up, right? The biggest criticism to him was looking a little bit lost with the mid-rounds, rotating with nades in his hand, trying to support his teammates, getting caught out once upon a time. Now that he's calling the shots, it means that he's going to have the best read on the situation because he's the one who's distributing the responsibilities of the troops. But this one, if he hits this, he's in a very winnable one-on-one. Netic. Oh, Vexite giving him a little bit of something just there. It can be a full investment here from THUNDERdownunder. Might be Galil's required, or are they just going to bring... Okay, there we go. It was taking a little bit longer than I had thought, but yeah, they could have definitely full bore. So 4 AKs and a Galil. 4-0 scoreline. They'd love to start making a dent, but it was 8-1 map 1, right? And they brought it back,
exactly.
So slow and steady.
It's got to be weird for the ex-Rooster boys, ASAP, TJP, playing against Netic. You know, they get to feel like, oh, this kid really does have hands.
Right. Yeah, obviously that roster with Chelios, and they always had a revolving door of a 5th. MC stood in for them a bunch in online games.
But they can't have him, we need him.
And slow again. You could tell with the take, right? One of the things I just quickly do a skybox scrub of the way that THUNDERdownunder approach this. The banana control tends to be a little bit slower. Like it's not off the rip. It's after the first 5 or 10 seconds. Then they take it, and you could see FlyQuest ready for that. Flash forward. Vexite has the space. Here in the steps and the spam over towards half wall. Now the AWP will worry about the boost.
Oh, so perfectly pre-aimed by Story. And Vexite's just caught a whiff of Alistair in the smoke.
That one hasn't landed perfectly. A little bit shallow on the CT side.
ASAP and Liaz have gotten themselves that brackets control. So there is room to maneuver.
Inns will be back in time. But Moto, oh, it's 3/4 smoke. So Inns will have to worry about the slip in case it is a mid to B. They go through it together.
They push through, synchronized, and confirm the space. Dexter just puts his head in the vice. Easy pickings for Inns, and now the remaining 3 channeled up the short side, unable to hack it. Inns has done very well. JKS will activate onto TJP, and Lee has the last 2 fall. It's clean. It's 3 AK-47s falling into CT hands, and it's a 5-0 start for FlyQuest Map 2.
Partial buy from THUNDERdownunder now, so something a little bit more explosive with Tech9's likely on the menu. Vexite knew exactly what was coming, so looking very well handled at the moment. I understand what Dex is thinking, because they likely hear those steps pathing through.
Maybe I yell something.
I'm down banana, boys! I'm down banana! You gotta hold that! You gotta hold it, boys!
I don't know how I feel about telling his teammates that I might... It's like, guys, I might yell something. Do I have permission? Is everyone okay with that? Do I have consent to yell?
Cool? Is that all right? Oh, ASAP's has had his trainers knocked off by an AWP.
I have a soft spot for ASAP, I will say. There have been, well, now 3 players in major history have been from Perth. Myself, Sniper, and ASAP. And we play on 50 to 80 ping in Australia all the time. So the fact that he's been able to get himself here, props to the young lad. Smoke is deep, but Story, does he have an angle? No, okay.
Not at all.
Thought he might want to cheat in front of it.
It is just Vexite B. He told him. Yeah. I'm on banana, boys. Now he's on oranges.
And Inns is on the way. So, a smoke and 2 flashes.
I think this this one's looking rather difficult to see.
It's explosive at least, it's not telegraphed.
Yeah, Vexite throws out his divider smoke, gives him room to maneuver. Some flashes. TJP down on the swing. Nice play from Vexite for the first. He knows ASAP's booked. Double. Looking for number 3. But in the meantime, Inns are swinging to make sure that's his. Not Not looking like that plant's going to be realistic, is it?
No, but Dexter can do some damage.
Damage has been done. Takes another kill. FlyQuest 6. He's letting him know B's closed.
Well, that's the same with Anubis, right? They're having a tough time being able to breach his sight. And Vexite has been sitting on a heater today. He's 9-2, Netic 9-0. And a timeout called. The button hit. Disappointed it's not red.
Instantaneous. How cool is that? The technology is there. This might even just be one of those ones where you just want to stop that sinking feeling.
I understand why they've turned to this map. It's obviously comfortable because they have their win at the major on this against MIBR. So it makes sense from at least going in being confident that you've been able to do it here in Germany. But now that you're up against it, you're 6-0 down.
What did you make of Ash expecting Nuke?
Look, I think that it's going into the black box against FlyQuest. That's the problem. At least there's a bit more. I say that there's hardly any tape on, right? At least against reputable teams. So maybe you did need a swing for the fence, but this is it. There's always the mind games and the veto. Do you want to play to your comfort? Do you want to try and punish? It's someone just goes, "No, let's play this," and that's normally how you end up.
Yeah, right. Understandably, though, I mean, the psychology of picking a map you've already won on at the major when it's do or die, I completely understand. I think it's hard to look past that. Did ASAP use the glass break to try and mask the steps? Not sure either way. Fires off a shot and mantles up into Apps with a flash to support him.
In that MIBR game, they were on the T side too, and they managed 8 rounds. That's not going to be possible this time.
God, I mean, they'd bite your arm off for 6, never mind 5. I mean, a round would be nice. Let's see what they can get going here. Flashing in towards that mid-control. Inz has rotated over as that third man, and there is a little bit of a sliver gap that ASAP will profit from. Is he going to try and hoover up that space? I think he is investigating it. It's pulled Netic away from the support of JKS. Throws a little threatening smoke for an arch round. It pulls Vexite off. Sori has connected with the AWP. The solo orb on B finds TJP.
He's gonna play through this. Oh,
to take the fight, but Vexite's perfect position. Beautiful reposition from the player on B.
Well, Dexter's going to try and wrap. Alistair and Leah's likely up short side.
You know, it's likely going to be that pit site setup. Leah's looking for the breach. Molly Pit not going to catch JKS. Netic, a barrel spotted perhaps. Did Leah's catch a whiff?
I don't think so.
No, doesn't look like it. Dexter down on the swing. Netic's absolutely nailed this. Just pulling them apart piece by piece. Tossing in, JKS gets a back turned and 2 clean headshots into the back of the spine.
Yeah, very simple stuff on display there, right? Not over-peaking, making them come into the crossfire with a number disadvantage, not overplaying the hand, and now it's 7-0, and it's looking bleak out there. It's mainly because of the kill department. Leo's is at the top end on 5, then you have Dexter with 3.
What Ali is saying, this game is very similar to that MIB one we played. They punish their movements. We're getting good info. Just got to play tight and trade out. Let's clean up. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
And you've got ASAP with 2 and then 1 apiece for Alistair and TJP. And they're going to take this one slow. So obviously max loss bonus is in play. Have been able to get some partial investments. Story feels like he has all the room in the world to work with this AWP. And there's stacks of cash for everybody bar Inz on the FlyQuest side. So just icing out the time. It's very different from back 10 years ago with the domestic rivalries we would have, where we would actually play against the immunities of the world in qualifiers. And they would obviously just be looking at what we would be doing and just trying to get that W. But the fact that these guys haven't played against each other, that comfortability, it's not going to be there. This will be an A go. Nobody playing Pit, nobody playing Balk. It's going to be more site-centric.
Good time on that flash. TJP is going to progress. Util is in the sky. 38 on the clock. Flash and go. Netic has full vision. Just tracks TJP midair. Easy pickings for the 2 of them. Story, even the third man chipping in, and only 1 back for TDU. This is going down fast. FlyQuest 8 to start off proceedings. Map 2, pick of TDU.
I wonder if it was a mis-execute there because a library smoke came in, but there was also a long smoke by the looks of the radar. So was that meant to be Arch and then Dexter's going to wrap right there? Either way, I think the fact it's library and then long meant that Story could play through the library smoke and get to Moto. He wasn't too concerned. Second tactical timeout. This isn't easy for Viridian to find anything to contribute with, right? Finding yourself in this situation, it's not going to happen back home. You're not going to be down 8-0 against any domestic opponents. That's not going to happen. The other rival you have down there is Semper Fi, and they've brought in imports, right? They have 2 Latvians. So, you know, their at least grasp to the more European style is a little bit there, but even still, this is not the type of resistance that THUNDERdownunder are used to.
Netic's yet to die.
Yeah, the immortal. He's had some good moments throughout, and he was the one that I was a little bit concerned with. He's obviously a very talented player. People saw that on Rooster. He's playing more map control spots there. Had that little talent project with Azza. There's a couple of other lads in the mix there, but onto FlyQuest, when Azza joined, they moved his positions. There just wasn't a good enough amount of communication for the spots he was playing. Vexite more suited to that. Warning shot for Story, top Banana. Nade followed through, very light damage, but this time they are vying for Banana control off the rip. I'll apply pressure to this Vexite Story, and now In's hold over towards B.
He's got the flashbang. Vexite's going to be wanting it. It's on Vexite's call when he feels that it's the time to go. Now, Swig, TJP, booked. Not even had his gun out, looking the wrong way.
And now smoked off. You want to quickly... Oh, Dexter feels like he has to make a play in this situation, but if you just run through the smoke, die, then you're in a 3v5. The A players, ASAP and Liaz, weren't ready to capitalize off of somebody going down. They do take this mid control, but already rotated back. So FlyQuest are pushing and pulling them exactly where they want them.
Yeah, they're just manipulating the offense. Having them dance to their tune.
The wheels are starting to come off now. It's more and more sloppy, and being able to find solutions in the mid rounds.
Nice from Story, just sweeps through, catches ASAP. One back. Netic tried his hand at short side. Dexter versus Inns. Looks like that's the head-to-head. Falls away, though. Peeks on in and nails it. Inns has played it well. Story's got short on lock. Just it's so hard to see a way in for this T side. Oh, of course he hits that. Somehow not a wallbang. Alistair's is. A 1 versus 3 goes very quickly. 9-0 for FlyQuest.
Oof. Oof.
This is dominance on display.
You heard what In said there, right?
What did he say?
He said, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah.
He didn't even say it with that much intonation in the voice.
Genuine disbelief.
Just a flat, flat.
Let's go, boys.
Calm, composed, and running this one. This battle for survival. Dexter's given them something. JKS can very quickly give them something better. Missed shot from Story, don't say that often, and it's cost him. Bomb is picked up on the back of Valley. He's going to be able to get it in and get it down. So there is a change. Easy ASAP nearly goes down through the smoke.
The problem that was highlighted by the deaths was them over-peaking in post-plant situations. Now this time they don't have the best weaponry, but they need to make sure that they play the bomb. So much util on this retake. Smokes galore. Timing of Alistair, that could be the difference maker.
Yeah, but JKS is ready so well. Clears him out. Thought he had the timing off the util. Now ASAP as well noted. Back turned. Liaz spotted. What's he doing? Just a sit-in duck. Easy pickings. ASAP in a 1 versus 3. A Tech 9 and low HP. 5 is all he has to work with. He just needs to get him off the bomb. Oh my god, one more bullet would have done it.
Ooh.
So close to getting just the first. Sometimes that's the hardest. Are we really going to see a flawless half out of FlyQuest?
That was only their second opening kill of this T-side so far. It was Dexter to provide it. It was the chaos caused, and it's just not enough to hold on to. It wasn't the full buy.
It's not the fight that THUNDERdownunder wanted to be bringing. I think Anubis a much better example of what we grew to expect from this head-to-head. You know, there is no head-to-head history, just to reiterate. So we didn't know what these two teams would look like when they locked horns. Anubis a whole lot more competitive than this first half of Inferno.
Yeah, it is a shame that this one appears to be going out with a bit of a whimper. You can salvage 2, you get the pistol. They could have definitely won the T-side pistol, right? That was the retake with the fast up Banana.
Valley had hit that shot, that 1v1.
Edic had to hit 3 bangers, right, to be able to get in there and get it done. And that could have started off with a whole lot different.
Yeah, let's go, boys. Come on. Bring back the fire. I want to fucking feel it. I don't feel it now.
It's hard to keep the energy when you're not getting any of the rounds, but I know exactly what he means. You want players playing with a bit of spice, right? The confidence. Story.
This is spice, but from the opponent. Aggressive orb line, and oh, okay, Liaz punishes the missed orb shot. Now a head-to-head with JKS. He can't seem to win.
JKS worried about Halls and Boiler at the moment. They could be up mid, sneaking into his position.
Oh, nice shots. Liaz has done very well there. Impact from your apartment's player. And JKS gone early.
Bomb down T stairs, but they've got so much space on A. And look at this from Alistair slipping into Arch.
You're not expecting this. You're not expecting this whatsoever. An AWP sweeping through CT spawn at a minute on the clock.
If he can make it back to Library, they can slowly squeeze onto Nedic. They have a good amount of nades themselves. They have Liaz and Boiler, Dexter brackets, TJP now coming up middle with the bomb. Ins and Vexite have just blocked over towards B. So this is all on Nedic.
And if he returns to that pixel or stays there, Ali could sweep through this.
They can molly pit.
Yes, they can. And now they will. Netic takes down Liaz.
That was the molly. It's dropped now.
That's the molly. It's on the floor. Gets awkward now. Netic's doing so much work. Ali throws out a flashbang. A smoke will have to do.
Gives him time. That gives him a buffer. He can play around this.
Catches in. He will play around it. Dexter's actually going to drop in. This is a nice pathing. Not something Netic's going to be likely expecting. So Dexter going to try and strike. Just don't give him anything else.
He's considering it.
He is actually thinking about it. Considers the possibility of Dexter just burrowed in the smoke, and he finds him. Netic makes it a 2v2. Surely not. THUNDERdOWNUNDER have had this opportunity. Netic just survives, rots, gets 2 kills. Alistair's the one to put him down, but now Ali's got to hit his last shot. Drops out the AWP, picks up the AK. Vexite versus Ali. Who's going to take it? Will it stay perfect for FlyQuest? Vexite running at him. He's got the time. He's got it, done him dirty. It's another FlyQuest round.
That's all Nedic. That is all Nedic. They're using the smoke against the fact he gets that kill onto Dexter in the pit. I understand Vexite is a tough clutch in that scenario, but if Nedic doesn't buy the time for the rotation to get there, they're not winning this.
He was alone.
The timing on this is perfect. Liaz is about to molly pit. He thinks he's got it covered. The smoke comes in. He plays around it. He gets the glimpse on Dexter first, who knows exactly where he is, and then Vexite. It's tough. It's under pressure. It's short. And they snatch that one away, 11-0. Final round of the half coming up. Is it flawless?
Look me in the fucking eyes. I'm over here.
That's a Semphis classic right there. That is a throwback.
That is a LAN call out. Oh, it gets worse. Ali tries to test middle. JKS feeling himself now. Little more aggression in his game. Missed shot from the sniper apps. He'll reposition, but already they're limping. Oh, they're not limping at this point. They've lost limbs.
Yeah, they've been absolutely shredded right now. Just grouping for the A finish. Long smoke comes in. On the break. Nothing found. Dexter fires off again. Chip damage through the smoke. Story with the AWP back pit. He could just shut this down on his lonesome, and they're just hovering in brackets.
Netic's got a choice to make around this smoke. Does Inns want to flash him through it? Yes, he does. Netic will take the fight.
Good turn.
ASAP will punish with a nice anti-flash spin. They pulled themselves back into a 4-on-4, trying to keep into contention just to put a round on the board next to your name. On this T side, easy for JKS, just uncrouches and executes 2, blows the head off of Dexter, and another onto ASAP. JKS just feasting on his compatriots. It is a 12-0 half, folks. Do not adjust your sets. This is reality. Elimination feels like a certainty for THUNDERdOWNUNDER. precipice of looking like FlyQuest see the last day of play, and the opposite for THUNDERdOWNUNDER eliminations, just 1 round away. And in fact, it could be a record. If FlyQuest can win this pistol, it will be the very first in a major 13-0 scoreline.
That was tough. That is a bit of pill to swallow right there, especially with how their major campaign started. THUNDERdOWNUNDER surprising the world with a win over MIBR, but since then it's been red in the column. They've had some close games, but that's not going to count for a whole lot around these parts.
The objective has changed now, Chad. The objective has changed.
Win the pistol.
Just don't be in the record books for that reason. And Alistair wants to try and get some info towards second middle. He does just spot 1 in ins, and the rest are piping up middle, now spotted by Ali as well.
I'm enjoying the fact that he's still staying active and looking for fights. If they just sat in sights, then we could have scribbled that 13-0 at the top of the screen ourselves. So at least they get a little bit of early info, but FlyQuest are not in a rush. A decoy thrown out from JKS. A P250 sounds off top banana. Dexter and TJP sit on the site as the A execute starting to take shape. A rally of flashes, the follow-through of smokes, but what's the pathing? Wrapping.
Alistair's got an opportunity here to peek out and try and track him, but they were jumping as he peeked. Made it hard to track. Liaz as well on site. They're both going to try and have to tip some heads, and ASAP has done so. Netic, Story.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Just 1 man to put down, and they'll get a round and avoid being in the record books as the first team 13-0'd in major Counter-Strike history. There we go. They're having fun.
You could see the energy. I don't even want to call it a shift, right? But the realization of the scenario. They were having fun in the half, looking over the fence there. But good shooting from ASAP.
Nice!
You know, that might carry them into a bit of a resurgence.
It could be a run around here. It's a force bite from FlyQuest. Remember, second rounds. THUNDERdOWNUNDER have been having a tough time.
Good point, yeah. But now caution's thrown to the wind. You know, now it's a bit easier to find those headshots, to find that space, to take that gap. Dexter's spotted a flash of the calf of Netic on his jiggles.
Flirting with a bit of danger right there. HE, extremely premature. No one's even started pathing towards half wall. They're just 3 smokes to block. It's actually very concerning if it is a B execute. Because if you get flashed, it's over, right? If they're able to scale, even if it is coming through the gray screen. So this execute, while light, has an opportunity to just seal the game right here, right now.
TJP's got his second smoke. He's going to be ready to throw it. And we'll do so just as they start to
have to go through.
Nades. Here comes the charge. TJP eats the flashbang. Next to there to support, though. He was anti. He's only got 2, though. Hang on. The site is falling. The bomb is being planted.
JKS has the smoke. He can re-smoke CT.
And 4 scavenged away for JKS. Gets tagged on the smoke spam. The CT smoke will come through. Ins. Ooh, down to Alistair. So a way back in for this retake. A compulsory retake. Easy find. Catches JKS pull. Now it's just a 1v3. Story. Back new box. You've got the info and you've got the kill. The entertainment is cracked up to 11.
Well, at least it's delivering us something. Okay, well, they breach the site. They get the bomb down. But they might just take another one of these light investments like we saw them do on Anubis. In's just getting caught there, and so did JKS. So Alistair with some very important kills. They didn't want to sit on the site in the backlines. MP9, low HP, thinking could chip something away.
Another one! Oh, no! Well done. Let's keep it going.
Right. 1 round at a time.
I don't like this type of buy from FlyQuest. I think they should have gone, I don't mind a Deagle or 2. I would have much preferred Tech 9s. Just gives you a bit more to work with. If you just get iced out now, you're taking... Like, if they give you fights like this, great, right? If they're willing to be cheeky and take swings with M4s, then the Deagle's very deadly. But up close, once you need to start dealing with these choke points, you're going to have a tougher time. Well, that feels like a bit of an invitation. As soon as Netic picks the long corner line, they can take brackets, and then Inz has got the smoke double flash. Feels like a bit of a 2-for-1 here. Also, just baiting out as much util as they can.
Perfectly flashed. ASAP took his time with that.
Yeah, really wanted to be certain he was blind.
Dexter down, or takes down Story, and looking very comfortable and leisurely.
Yeah, this one a whole lot easier than the last.
And the last was with those Tech 9s. You saw how close that actually got. You got into the site, you got some space.
Yeah, it just Deagle searching. If it was Overpass and we're, spreading out towards A and we're taking long-range duels, I could justify Dust 2 a little bit more. So it just a couple of Tech 9s in the mix would have been nice. But at the same time, they're feeling very comfortable. They just need one round on this T-half. It, at the moment, just feels like a matter of time.
Yes.
I think the scoreline is going to have to get to a point of 12-8 before you really start to worry. And at that point, the question is, sure, you're starting to get more concerns. Like, boys, we should shut this out. Oh, is Aaron going to get on the mic now?
He's nowhere near the button.
No, it looks like he's restraining himself. Just that's a face I've seen before. Flash in. It's the... Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he is blind. All right. Good flash. All right, rifle round number 1 of the second half. Ali's got his AWP, looking for a mid-fight. Dodges a flash. Can peek out. I like this. Pep in his step.
Dexter's in trouble. Testament sandbags forced into the fight and just booked. An opening kill manufactured by the util.
TJP feels under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he really does. He's going to throw out his util and supportive flashes from Alistair as he goes and has a look. Commits and nails it. Finds the claw back onto wins. Here comes Vexar on the trade attempt. A smoke to play around. TJP, hectic for him. You can see there's panic. There's stress. There's pressure. And it's amplified now. Alistair did find Vexite though. Bomb can be planted. It's a 3-on-3 retake.
Oh, 2 more smokes to reblock CT and Coffins. This is going to be tough.
It's looking great for FlyQuest to throw the knockout blow here.
JK spotted.
The last round Thunder Down Under play in Cologne. On the way back in, you've got your space. Alistair coming in from the ruin side. That clock is ticking rapidly. You've got to be quicker than this. Back is exposed. JKS will find ASAP. It does look like FlyQuest will take them down. A 13-3 smashing map 2 and the elimination of Thunder Down Under. They join the list of Sinners, Gaming Gladiators, and are the 3rd team eliminated here at stage 1 of IEM Cologne.
Yeah, this one is going to be a bitter pill to swallow going home to your countrymen. But the win against MIBR, that showed the potential. The close match against Bay on Dust 2, that showed that they have the grit and the fight. Big yesterday started to expose the flaws and they continued today. But this is a team that has only competed in Australia all year long and still qualified for the major. They took a scalp. They were everybody 0-3, and that's not where they ended up at all. They fucked your pick'ems, that's for sure, but they are still going home. There will not be any score settled for the trio of Dexter, Liaz, and Alistair today. But if they get some more opportunities, chances to get some boot camps overseas, it's going to be tough, right? A couple of these boys, they're working 9-to-5s. They got the real jobs. Yeah. This is the side quest, but this is FlyQuest. They are going to go into the 2-2 matchup tomorrow, an opportunity for them to make stage 2. They did last major. It was a 3-0 for them. This time round, it's a whole lot harder, but maybe that grit, that determination of being down in the mud means if they do make it to stage 2, we could see more polished Counter-Strike out of the boys.
Well, I think what we need to do is start convincing Vexai that every opponent is Australian. That's what we need to do, because he's piping up, he's fragging up a storm, and the desk are standing by to discuss FlyQuest surviving to the last day of stage 1.
Alex, thank you so much. We do have Ins here, so potentially we could pose that question to him. But first of all, massive congratulations. That was a very convincing showing, particularly on that second map. What are your emotions coming off that one?
I mean, I think most of all it's relief. We didn't want to lose to them because we're considered like the top dog, I guess, of the region. But it feels nice to get the win, especially after yesterday. I think we played a bit better today, but there's still a lot to improve on.
I know they call you Inferno, Down Under. Is that kind of infecting the boys, the other boys on FlyQuest as well?
It seems that way. I think CT side was really nice. We had kind of the read on everything they were doing, so it was really hard for them to get into the game, I think.
Were you surprised that they picked Inferno against you? Ash was kind of theorying that they would pick maybe Nuke versus you.
I mean, we thought they were going to pick Inferno just because I knew like that's their 2 comfortable maps, Inferno and Anubis, and we kind of just like went with our gut and picked Anubis because it's our best map as well. So it could have been Nuke, but we were prepared for that as well.
I just wanted to ask you, what were the conversations like, you know, perhaps after yesterday coming into today? Because you guys were in every game. You can argue you were supposed to win every single one, right? But some, you know, post plans not being the best, lacking some clutches in key moments. So how did you address all that coming into today?
I mean, I think especially in the NRG game on the T side, we didn't take like space when we were executing the side. Like everyone was kind of just waiting for someone else to do something. So we kind of just addressed like playing with less fear and playing more calm in those post plants and just like playing off each other, because that's what costs us some rounds a lot of the time. And it was just similar in the GamerLegion game.
Any questions, Ash? You want to pose any questions to Ends?
You must have been feeling pretty comfortable at the veto, getting Anubis Dust 2 and Inferno in there, right? Were you kind of surprised that it was, like, it's very rare you get, like, these are probably your 3 best maps right now? How did you feel about that?
I mean, we were confident in playing those 3 maps. We knew it was going to be that way, unless they went for a nuke pick, but I knew they weren't comfortable in that, like, fully. But yeah, every other veto hasn't really gone that way. We've kind of, like, lost most of the vetoes, it feels like, even in the BO1s. So yeah, it was nice to play 3 comfortable maps.
Okay, I just want to note as well, because I felt like there was a big difference today in the way the teams played, and for me, what's important is playing to win. Remember, we had our teammate Isaac Fallen, who's legendary, saying all the time we need to play not to lose. You got to play to win. What I think today, what I can show from some examples, we could have even found more of these, is just how active you guys were on the CT side in Inferno. Can you maybe talk us through? Is this maybe part of the game plan for you today?
I think for us, that's kind of what we're comfortable with on Inferno, and you see a lot of tier 1 teams doing it right now. Just trying to be ahead of what the other team's doing. And for us, I felt like we played with full confidence today, and exactly what you said, like we didn't play it to lose. Whereas in the NRG game and the GamerLegion game, we kind of went into our shells a little bit, especially when we started getting the lead on CT Inferno. We kind of stopped doing these things, and the main topic for us was just playing to win, as you said, and not going into our shells.
Yeah, I think they looked very uncomfortable. I think they had no answers for this, to be fair. And we've seen quite a few teams so far already this major being very active on CT and find a lot of success. And this felt like something, if you can replicate this in each game, you've got to feel comfortable going to the next one. Can you maybe treat the next opponent like this is THUNDERdownunder? Because today everyone was fired up, so Vex like shouting everything. How are you going to approach the mentality of things going to the next games?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just talk about it and say that we like how well we played today together, and maybe we can put some THUNDERdownunder faces on the little board there. Maybe everyone will be hyped like that today.
I think also we talked a bit about how, okay, you guys finally had a boot camp in order to prepare, but you could still see some of the rust of playing maybe European opposition or good opponents. Do you think now having, 3-4 games under your belt, that's enough to scrape some of that rust off, that you can put your best foot forward from this point on?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think we had a long enough boot camp to work on all our mistakes and get comfortable playing together again. And I think we have no excuses really. I mean, it hasn't been the ideal season, but we've done what we can, and I think we're confident going into the other games. So we'll see how it goes.
What do you make of the kind of community sentiment around how you've approached this year? Because I know there's some critics out there saying maybe they should be coming over, playing some more European tournaments, boot camping in Europe a bit more. What do you actually make of that sentiment?
I mean, it's just been really hard, to be honest. I think there's a lot of stuff out the back that people don't really see. A lot of visa stuff, and we're working on that at the moment, currently trying to get European visas for the 3 Australian players, or the 3 that live in Australia. But I mean, there's always these online tournaments and stuff that you can play, but it's very risky at the end of the day. But we were trying to stick with our gut and play with the Chinese ones, and that didn't go as planned also, so yeah.
I just want to ask a little bit about the T side as well, because it seems like you guys have got lots of nice ideas, maybe off meta a little bit. I saw in the Mirage game the other day, lots of fake defaults, I saw peeking the B apps, and then some fake utility on A and sneaking through connector. Even an A rush thrown in there, which I haven't seen for quite a while. I've seen this quite on all the maps so far. I remember on the Ancient game against Sinners, throwing rush here, different times, everything like this. Is this coming from prep? Is this something that you're kind of thinking about yourself, or do you just kind of have so much dry theory under your belts that you kind of just yep, this was the perfect time to do this one now?
Yeah, we have a lot of theory, I would say, and it's just about preparing what strategies we think is best for that team. We have a lot of strategies that we have out the back, and it was just against those teams, it felt like it was a good time to do it. There was obviously the A rush on Mirage that didn't go our way, but it felt like at the time it was a good call, but we just didn't manage read the money as well as possible. So yeah.
And I'm going to say as well, one last thing from me is the biggest weakness I've noticed so far on these T sides, closing the rounds. It feels like there isn't like a designated guy who look to and go, okay, he's in a 2v2 or something, reliable is going to win these rounds. In this later stage, is this something that you're really worried about will be exploited? Because I think even today on the Anubis, it felt like you had a couple of situations where I expect the T side to win those rounds, and instead of like some overpeaking, some losing them. How are you going to kind of improve this for the future?
I think it just comes down to like people willing to sacrifice to get the teammate to trade them. I think a lot of the time our trading is the problem on our T sides, especially in those 3vx's and stuff like that. And I think, I mean, we can talk about it, but it's kind of, in those moments, it's kind of individual based, to be honest. We have Justin JKS, who's pretty known as a closer, and he's always alive, so you can always trust him to close some rounds, but it's just about staying calm in those moments, really, because a lot of the time we just like forget where they're going to come from and just panic. That's how it feels.
Can I just have just one more question, because we were kind of reminiscing about Australian teams at majors of old, right? And obviously Azza standing behind you, part of that Renegades and 100 Thieves roster as well. Been on the roster for what, like about six months now? How much has he been helping you? Like, what's your synergy like there?
I mean, he's helped me a lot. We became really close over the last 6 months. He kind of came in as someone to give discipline to the players, because I'm not very like that. Like, I don't really get angry at people. I don't do that kind of stuff. So he kind of came in to help me and take some work off my shoulders, because I was kind of burning out a little bit doing everything, it felt like. So he came in to discipline the boys, including myself, and just focus on that, really.
Anything you want to say to the THUNDERdownunder boys? Eliminating your own boys.
Sorry we had to do it to you boys. Love you, but see you back at home.
Ins, congratulations. We'll see you in that 2-2 matchup tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us here. Plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards for us, though. Later on, we're going to be having GamerLegion and Big. That's going to be a qualification series going down at 4:30 if you're joining us in European time. Next, we are indeed going to be ranking some of those major underdog runs. But before we get there, unfortunately, we do have to get some closing thoughts from THUNDERdownunder. It's Alistair with Trace.
Yeah, that does do it for THUNDERdownunder. It is raining outside, but unfortunately they couldn't get the precipitation going here inside in Cologne. Hey, let's talk a little bit about, obviously Anubis was a fun time, 13-10. That quick 6-0 run up there for FlyQuest. Let's talk about Inferno. You guys picked it. How did the wheels fall off?
I think it was just a lot of tiny details accumulating. I think we were getting the space we wanted. They were kind of doing a lot of what we expected, but it was just getting caught out. I felt like if you watched it back a few times, we were in the correct positions, but doing the little stuff wrong, maybe not playing anti-flash or not ready for that re-aggression, and then all it takes is a couple moments like that, and then before you know it's like an avalanche, and you're down 12 at the half, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they're screaming at you guys. Can't come B, you know, as they're on CT side, you know, obviously look me in the eyes, getting yelled across the aisle here. It's a pretty known battle between the groups here. You guys know each other pretty well, familiar with each other in terms of the game style and how you want to play the games. So coming into today's matchup, seeing a map go like that, what are your thoughts? How does it do emotionally at the major?
It's sad, of course. You know, that was our first matchup against them, even though we've, you know, been around for a bit, and obviously there are like Aussie rivals, I guess you could say, in a sense, but you know, it hurts regardless. I'm glad the boys kept it light towards the end. Props to them, but you know, it sucks losing no matter what, but 13-3 at the major, it's not good enough.
Is there anything you could say about your Aussie brethren over there going forward?
I hope they keep carrying that form. It's good to see them out of the struggle streak that they've been showing before this event, so it's good, and hopefully they can keep it going and keep getting slots for the rest of the, you know, Oceania.
You know, year after year, it seems like the Oceanic region produces more and more and more and more. You know, we got Chad Sponge Burchill out of the deal. We've got JKS out of the deal. What is it that keeps driving you when you guys get down there and you get so separated from what feels like the rest of everyone practicing Counter-Strike? What keeps you guys pushing forward every time?
You just got to keep plugging away. I think we all love the game, and we enjoy each other's company. You know, we're obviously not a paid organization, so it's not like it's work. In a sense, it is, but you know, we do it because we enjoy it, and you know, we all get along, and the chemistry is great. But for the love of the game, that's why we keep going.
Final words? Anything you want to say?
Thank you to everyone back home. Seriously, obviously we did fuck some pick'ems this event, so apologies. Typical that we now go 1-3, so at least we didn't come last. That's awesome. Buy some merch. #make it clap. Thank you. All the plugs.
Hashtag. What was that hashtag?
Hashtag make it clap.
Ah, all right. Thank you so much for that.
No, thank you, Trace. Sincerely, thank you. Yeah, THUNDERdOWNUNDER, as Alistair was just mentioning, obviously, they're not a paid organization, right? Chad was talking about this is just a kind of a hobby for some of these guys outside of their 9 to 5. They should be proud of what they've achieved. It's the first time in a long time that we've seen 2 Australian orgs actually attending a major as well and getting to just fuck up some pick'ems. That's a nice little medal along the way.
Yeah, no doubt. But, you know, one org, that's the key here, right? Like, they're not even an organization. They're obviously not salaried or anything along those lines. And I think we should pour one out tonight for the THUNDERdOWNUNDER boys. You know, this is something that's very rare nowadays in professional Counter-Strike, that, you know, a group of 5 players just on their own can make it all the way to the major. I think that's how we all start, and that's the aspirations you have as a young and up-and-coming player. And I'm gonna be a doubter that it can happen again for the next major, simply because, you know, now people will be aware of the loophole and some of these local lands and whatnot. But I think it was great. It brings some of the vibe back, you know, what it's all about. That if you are 5 players who enjoy each other and you grind and you love the game, that you can even do something as big as make it to the World Championship.
Yeah, call it a loophole, call it whatever you want. They made it here. They made it fair and square as per the rules. What do you see moving forward, Ash, for this kind of 5 unit of players? Because I imagine maybe there's going to be some organizations looking to maybe pick some of these guys up. Do you expect them to be staying together for the foreseeable?
I mean, it's always difficult. It's the kind of thing we've struggled a lot with in UK Counter-Strike as well, and that is that if anyone gets a couple of offers, you can't even... Well, you just kind of you expect them to go. If they get an offer, like, how could you even begrudge your teammate being like, yeah, here's an offer for something, let's go? And also the people might be thinking, you know what, we do have full-time jobs and things like this. Is it worth me putting all this time in on stuff anymore? So if they can keep it together, there's some things to work on. Like, I could see on Anubis, if they didn't have such a terrible start where the game was over instantly, they were showing some things, and these anti-ecos killed the game against Big. They could have beaten Big in that game as well. So I mean, there's lots of what-if moments, I feel like, with this team. It wasn't like they were terrible or disaster. They weren't the worst team here, for sure.
The biggest one for me was the bait game. Like, I think they had that one in the bag. But, yeah, it also has to be said, this was the best game FlyQuest played all tournament long.
Yes.
Like, this is the best they've looked. We've seen less mistakes. We've seen them be more decisive. And we've seen an uptick in individual performance. So, absolutely, like the caster said, if they can just somehow, you know, mind game themselves tomorrow, whoever they go up against, that and have the same approach as they did today, I think their chances of making it through are pretty solid.
Yeah, they've got some potentially easier, quote-unquote, opposition, potentially harder. It really depends how the games go down today. Obviously, we've got the Sharks Tyloo game going down on the B stream. That's gone to a 3rd map. Tyloo managing to bounce back there. But yeah, obviously, that's exactly what we're going to be discussing when those matchups have indeed rounded out. We're going to jump into something kind of exciting, though. Ash, we haven't been able to show you little games we have, and we need to fill some time before the next match. So we are going to rank on a tier list of sorts. Unexpected major runs for some of these underdogs. Now, Yanko, I'm already blind, and that in that small text over there on this telestrator, I can't really see it. So maybe you can play host.
Yeah, it says diamond coin chance, meaning very, very low chances of the upset actually happening. We have unexpected, mid, expected, and then written in the script all along.
Who have we got as our first option? Oh, wait, is that Immortal? No.
I have to read.
Yeah, you have to read those ones. Sorry, I should.
All right, great. The player doesn't make this difficult whatsoever. Let's start from the top. We have the Mongols at the Austin Major. I think this one isn't a massive upset. Like, Mongols were one of the best teams in the world at the time, right? For me, I would put it at expected.
Are we going to get any more solid than this? I feel like I almost had them as they could win the major at one point. People were really on that hype train back then as well. You know, it wasn't like it was just a fluke out of nowhere. We've seen it for a while as well. So I'd put this at the top end of the chart, or maybe move it later, because how is anyone going to top that? Unless
when we looked at the bracket as well,
vitality.
It's like FaZe, Pain.
Yeah, I think it's just
right?
I think that has to be. Let's do it that way, where we know the bracket, right?
Yes.
Because you could have said before the major that they're going to make the final, you would have been a little bit surprised. But once you get to that bracket and you see that they have Pain and then FaZe with Simple, you're like, all right, that should be Mongols.
But then it's written in the stars, then, no? By the definition of the title.
Exactly. So let's put that there.
Imagine if they'd beaten Vitality. That would have been mental. That would have been absolutely mental.
They won first map, right? Like,
yeah, true.
Vitality in that major lost a couple of those first maps, but still able to bounce back. Well, now we can go to the complete opposite that I think no one really expected, and that's the PGL Krakow major in 2017 and that Immortals versus Gambit grand final. I mean, Gambit talking about how they couldn't win a single scrim leading up to the major.
That happens a lot, you know. When people have good practice, terrible. When they can't win a game, that's usually a sign that you're going to have a good tournament.
Yeah, but they were like talking about disbanding. Like, okay, like they were already thinking who's going to go where, like what's going to happen to the lineup post-major. And then it's just that Astralis series, like with... Mo just putting having a live game on Overpass, and yeah, that was the most shocking probably final really when you look at it, because it's two teams. It isn't just the one that was an upset.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Yes, okay, I would agree with that.
It was also the major where FaZe went 0-3 that, you know, prompted the roster change that brought all of Meister and Guardian into the fold, and our first sort of super team that...
Should we talk about then the major that FaZe lost out to a certain Cloud9?
Yeah, of course.
Where should we put that? That was pretty nuts, no?
Yeah, I think it's got to be at least unexpected, isn't it? I can't remember quite how Cloud9 were, but I remember they weren't regarded as the best team right then. They were still like top 8, I think, or something, were they? Like, going into the tournament? I'm not quite sure.
They were around the top 10, but they were also 0-2 and went from 0-2 into making the playoffs, into getting all the way. I mean,
winning it though is...
I would put it...
Right?
I would put it like...
double Immortal.
I would put it like here, in between the two, because like... For me, it was just, yeah, I think it's crazy. But especially looking at that phase, like we said, the Boston came right after Krakow. FaZe formed the super team. They came back to the majors with a vengeance. They were running, you know, that bracket rampant. And then you have Cloud9 in the final. It's like, wow, it's not Astralis, it's not SK. Like all these, you know, the biggest challengers that they've had, their biggest rivals didn't make it. And it's like, this should be routine.
Yes.
And then it isn't. So
the crowd being really behind them. That's one of the main times I've seen it have a big impact on the players. Maybe there were players that weren't quite as motivated, and having that crowd there kick them on. Maybe could be something like as little as that.
Yeah, they had to beat G2 and SK to make it to that grand final as well. That was by no means a fluke run.
Well, next, while we have Ash here, I guess we can talk about the GamerLegion at the Paris major. I'm just going to go ahead and put that right here, mate.
It makes sense because I'm going to get Diamond Coin on my YouTube channel as well, so it makes good. I like that.
But that was just, that whole major was just...
That was crazy.
And upset after upset after upset, you know, the favorites dropping the ball outside of Vitality and Heroic. FaZe was there, but that wasn't really the FaZe you knew and loved necessarily, and you guys made a hell of a run there.
I know, coming back to the one we just talked about, the team at that moment, I won't say we were disbanding, but there was, I remember Shuey and Nimmer were not friends going into that. There were some serious talks about what's going to happen afterwards, and then they'll go into the major and they're our standout players, and they were just absolutely fantastic. But I do remember we talked just before the major at the one of the reception rooms, something, and I said, guys, I think the tier 1 scene looks terrible right now. There's no reason here. We can't win every game. And suddenly we find ourselves 0-2 and on the verge of being knocked out. Turned around in the end. But yeah, that was a memorable experience for me. And yeah, it felt like the conclusion of a good grind together. I think it was like a year or so together.
Yeah, wow. That was very cool.
What else do we have in here, Freya? We have Ents. You forget about that Ents team? Now, this is a bit of an interesting topic for me. I would put that at mid, because they were sort of starting to cause some waves, you know. But you know how it's funny how this team, after a while, like, and all the players sort of disappeared? What do you reckon that is?
Do you actually know?
Do they have to
guessing game?
Do they have to do a little bit of something with certain weapons being updated? Maybe certain weapons that were overpowered, like the AUG or the Krieg.
Yes, that old meta. My least favorite of all time.
Yeah, so I think for me, like, Ents during that time obviously made the grand final of the Katowice major. They won one of those blast events somewhere and had a couple of other finals and deep runs. But I think they were one of the teams at the time that was really propped up by Diog and the Krieg. Like, they were one of the early adopters. They were one of the teams that was using it the most. And back then, to be honest, like, it sort of just leveled the playing field for some of these teams that had inferior players because, well, you know, it negates the advantage that a guy like Rain or a guy like Nico could have with an AK-47. So for me, that was a mid in a way, but also teams were struggling at the time, and yeah, they just took advantage of it.
What did you make of that meta back in the day? Did you like it? Or?
I mean, there's been a lot of broken metas, I think, down there, but I think actually that's probably my least favorite period of Counter-Strike, because what could you couldn't even theorize anything, because everyone, like a map for a train, for example, everyone just stands behind a train, and instead of having to do setups and trading off each other, everyone just clicks mouse 2 and they just hold the position, and they get a free kill on the first guy. But I think being an entry fragger back then on T-side, probably the worst thing ever, and the worst thing was, the only thing you could really do on T-side was to buy the Krieg back, and then if you lost a round, they took a Krieg which just one-shot everybody. That was just a horrible, horrible meta, and I think a lot of us were very happy to see that.
Good riddance.
I think another one that we have also to roll back the years is probably the LG one at Columbus. I want to put it in between the two because they were a team on the rise. You know, in Katowice, they had a great run. They just couldn't beat Fnatic. Right? And honestly, I hate Simple. I hate the 1v2 on Cash. I hate that whole game because it denied us a Fnatic SK grand final at the major. Like, they've never beaten them, SK, you know, at the major in some of these rounds. I don't know if they even faced them in these other tournaments at the time that they were winning, right? Olaf obviously had his injury. So I think we were robbed of an incredible final because of that. But in Columbus, like, everything sort of came together for them, right? Like, they were already a good team. They were getting experience. They were beating other good teams. They were making deep runs. And then in Columbus, it was just some of that magic, you know, of their own against Team Liquid. Obviously, the jumping double from Cold and some of the crazy and the comebacks against Liquid, I think, will be remembered for a long time.
100%. You must just cringe every time you see that Simple highlight. I see you wincing.
It's so strange though. We've had quite a few random periods where there's kind of at that time, I don't remember Brazil having that many talents that were that good, and suddenly you got 5 of them together, 5 of the best of all time. It kind of reminds me of the Mongols, where there's been like no sign of Mongolian Counter-Strike ever, and suddenly, like, what? We've got some of the best dribblers in the world. We've got a good AWPer and an in-game leader who frags. That kind of all the stars aligned. Luminosity picked up on a good time as well.
Where would you put I think the Fnatic one from way back in the day is up there as well. This was kind of just slightly before my time. Was that crazy?
Yeah, I'd put it here because it was NIP, right? It was the NIP that wasn't 87-0 anymore, but it was still that same exact roster, right? And they were dominating everyone for the most part. And, you know, if people thought someone was going to beat them, they would have said very games, right? Like at the time, you know, they were their one big challenger. You know, they had teams the likes of Astana Dragons at the time, you know, with the CIS superstar team trying to make that happen. But it was still the early days. And, you know, it being in Sweden out of all things and Fnatic being able to take them down, I mean, that was just an incredible upset because Fnatic haven't really yet made a name for themselves back then.
Yeah, I've actually been watching 2013 demos, believe it or not.
Really?
I'm doing a video on Get Right.
Hobby, man.
I'm doing a YouTube video on Get Right, and I was kind of looking back and actually didn't realize you could actually go back and watch a lot of these demos. What I noticed is the NIP were not the same players in the end of 2013. That's for sure, because originally the idea was going to be on Forest, and I realized then this wasn't the Forest I remember running around one-tapping everybody. He was kind of a different player at this point. Like, this was more Freiburg kicking in, so I think they were already kind of on the decline. When you watch the demo, it was like, it was so puggy back then, it's incredible. Dust 2 was a nightmare. Every round, long rush. Every round. Nowadays, you can't rush long really as much, but it was good Counter-Strike to watch back then. I used to love listening to the comms videos, like we put one all out on YouTube and everything, so it's fun memories back then.
What video are we getting? We're getting
a breakdown on Get Right. I think the player that he kind of compares to today.
Okay.
It's interesting. There's some crazy things going on, like Get Right buying dual elites, no armor every pistol round when nobody was buying dual elites, and P90s and all sorts of things.
Let's go. We love a P90 in this house. We love it.
Get away with a lot when you're 87-0. I don't know. What do you want, Frey? You got any personal favorites in here? What we have left? Well, we have left the FaZe Starlighter Budapest.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was unexpected.
Mental.
Unexpected or expected when you consider it's Carrigan at the major. And FaZe at the major. Just finds a way to make the grand final somehow again and again. But yeah, I guess how much you believe in FaZe Magic is one thing. They probably would have been better off if they got eliminated in that stage 1 and overhaul their roster during the break.
Yeah, because look at them now. Not here. That's very unfortunate, isn't it? But we do need to talk about 2 teams that are here and 2 teams that could potentially be cementing their spot in stage 2. That's going to be big, taking on GamerLegion, but not before a short break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
It's Big versus GamerLegion. Hypex here on the case with me. Let's talk a little bit about that Bet Boom game. You guys already had the opportunity of qualifying into the next stage. How did it go in your own words?
I don't think we were ourselves that game yesterday. I think it was a weird day from us, all of us. It was like we just weren't there. It was like we were just saying stuff and then not reacting on it at all. Like we were just saying info and whatever happens, happens after. Obviously our coach wasn't happy with us, so we all weren't happy after as well. But I think we had a valid talk yesterday evening and we are ready to perform again.
Can you give us some insight into that talk itself? I know that there's limitations strategically that we can talk about, but what gets said in those moments where it's like we need to buckle down, we need to get ready to lock this in?
I mean, we just said basically in the nicest way possible that I can say. We are just like we just have to play like we just have to react all the time. Like don't just say info. Like think what to do. Don't just be NPCs all the time. And I think everyone's going to have that in the back of their head, and just having that is already going to help. So, I mean, I'm ready. I'm excited for the game. I think it's going to be a good game from us.
For you as a young player here in this situation, playing against Berlin International Gaming, you got a Blame F sitting in the middle over there. For GamerLegion, you guys are on a good run. But for you as one of the younger players here, how uppy does each of these matches make you feel?
I mean, since I've joined GamerLegion, I've been like super excited. This is all I've dreamed about in my life, and I mean, I just want to play and perform the best I can and adapt as a player, and hopefully we can go as far as possible and I can help the guys achieve something.
Final words from GamerLegion?
I'm gonna fuck them.
Well, I don't know what he couldn't say before, but he said that then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tabson, a player that you could definitely associate with the brand Berlin International Gaming. That's who we have in front of us today, obviously, with the game against GamerLegion. So a lot of German things going on along the lines here in Cologne. Tabson, you've been playing in that jersey for a real long time now. I'm talking 9 years. So let's kind of dive back a little bit. It's been quite the journey. Tell me about getting to this point today.
It's been a long road. It's been many ups and downs, especially in the last few years, many downs. But I've really enjoyed every single moment of this journey. I'm really proud to be wearing this jersey still to this day. For me personally, it's a very huge accomplishment to be a part of this organization for this long, and also being part of a professional player in the scene. It feels amazing to be back here in Cologne as well, trying to qualify for the playoffs, trying to qualify for the next stage, just being part of this amazing feeling. I'm really hoping that I'm going to continue for many longer years, hopefully. So, yeah, it's just unbelievable.
You've faced this crowd, you've seen this crowd, you know what it means to find your way into the Lanxess, but just making it through this stage, how hard has it been to climb back up with Big?
It's been very hard, but honestly, like the last couple of months, especially this year, we've been grinding a lot, we've been accomplishing a lot, we have achieved that what we wanted to achieve to be here. Yeah, qualifying for the second stage is not a goal for us. We want to be there, we deserve to be there, and this is what we're going to do, qualifying for the next stage.
Whole bunch of Germans that want to see you in that arena too, all the way at the very end of the road. Is there anything you want to say to those people that are watching from around the world? Perhaps even in, sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ich spreche Deutsch. Vielen lieben Dank an alle Zuschauer, die uns tagtäglich supporten für die ganze Jahreszeit. Wir kämpfen nicht nur für uns, sondern auch für euch da draußen, für unsere Familien, Freunde und Fans. Ja, wir werden alles geben, dass wir da auf dieser Bühne sein können und nochmal diesen Traum erleben können, den wir damals 2018 erleben durften, und das werden wir dieses Jahr auch schaffen.
Auf geht's, Alman Vorwärts.
Auf geht's.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
We've got Big, we have got GamerLegion, and we have got a spot in Stage 2 up for grabs. One of these two teams will indeed be joining Bait and BetBoom as some of our first to be progressing into the second stage of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026 Major. I think we should just dive right into it, gentlemen. Big, what has it taken for them to actually be getting a spot here, Janko?
Playing some of the worst teams so far in the tournament. I think that's been very helpful. The wins came against Gaming Gladiators and THUNDERdownunder, right? Gaming Gladiators, some would say the worst team ever to attend the major.
Stats might also back that up too.
Yeah, and you know, we'll see. They had a close loss to Team Liquid. We talked about Big, and the reason why people doubt them is because they barely played teams in the top 50, you know, this year to make it here. And sure, there's some familiar names on that roster, right? And they're a European team, and they've had a ton of time to practice. These are all positives. But it's once they have to play the likes of, as we saw, Team Liquid first, and now GamerLegion is where, you know, you're thinking about why should we consider them the favorite.
Yeah, I think as well, this would be a good way to see what level Big are really at, because I think they've even said themselves they don't understand the questions that analysts and fans are having of them. We haven't seen them do anything, and I think the crazy thing is how much they're walking on water here to be at the 2-1 stage, because they lose to Liquid, they beat THUNDERdownunder like you said, they've got 2-1 against Gaming Gladiators as well. Liquid beat them, ended up playing MIBR and then playing BetBoom, and I don't really understand how Big are 2-1 and Liquid are 1-2. I'm not saying that Liquid even particularly should be 2-1, but it feels like you've gamed the system in a way, like the way they qualified here in the first place is they're playing their own stage of let's just go through the teams that shouldn't be here.
They can't keep getting away with it.
And somehow they do. I mean, you can only play the teams in front of you, but yeah, it's going to affect our opinion of them going forward. That's fair.
We'll see now when they have the best player in the world, or whatever it is that Ash thinks of Rez, on the other side of the server. Not going to be so easy now, is it?
Should we put the shoe on the other foot then and talk about the GamerLegion that we saw maybe yesterday versus BetBoom? Is that all right, Ash? Have you kind of maybe gotten over the result there?
Yeah, I've relaxed now. It's okay. Yeah. But yeah, it just seemed like a very frustrated looking GamerLegion. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I think I know enough about them where they all bounce back. Great sports psychologist, the coach does a lot of good work as well. They're good open communication.
Fucking run that it's heavy outside, yeah? Fred on pushed, we have all the info. On Prague, any Prague of we play, we are curva 2 down, or sometimes even curva 3. And how come we play default and on that place alone for the whole round when we know curva what is happening, and we had control over outside? It's not fucking possible, boys. What the fuck are we doing here? We are fucking trolling this mid runs.
Wanna do dollar?
We can do Let's fix this shit, yeah? We come back, curva, let's
give
go.
Me A2, you have A2?
Your channel was edited.
I mean, just as you were saying there, Ash, yeah. A lot of frustrations. Is it all right, firstly, to kind of hear that happening during a game? What's your take?
Well, the game's already 0-10 at this point. I think maybe it could have even come earlier, and there's got a couple of examples coming up in a moment where we're kind of seeing why the coach is so frustrated. That was IMD, they're the coach, not Snacks. I know they kind of sound a little bit similar in that aspect, but you can tell how frustrated he was at the players, and this will be because they're not communicating, they're not playing the way they do in practice, and there's nothing more frustrating as a coach when you play really good in practice, you take it to an official, and it looks completely different, because then what have you actually been preparing for? Yeah, it's very frustrating.
I think this is interesting because I honestly was a bit surprised when I heard it. I didn't like the sound of that. Now, I will preface by saying you can talk shit to your players all you want, right? Like, it's only dependent on the composition of the team and who you have, what sort of personalities. You know, you yelling at Scandinavians isn't going to have any benefit. They're just dead inside, you know, and they don't care about anything. But, you know, yelling at Brazilians, Eastern Europeans might light the fire under them, right? So first and foremost, like, it all goes depending on what your team is. Someone needs a pick-me-up and you need to sort of try to, you know, instill some confidence in them. Some of them, you just hit their ego and say, oh, I thought you are the best, like, closer in the world. Like, you can't hold the ramp. You know, can we please, like, start doing something about it? You know, it can be all different ways. But when you start giving examples and start talking about, like, what are we doing, like, how are you helping the situation by saying what are we doing, you know, like, either go all in on the sort of shouting, yelling, like trying to sort of light a fire in the players, or just say what you want them to do, right? Like, you just repeating what's going on or what has been happening, like, the players are aware, you know, that they've lost 5v3s and 5v2s. You're saying, can we stop losing 5v2s is like, right, okay.
Maybe how?
You know, so it did sound a bit awkward to me, like, in the moment. Like, I get what he was trying to do, but maybe just wasn't handled the best way. And they wouldn't have changed anything in that particular map, but just more so for the future if something like that happens again.
I think that it's just kind of a nothing to lose kind of mentality. 0-10 down, so you decide the game is over. I do remember last year, I think it was IEM Melbourne, I had a similar shout. We were playing against FaZe. I think we were also losing 2-10, I think, at that point. And I said, guys, we're playing so bad, we're only going to do set rounds from now on. And in the end, we won the game somehow. It's a bit of a miracle, because I think ZTR called a great game, but you're trying to just snap them out of it, because you know in that moment they're so in their own heads sometimes, just anything can be good. Maybe talk about the previous rounds, maybe not in the moment.
Yeah, you've got to give something to move forward and to be alternating, right? That makes sense, okay? This is the game plan moving forward, because clearly plan A just it isn't working for you. Did you have any moments? You said, you know, Brazilians, Eastern Europeans, you coached a fair few of them. Did you have any moments where you had to sit them the hell down and tell them what was up?
Well, definitely. Over the years, plenty, but it's also a difference when you have veteran players who've done it before, or when you have young and up-and-coming players, and then seeing how you handle that. There's definitely more. I always believed in pick them up when things are going badly, you know, and keep them in check when you're winning, right? So it was always about trying to maintain that balance, but yeah, reviewing things and talking about what just happened, that's for demo review. That's not for timeouts, that's not for in-between maps, outside of just something that's sort of endemic or retains to situational Counter-Strike, and it's going to happen in the next map again, right? But it's much better to just, you know, keep it moving, like focus on the next thing. If you need, give the team a couple of calls, so it takes them having to think out of it, and then just sort of that way, if you're successful with those couple of rounds, then it's as if nothing has happened.
Totally. You've only got limited time. You've got to be efficient with that time as humanly possible, right? Ash, you mentioned you had some examples to kind of illustrate maybe the frustrations they were feeling. What have we got here?
Yeah, so I think that he had every right to be frustrated, and there's some really weird rounds going on. I think it's a little bit becoming the norm in some of these games now, where they just get a little bit too emotional. So maybe we're going some of them now, and you can see exactly why things are going so wrong. We'll keep an eye on this for today. So actually the openers in the game were fantastic. Lots of entry frags. We'll see now PR makes a good play here. Hypex is going to go down to B. That will cover everything, because you see outside, I think his Magno Jez was taken to a secret, and Rez at this moment is trying to just deny people going down. So he's doing his job, but Hypex for some reason, I think he gets cancelled maybe by PR, and when Rez gets Molotoved off, that now means the only way down towards B is through ramp again. So we see GamerLegion trying to correct their mistake in a moment. They're going to come double rotate back, but when the Molotov comes in, Rez can't go down. Hypex is on the ramp, we saw by himself completely, and then even though Hypex makes one of maybe the clips of the whole series so far, he got the, well, he didn't get the opening kill, but here we go, he's going to have a nice little 2K, 3K. The rotations aren't there, so somehow BetBoom must be thinking, how in a 2v5 do we have a completely empty B bomb site? it just, for me, feels completely wrong. And Rez, actually, now we can go down when the Molotov dies. Instead of going down the vent, he goes and pushes the door, and I don't really understand the point of that. And this was actually a key thing that happened multiple times. And when Flammus is in the form that he's been in, I think, personally, based on the opponents he's played against, he's been the MVP so far for me of stage 1. But this isn't the only round. You can see exactly why IMD will be so frustrated, because it happens again. I think it's the very next round. Hypix again does a fantastic job outside. He must be thinking, guys, what the hell are we doing? Let's lock in, please. He gets the entry outside. Good job from him. Towson denies the vent dive, so the idea of the round is completely dead. It's one outside, one vent, and they're going to try and go 3 round. I'm not sure why in this situation PI is playing to just drop down. He should be playing fully for information. The team that you see here now, 2 people rotate down from A. That's both A players. They come down to fight towards ramp, and also 2 players go down through secret and through the vent. So now there's an empty A bomb site, and because they left it empty, they're scared to go back. And for some reason now, 4v2, 4v3, Snax is flanking outside at 1 minute, and it just, again, everyone was thinking, what the hell's going on? We're walking onto an empty A bomb site in a 3v3, 4v3, I think it was at one moment for GamerLegion, and then because Snax is so late, they actually think Snax is probably pushed ramp here when they kill him in a second through door, because they're thinking, well, obviously, that's a ramp push. So I'm not sure what's going on in the rotates. They need to fix this for today, because this isn't the GamerLegion I know. They will be the same in practice. It's not the way they go. They need to keep it more simple and play discipline. When you've got these man advantages, guys, let's play together. Let's play for information. Don't give them way back in, because yesterday they got punished.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about the basics and the fundamentals, right? Like for PR, in that you're 5v3, your only job is to not die instantly. Like, that's the only thing. And the worst position, I think, in Counter-Strike is to do it on ramp, because if you give ramp, you haven't given them the bomb site. It's like the one area that you're holding where if you fall back, it's fine. So when you see players in that position committed to ramp, just dying and now causing, you know, problems for the rest of the team, like it really is one of the worst mistakes you can make as an anchor. So you always have to be reminding yourself this mantra for every player. What is the best move I can make for my team to win the round? Like, that should be at the back of your head, in your subconscious constantly. And for PR, when he sees a 5v3, it should be, all right, I need to, the one thing I cannot do is die immediately. So I need to be in a position where I can spot for info and fall back and do whatever, right? Or make sure that I will be traded or get 1 kill and then die, whatever it may be. So that's something that comes with experience.
And that's the thing, you were spot on there, Ash. It's very uncharacteristic to see GamerLegion kind of acting like this, right? They didn't make it to the grand final of IEM Atlanta by doing those very moves, right? Any suspicions on what maps we might see between Big and GamerLegion in this one? Anything you're hoping to see, Anko?
Not in particular. I just want to see how Big will fare. Again, okay, that was the first game against Liquid in a best of 1. Now they had a couple of days, a couple of games. And I mean, I
think Overpass today could be a big...
Yeah, I think a lot of us had GamerLegion as the best team in this stage, right? So no bigger challenge for Big in this stage, and they do go for that Overpass pick.
Nice.
Yeah, this is one that GamerLegion don't really like to play, but I think they're actually pretty good on it when I watch them. I think Overpass is a weird position where you just desperately do not want to start on T side. If other teams pick it into, you're actually very happy. So be careful, because they could get blown away here big. It's not really a sign of being a bad Overpass team. It's like picking Anubis. You start CT side, well, good luck getting 3 rounds, and then you lose pistol and the game's over again. So Mirage Decider, good for both teams. This felt like it was a lock-in, so I think the prep here for GamerLegion, I would be very surprised if they don't have these 3 maps absolutely nailed, and we've seen so far they are very good with prep.
Particularly that Ancient as well. I was a big fan of what we saw from them on Ancient in Atlanta as well, right?
Yeah, but I think the problem for GamerLegion, you're spot on, Fred. They looked more shaky than they did in Atlanta. Like, they didn't play their A game. And honestly, it's a good sign. You can win your both best of 1s not playing your A game, right? But then they got completely dismantled by Bad Boom. I want to see them come out swinging today. You know, they need to bounce back from that loss, because we have them pegged as someone who can even make stage 3.
And unlikely that Big are going to be making a dent in this series? What are you thinking of?
I think GamerLegion have been shaky with the best of 1, so maybe this is a good chance for Big, and they need to really kind of show that they can take down a GamerLegion who looks maybe a little bit wounded. We'll see today.
Yeah, the tallest task for Big as of yet here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026. It's going down versus GamerLegion for a spot in stage 2.
That's right, we started the day saying goodbye to squads, but now we get to say hello to some teams into that second stage. Right now, we've got GamerLegion getting ready to take on Big.
Yeah, uphill battle for Big, certainly, but a chance for them to prove themselves, right? There's been a lot of doubt on this team coming into the major, be it the method that they qualified, clinching through with some online and some LAN results, a lot of grinding, as you know, this team has spoken about, but not really played the best of the best. Well, this is one of the best in this very stage, and coming off of a hot streak in Atlanta as well. We'll see if Big are up for the job. It's a fast pistol round straight down the guts.
But into a mid setup, so Snax gets to play it around this flashbang. From down at B, he's got PR here to back him up, and that's a good sequence here from PR's pistol. Big's mid hit gets demolished, and it's only their grizzled veteran in Tabson left standing.
All right, PR triple. That's what I want to see. Starting strong on this CT side. It's a player who we hold a lot of expectations to, but hasn't necessarily showed up so far at the major. It's been on a poor run of form this year alone. You mentioned that in one of their previous games. It's been a struggling time for PR. So CT side overpass, triple kill pistol. Expect to see a lot more from this young prospect for GamerLegion. And so Big, who, you know, this is their most played map. This is their go-to right now. It's been a huge piece of their major qualification run. And so excited to see why on a T side, a very CT-sided map, but Big, I mean, their win-loss is 50-50 across this T half. Shouldn't be now, though. Just the Deagles on the imports, Blame and Grix. This big shuffle towards this A site. 3 strong here right now for GamerLegion, trusting in PR and Torsen to have B on lock. And Hypex ready to block with this single bit of utility in the round.
Has missed these timings, and that smoke ain't gonna help you, but it won't matter. Just the rifles chew through the pistols, so no problems here. It's just Blame F left. Always one to try and extract some value. He got this Deeg. And hoping they give him a fight. They will, and it's not the one Blame F wanted, just chased down by the SMGs. So well handled there, flawless round out of GamerLegion.
Always extract maximum value, Harry. Blame F knows that. You know, you go to the buffet, you bring a napkin, and you throw some spring rolls in there for later. Big coming in with the buy, though, in round number 3, and GamerLegion getting out without a dent. It's going to be a nice feeling. What does this default look like right now for Big? Not expecting them to pull out something crazy in this first gun round. Just getting the mid control, beating the smoke, and JDC with a bit of a pace. He's going to get flashed in for this fight. GamerLegion already evade. They see all this util. They want nothing to do with it. Repush on long. Rez and Hypex in position, and even Snax forced to rotate. It's a big gap in the map right now. Big haven't taken it, but they do need to clear long first.
Rez convincing with that double kill. That's also bomb dropped over here, so a big problem.
Oh, it's a problem for Big.
2 players gone. Bomb lost over on the long side, and GamerLegion don't even hang around to play it. You're going to be wasting util, wasting time here, looking for this trade on the long side. They've fully given up the room, and some missed util there just to slow it down even more.
Yeah, they mollied long. No, just ran into the wall there. Clipped the molly, and like you said, waste util.
I mean, they've used everything to get this back, and there was no fight nearby.
Really smart move for GamerLegion to completely reset the round and get out of there. Nice grab. An AK picked up by Blame. But still, Big have got to get through this top site hold. Rez re-pushing as Snax rotates, and he is on the ball here on the CT side.
Yeah, you don't have to be, you know, conservative with these rotates here, right? You get the info, you get the spot over towards long, you instantly bring an extra player up. Big are working within the final few seconds of the clock here as they go for this site hit, and they're going into a stack. More rotates are arriving by the second as well, so this one's over.
There's big 4K coming in this first gun round as well. You know, we expect to see Big looking comfortable on this T side, but I think any team is comfortable on CT Overpass. The mobility of GamerLegion, very impressive there. Resetting after dropping the bomb in a 5v3. They're in a great position. They don't need to stand still and let Big use util against them. And then the repush to toilet as well. Perfect. Look at how that backside player doesn't even need to peek. Wait for Rez's contact. And so crossfires are really strong for GamerLegion. Big are broke, back to pistols.
And I mean, you've just got like the most phenomenal chance at a strong start here, right? The idea that you haven't lost players in any of the last two, sitting pretty with 5 alive in back-to-back rounds, and now a chance to really start to make some money. That's going to make you really hard to kind of dislodge in this first half.
Faven will try and throw a little bit of a fake towards B here to keep Snacks as that third player in the wrong place. And so that gives an opportunity, I'll say, for Big to explode on this top site. Oh dear, missed utility and no follow-up behind it. Even though GamerLegion is shaking for a second, they're going to pull right back up.
Yeah, Rez has heard this, calls for the rotate, but the entry will come through. But a space taken out here towards the top site. And the rotate's far away. What with them having shuffled a player out of position? Util's nice just to try and delay this bomb plant, but Blame F finds a little gap.
How's he done that? Every second counts.
And in the beginning, the goal was, you know, keep this as another clean round, but now you just want to bring it home, not fall down to the pistols.
Oh, again. Sure.
Snack still comes through with the opener, but it's planted back here for the bathrooms. Grix lies in wait. He's got the whole team with him and the bomb to play around. Got to move quickly here if you're GamerLegion. Getting on that defuse. Cover in from the AK. Oh. Snacks has provided Overwatch, and that defuse is robbed. Stolen away. Big kills from Snacks just to protect Torsen on the defuse.
Yeah, Grix absolutely would have hit that spray if Snacks didn't find him a second before it connects. So what a massive pickup for GamerLegion to think that they absolutely over-rotated, right? They moved not just one, but 2 players shuffling back. They don't get anything done from their A player. And then they even molly themselves off while trying to molly truck on that retake. And still, none of that matters. Perfect utility in this post plant. Picks up a sneaky defuse in the smoke. Paulson's still running this SMG from the second round. As GamerLegion run away with the start of this game. I like the set play for Big. I'm shocked it works as well as it does.
I think, you know, when you're kind of at a lead like that, you know your opponent's money's broken. That was just clearly like a bit of a read from GamerLegion that the B hit was coming, at least in their mind, right?
Yeah.
Thinking it's just one of these low econ set pieces. The fake worked well. Gets you a bomb plant, gets the AWP out for Grix early with full util and everything behind it.
All right, Rez in a very nice position here.
He's been super active, hasn't he, to start this game off?
Ooh. Pressure coming back from B side. Faven's got to be careful. Bit of spam, and it's all just a bait for Rez. The full blind spray, easy swing. It's the Grix AWP that follows up. We're not ready for that. Down in the connector. So Rez 1 for 1 and a weakened A bomb site. On Overpass, the question always is, where is that rotator? Where is Snacks? Now that's a question on most maps. But he stays down on B as
look at the aggression
GamerLegion repush Monster. They need to rotate now.
Oh, rough fight there for Faven. And now if you're Big, you know you're losing the window here for the A hit.
He saw them.
Gotta move quickly or else you're going into a stack.
Oh, the volley bounces. That's awkward. That gives room to JDC. Missed shot on the AWP. Hypex swings back out. They play it together, leaving this AWP out of the picture. Blame gets plucked off, and Grix looks for a clutch. 1v3 when it begins. Grix sees feet. He knows you're under there, but the Glock is not the gun for the job. And with every missed shot, Hypex gets closer. Finds himself 3 on the AWP despite a couple of awkward misses at the beginning. Hypex recovers well and keeps this game clean for GamerLegion. Right now, Big can get their foot in the door, but it just keeps getting slammed shut. Bruised toes.
Honestly, I think that's very impressive from Hypex, right? Because you're dead on. There were some really rough misses in there. Takes a lot to recover in moments like that. How many times have you seen an AWPer kind of miss the first couple of chances, end up getting a bit flustered? Hell, I even thought the swing with the P2K was exactly that, but made it work, put on a stellar 3K, stopped the hit in its tracks, and Big's go-to map is off to a very worrying start. 0-5 down. Desperate to break through, they call in their first tag timeout. Another one of these low econ rounds. And GamerLegion, whenever the money's been broken for Big, they've been paranoid about these B-side plays.
I think one thing that you can remember on this T side is, okay, yeah, you could be 5-0 down, you could be 8-0 down, but you just need those couple of rounds, right? 3 rounds is absolutely enough. If you want a pistol on top of that, you're suddenly back in the game. So on a map like Overpass, Big can continue to remind themselves that it is never too late. Oh, cheeky play. But Favin's walked right past. Oh, he backs up into it. That's awkward. There was a huge opportunity on the B site. Not to know. Nice run boost from GamerLegion, puts PR in position, and he's certainly making up for his side of the bargain. Have not seen Big really abuse B, and that is the abusable site. They continue to snake through the toilets here with Tech9s.
Looks like you're just telling yourself that eventually you're going to hit this timing where you're not going into a triple stack, but it won't be in this round. Snacks up close, no issues on that first. They are closing in as the AWP misses. In comes Rez to offer a bit of support, but he's gone as well. Key set of entries from BlameF. Gonna be a bomb plant for Big. They've had a couple out here towards A, but they've struggled in these post plants. PR moves in convincingly with that double. Didn't even give them a moment of respite there. Didn't let them get comfortable, didn't let them play around the bomb.
Yeah, monstrous rounds out of PR right now. It's the aggression that starts off, and that aggression allows for a triple A setup. Rez catches them off guard. Big, again, I feel like I'm leaving all these rounds thinking, man, Big did a really good job at making a lot out of nothing here with pistols in a 4v5 into a stack. But again, the scoreline still reads 0. GamerLegion are sweeping this right now.
All right, let's keep our heads in the game. The rounds will come to us 100%. Let's fucking work for it.
Absolutely, man.
Come on, boys.
Yep, stay focused. The rounds will come, and that's what it feels like for Big. They're getting close. They just can't finish them off. Maybe a bit of pace here towards B could be the answer.
Grix with the spawn.
4B.
AWP takes the line. But GamerLegion is a squad who have played heavy up towards the top site so many times. Will the B stack come as a bit of a surprise? Torsen's a name you expect to find here. Snacks has been spotted lobbing in this util. Just going to try and play the delay. The nade will find BlameF in the chaos. Need to stick the landing on one of these post plants to Big. They're in another good spot.
Wondering where the hell did Snacks go? How did he get out? But he just shifted across in the open while they're throwing utility. He's now back up in heaven. Rez with a quick flank. Smoke comes down on bridge. It allows him to focus on Rez's position, but he can still win this heads-up fight. Chilling on the side. JDC takes his head off, and now Snacks, a very difficult clutch indeed. It's going to drop in. They don't know yet. And Snacks needs to be sneaky, find this first kill for free, maybe towards Monsters, an opportunity. But no, Tabson denies with a 3-kill round out of Tabson. Big do get on that board. That was, almost awkward timing for Big. They make the most of it, getting mollied while the AWP is scoped up on short. And Big just sent it. Luckily had a flash already primed, able to trade out really nicely despite a heavy B stack. Missed shot from Hypex, feeling consequential in this round.
Yeah, in the past he's been able to kind of make up for it. Here he wasn't, and you see the result of that. You don't have the opportunity to get multiple shots off.
4B wasn't enough. How about 5?
On a short take as well. Util to try and complement this, sends them right into BlameF. So the attempt at taking map control for GamerLegion has handed Big a man advantage. A lot of room, right? You touched upon the 5-man B start for GamerLegion here. They'll hard commit to that. A is wide open.
Need to grab it while they can. Blame attempts to walk into B. Torsen was still here. Rez re-clearing, uncertain.
I mean, he just knows that they could be in the site already, right? If there was a lurker here, could be pushed up deep, so can't go too far.
He's throwing his nades right now. JDC will respect it. Waiting for his team to get closer, but that buys time for the CTs as well. Look at these rotations. Even a flank starting to appear. Good grenade out on long, but Grix does have that shot as Rez tries to get into position. Molly for default. That bomb's already going down. No, it's not. Torsen denies. Molly goes a little deep, and so Snacks' position known, but Snacks in a smoke, as he often does. Crawling through, catching Tabson, looking the wrong way, and this is a really awkward round for Big to lose. They can't afford to. Snacks down low. Chases that last player. JDC has been reliable in these moments, and catching Snacks over the top puts Big back on the board. A sigh of relief more than anything as they do break GamerLegion's bank. That's a round Big could not afford to lose. I like the energy from Big. I like the hype. Obviously, they have a lot to play for, right? Not just the fact that this team is a surprise to even see at the major, but the national pride as well. Big at Cologne, great history. Legends of the German scene. In Tabson, Blame F trying to rewrite the story as well. And Grix, a young player, looking to prove himself on a major stage. There are so many reasons that Big want this. And you can really see that in every one round from this squad.
Yeah, it's also just the first time in a long time I think they show up with a squad that you feel like can do damage to this event, right? Let alone the fact that it's a major. This is one that, even in its kind of regular calendar slot, Big have always had a bit of a rough time with, always wanting to go far, but struggling to do so. I do think they have a lot of reasons to have good energy, right? You kind of touched upon it, the idea that they kept getting to good positions in the early stages of this game, just struggling to convert. They were telling themselves the rounds will come, we'll break through. Well, these rounds are now coming through for Big and putting them in a powerful position. Chance to break GamerLegion's money, keep them on the back foot. Suddenly you could be looking at a very competitive T-side in a game you were 0-6 down in.
Absolutely, that's what we were saying. It only just takes one to break in. And yeah, now you're trading 2 rounds for the price of 1. It's a great deal. And so Big with an opportunity to split this half here despite a very slow start. Is going to be that easy, though, because GamerLegion started this game with some really strong A-side setups, and they look to do it again. Triple A, Orb denied a lot of information. But this is all Big faking out right now, looking to end on this B-bomb site.
I mean, the other thing that's nice, right, well, with the money being kind of vulnerable for GamerLegion is on this run up until now, they've been pretty free to take risks. The idea that even if they did lose a round, they were fine. You're a lot less risk prone with your money on the line. The whole half on the line, and so a bit more rigid. No stack down towards B means these 2 entries are a big problem.
Yeah, Favin's first kill of the game, and it is high impact. Hard clear on barrels, just sacrificing his life in some of these rounds, letting Blame trade him. But these 2 entries decide the outcome, forcing the save. And so, okay, yeah, it's not a 2-for-1. There's still always a chance for GamerLegion with 3 rifles held onto. But Tabson is hunting this kill. Feels safe for Hypex on this position.
If you get out with 3, you'll have a full buy in the next.
Yeah.
Good chunk of util as well, so very important. All of these guns survive.
I mean, it's not max loss, but it's enough.
That's amazing. We have a game here.
We have a game here, and yes, we do. Big on their map pick, 4 rounds in a row on this T side of Overpass. Easier said than done. GamerLegion attack timeout.
You know, we said coming in how, you know, for Big, this has been kind of their go-to. It's the map they've looked to play a hell of a lot. It's one they've got a lot of reps on, one they've had a lot of good successes on. And with that, if you are an Overpass team, you know that these T sides, as Tabson just said, 4 is already good. 4 is already very, very solid on the T half. And the idea you could really sweeten the deal here and now. The idea the Big could have been 0-6 down, only to go on and reverse sweep with a 6-round streak of their own. And it all comes down to this. Big aren't going anywhere. They're not getting broken. It's going to be a grind for GamerLegion if they want to deliver on this strong half.
They've got everything they need to still redeem themselves with an 8-round CT side, leaving everyone satisfied.
I feel like the AWP for Hypex has to start hitting. He was able to make up for some of the misses earlier on, but that's kind of changed. And Griggs, meanwhile, I know he's not topping the charts or anything of the likes for Big, but he has had some good impact on the AWP. Just key trades, key openers.
Hypex has been quite passive. He's just been playing on the bomb site for the most part. We've seen some heavy B setups. This is the most aggressive he's been all game. So a setup in middle, support from Rez, Snacks holding connector. The numbers are here for GamerLegion. Can JDC thread the needle, or does he just walk right into this AWP? He is hyper vigilant of this position. But eventually it comes to him. Caught throwing nades, 5v3 as Snacks takes Tabson down in connector. And Big are in a world of trouble.
Yeah, the aggression on A has allowed an extra man to go and pad out B.
What an angle.
All right, swing and a miss for Hypex, but PR's going to make up for it. And a flawless round comes through for GamerLegion. Talk about a return to form.
Yeah.
Aggro is set up out towards mid, nets them all those openings. And it puts them one step ahead of Big, able to maneuver everyone around, stack in the right place.
And you know, we look at maps like Inferno where you go 3-on-5 on T-side, you lose a couple picks, and you can win those rounds. You can get in a post plant, suddenly you're favored, smoke blocks, push CTs into awkward choke points. This is not one of those maps. Those rounds where you lose a man advantage, you don't get the chance to trade, let alone a 3v5, very hard to hit a bomb site, let alone get into a post plant. Even then, you don't feel favored. Aggressive end to the half here for GamerLegion. A statement made by Rez with high damage on the second as well. GamerLegion coming swinging to round number 12. And remind Big who is leading. Back to this B hit, 2 players in position. Oh dear.
Torsten was trying to get value out of that util, but caught on the jiggle. And that's all the opening Big needed. PR, he's been solid all across this game. Now is to have his best round yet. They're coming his way into his bomb site. PR just not moving. Buys time for his teammates to come in and lend that helping hand. And Blame F, who was tagged up right at the start of this round on the back of the long push. Last guy standing, and not for long. GamerLegion will recover. They deny Big that 6-round streak on Big's home map, and they get away with a winning half on Overpass.
Oh wow, there's the first for Huntfrag. He could get a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does he go do it again?
Bigger back at the Cologne Major, but for how long is the question as GamerLegion look to lap them into the second stage. They are up 8-4 on Big's map pick. It was a solid showing on the CT side of Overpass with a bit of brilliance from Big in the middle. But this pistol, feeling highly reliant on it now, are Big with their backs against the wall. First proper strong team that Big have had to face. And it is GamerLegion off the back of a grand final.
Yeah, look, you can feel happy with an 8-4 half, 4 rounds on the T side, that is, if you win this CT pistol. Suddenly you are well and truly back in the conversation. Without it, though, this is a very tall order for Big. And so if there was ever a round you wanted to win, it's this one.
Oh, very late in spawn is Hypex doing the util, so this monster push that GamerLegion heard is weird. GamerLegion hiding in plain sight, hoping Big re-clear this position and find nothing, or better yet, walk right in. What is going to happen here?
I tell you what, you might be ready for one guy here. Don't know if you're ready for the entire team. So a brawl on the corner, and GamerLegion sitting there waiting for the aggression, get exactly what they were looking for. There's something right off the brain of Snacks, if ever you've seen it.
That was well observed. I don't think you can pick POVs there. 4v2, locked out our Big. They're going to have to give it a go, but there's not much to find. Ooh, careful. They swing together, though, and so GamerLegion get through without a scratch. Snacks triple kill. And that was the perfect call for GamerLegion, as it turns out. They get spotted taking short. Big try and clear that player, thinking, hey, we've got the manpower. Turns out it was matched.
I mean, I think it's one of the things with Snacks that's kind of cool is like it's not crazy and convoluted. I actually think, you know, it's actually pretty crazy but simple is how he looks to do it. Simple solutions to complex problems. But oftentimes it's the craziest one. Just sitting and waiting, comfortable in the knowledge that that fight could well and truly come your way after the missed clear at Monster that they heard.
Yeah, they're rubbing their hands after getting spotted going into
So that must-win pistol round for Big not only goes decisively against them, but they kind of lose it to, you know, the brains of GamerLegion. It's a rough feeling at the end of that pistol.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for the rest of this map, really. Hypex spots them pushing mid. So GamerLegion ready to fight this, but not feeling like they have to force the issue. Big just going to walk away. And they're allowed to for the most part. Tabson's trapped. What are Big going to do with this? GamerLegion clear the first, and yeah, everybody in mid together. Good luck. Torsen wants his ecos. And he gets him. Oh my.
Oh dear. There's armor on Griggs as well, so he's a lot more dangerous now. Blame F, you're telling yourself, if he can get one on the Deagle, this round is possible. 2 rifles picked up, but they'll cross in under the cover of these smokes and a peek over the top for Snacks. Steals away any hope of winning this. Snacks has been so pivotal to the success of this Overpass, not just running a great game, but playing one as well. 16 and 8, topping the charts for GamerLegion, and a number of high-impact kills. Thinking back to the first half, had a couple of key multi-kills, had that one where he's covering Torsen on the defuse. Here, he completely bails them out of losing a 3v3 post-plant by just getting rid of the rifles before they even get to be involved. It's a treat to see, you know, a classic player like Snacks playing like this.
Yeah, what a renaissance from Snacks as of late. Did not think we were going to see that post G2. But he is certainly putting on some strong games in 2026. Oh dear, JDC is surely dead here. How do you get out of this? pushes himself forward into the toilets and does find a dink for his troubles, but Griggs not even given the fight in response. GamerLegion looking to go together. Big in their recent games have been very reliant on Griggs on this CT side. He is a very strong AWPer. But I don't know if this one is salvageable right now. BlameF in the corner, squeezing out shots. Him and Griggs combined. Griggs follows up. Big second shot. 3v2 here, but two of the three players on this top site. Oh, he got over the orb. PR's going to hit this one late. You'd hope. Although once he hears the jumping, that might just bait him into this orb. That's a big survive, a very important gun round, the first gun round.
I need one. Yes. Guys, they don't have the best body. He said,
Blame prepared for the B rush, and he has read the money well. GamerLegion with only cash on Snacks.
Nice! Come on, boys! Let's go. Very nice.
Big were paranoid about the B hit, but with that not coming through early, gonna free up BlameF to go elsewhere. Only so long you can entertain that triple stack. You feel like when you haven't heard or seen anything down towards B.
Hello?
Oh, seeing the shadow, Griggs. Been looking good on his orb. So just a chance to warm up the hands here. Long range fight versus the pistols. It's no worries for Big.
Snacks. Just this deagle, maybe a chance to grab one before all is said and done. Oh, but that clear is well timed, saving his teammate's life. And yes, 5 alive here for Big. Steps in the right direction here. BlameF and Griggs getting activated on this top site with a couple more multi-kills.
And there is a pretty notable like AWP diff right now between these two squads. Griggs has had a number of very important, you know, double kills, trade kills, you name it.
Definitely.
Even thinking back to that last rifle round in the long here, right? The guy to kind of regain the control there. Definitely going to want to see a bit more from Hypex as this game goes on.
It's also just a diff inside of Big, right? Faven and JDC, 2 and 5 kills respectively. That's a big way to change that from Faven. BlameF was throwing utility from CT spawn down over the map. Oh, but he missed it. That's a disaster. Wasted smoke. Tabs is going to go looking for it, maybe. Like, are you sure? You're not finding that one, buddy. Meanwhile, GamerLegion reassert towards B.
Just haven't seen the big quad boost to go and get it back. Walk in over towards short for GamerLegion.
Wrong major.
Still JDC back here in the connector. That's a free kill handed to him on a platter. Snacks is going to go looking for the trade, a fight he had to win. JDC backs up into him. B-hit looks to begin now. Crossfire set up here, Perez full blind and running. Gets past Fab, and tabseN's gonna hold on. He's getting pincered. They're around him. It's an opener for Snacks. 2v2 secured. As GamerLegion look for their breakthrough round. They'll get past Snacks, and that leaves it on Rez. He gets the spot, lives to fight another day. That goes both ways. Grix closing in. Flash to try and set him up for this, and Rez doesn't dodge it in time. Well recovered for Big as this gap continues to close with a team ace.
Oh my God, what the hell is going on in that round? From JDC backing up when they had him cornered to Rez running and shooting full blind. And they both pull knives out together at Monster. It's an awkward round that Rez can't quite grab a hold of at the end. And Big is certainly making a case for it here. Down the tail end of their CT side. 3 rounds straight since the guns came out. A 10-4 lead for GamerLegion. They just cannot afford to squander. T-side overpass or not, GamerLegion have some work to do. We talk about Ancient being a staple of their map pool, part of their Atlanta run. This map was not. One played in that second place run, and it was a loss. So maybe feeling some of the discomfort that comes with T-side overpass right now at GamerLegion. Oh, and even Favin's getting going now. Not a good sign for these T's. Favin's offering a 1v1.
No worries, no problems, gets his. And now it's just down to the rest of Big to finish the job. It's only PR, and he doesn't know where to look as he goes into B. It's down to a 2-round game. That was just the eco with the hero rifle for Snacks, so guns are coming back out here for GamerLegion, but this lead that they've been holding on to all game is about to get called into question.
It's getting scary, isn't it? Because just look at the vibe shift, right? We're seeing GamerLegion hitting their face with their hands, looking very dismayed. We've heard Big kind of be hyped this entire game. Even when they were 6-0 down, they were shouting, guys, we just need to break in, our round is coming. They knew what that could have, what that means. Full B rush right now for GamerLegion.
Big test for Favin, man. Had a really slow start here. Couple of multi-kills to try and bring him back into the conversation. But it's his and tabseN's bomb site getting tested now. Hello. All chaos. JDC moves in to help him, and the stack gets here just in time for Big. Grinds to a very awkward hole. And even though you're being given a window to go back, that's not the answer here for GamerLegion. There's no good answer to this. 2 versus 5. And so you might be allowed to leave. But what's that left you with in this round? Tag for Grix on the cross. And this should really be a done deal.
Yeah, I mean, you should be thinking about saving, but the argument against it is you don't want to split your money up this late in the game. Like, how much are 2 rifles going to be able to carry you through that next round? Should you not just go for damage? A difficult decision to make for GamerLegion. And what a crazy B hit. Look at how deep they got into B. We had Snacks in the pit. We had a player on past bridge before anyone saw their opponent. That's thanks to the flashbangs, but it's just crazy. GamerLegion got so deep, and those other 3 players got stuck at Monster with no kills. Space was certainly made, just not capitalized on. And, okay, the gap is A right now, but tabseN can just relieve the pressure with a nice kill. That will take down Rez, leaving a low health Hypex, looking for a bomb plant, and they will not let him cross. Big are a round behind. From 10-4 down, they've been shouting the entire way back into this game. And on the CT side, with all the momentum, with the better AWPer in the game right now, everything is looking up for Big.
fucking out there with 2 Alter. You wanna come to our spot, man? It's our town.
Oh, Tabson lets him know.
Dude, Tabson's
Now he's
getting
shouting
really
out.
fired up.
Yeah. They were just hyping each other up the whole game. Now Tabson's letting them know and silence in the GamerLegion camp. Nothing to shout about
Just
here.
great to see Tabson displaying that type of an energy, man. This is a guy who, you know, at the Cologne outing so big, usually are used to seeing him kind of sitting there looking a bit dismayed. They'll wheel him out to do the elimination interview, talking about how he's sad that it's all over. But this new look big squad, man, with the grind they've been on, the pieces they've bought in, it's looking like a real threat.
All right, GamerLegion, just pistols here. Looking for a chance, Eagle. Can one of these young stars step up? PR spams and puts Faven low.
Just seeing a lot of frustration as well for GamerLegion.
Yeah. Could have been a 5v4 right there. Instead, big sit back, 3B, AWP on A. And Griggs hasn't had many opportunities on this top side, but he has nailed them when GamerLegion have come his way. Let's see how it looks against pistols. Looking like a double smoke execute. High flash, Griggs pushed off, and they're getting closer.
But he doesn't miss the second time around,
Oof.
nor the third. Griggs.
Solid.
Really holding his own on this AWP. Good tap for Hypex, but no more. Just gets triple swung, big, bring the fight. And dude, I mean, Griggs just looks so solid. Yeah, we were looking at Hypex in that first half. Really struggled in some of the initial engagements. Had a few rounds where we would go on to recover, but there were a lot of misses in there. And Griggs has just felt so hard to deal with. Like, when there's an AWPer in the A site that's hitting his shots in his stride, it can feel like you just can't go to that half of the map.
Yeah. Well, B hasn't really gone much better, but GamerLegion will still give it a try. More of a default round, 3 towards his B side, getting the short control and nading the smoke, but Faven finds a safe timing to cross to the right side of Monster. Oh, JDC just walked right through that con smoke. PR's coming through as well. His barrel is blocking his gun in the way, but he still gets a flick off in time. PR shocked at how JDC even got to this position. He still wants more. Opportunity to bail out towards B, but JDC is frothing at the mouth to take another fight. I think he saw Torsten as well, but Torsten doesn't want the smoke. 5v4 for Big, and JDC is just unleashed right now after a very slow start, akin to Faven. BlameF can't die for nothing here. In a committed position with no support. They need to trade this properly. Oh.
Well, BlameF now knows what's coming his way. Doesn't make dealing with it any easier.
Nice shot from Rez.
There is this double toilet setup still to worry about. And while you're expecting to run into Griggs, it's JDC that could surprise you a little. You haven't seen him since that earlier fight down towards the connector.
No.
Backstab
Oh, no.
Torsten, and the spot on JDC. Threads the needle with that timing. And ends up with both players from the double setup dead. That's the round.
That timing is horrendous for JDC. Repushes middle, just misses that divider walk. All in the meantime, Griggs is holding for the A-cross. Whatever could have gone wrong for Big went wrong. Are they going for the last second punch into this A site? They've got the money. They're believing in this right now. 2v4, hoping to rob it away at the final hour. This is audacious for Big.
Smoke kit to work with.
Oh my god, are they going to do it?
There's room. No way. Don't do this. Tabson. Gonna try and stick it. Hypex had to hit that. It's off the mark. Snacks can't secure it. This is their town. That's what Tabson said. And then he stole the lead away from GamerLegion.
The biggest robbery in Cologne. It is the German squad sneaking in a 2 versus 4 and running away with the bag. How the hell did they get out of that? That AWP shot was so close. And if you weren't already crushed that will do it. GamerLegion worked so hard to finally get back on this T side. Their first round since the pistol was right there, and Big just rip it away. 7 straight rounds without a blemish on the record. Oh my goodness. And of course it's Tabson. He can't believe it. Shock and awe here for Big. And there you go again. Torsen, the hero of last round, picked by Grix. Big looking electric right now. They never gave up. They were in the hole.
Yeah, they never gave up at the toughest of times. They were believing while they were on the back foot the whole way through that first half.
Oh!
And it's led them now to pull off some miraculous rounds.
Watch him go.
Briggs getting pressured over at long. The flashes do leave him blind.
BlameF didn't read. BlameF could have bailed him out. Look at him, bro. That's crazy, I think. We know BlameF has his style, but that was an opportunity to at least trade. Put things in a 3v3, or 3v2 rather. And instead, he lets his teammate die at long. And now Big have nothing to show for it. All of this celebration could be muted. GamerLegion walk their way into B, but Tabson again keeps the round alive.
I don't think you can stomach losing another round like this if you're GamerLegion, and so you better hope you've got what it takes to close this 2v1. You said after the robbed defuse from Tabson, they would be crushed. They would be out of this. Their path to recovery hinges on getting past BlameF.
Very winnable. And he's already on for it. PR reset. Do they know he's low? He's going to recommit back monster side, and Blame reads it like a book. A perfect clutch. He may let his teammates down, but he does not let his team down. My oh my, Big have not dropped a round since their first buy.
Yeah, up to 8 in a row, looking to go flawless to close this out.
Come on!
Big.
And I mean, you know, in all facets, this is crushing. It's the fact that it's a huge streak. It's the fact that they got a sneaky last second defuse in there. Now they've won a 1v2. You've had all these good positions, all these big chances to save yourselves if you GamerLegion, and the rounds just keep coming up for Big. Snacks has netted them a 5v4.
Oh my!
PR. BlameF brings PR down to just 1 point of health. He responds with a chunky nade. And so, you know, not over yet. But GamerLegion have struggled with better advantages than this one.
That they have. But still, you'd like to think this is good. They're going back into A. It's only JDC here. He's had some awkward timings in these last few rounds. If they don't go long, but it looks like they want it. Rez clear. JDC holds his own. And Bomb can't really commit. Does Snacks risk that package, or can he wait for his team? Double high flash is beautiful. Snacks hunts him down. 4v3. No excuses, GamerLegion.
Grix, been the guy to watch at this A-bomb site. The AWP delivers the first. That's going to slow him down, and they don't have time to spare. No health on PR, remember. He's at 1 HP. Bomb creeping up on the long side.
And moving.
Rotate starting to arrive. Grix won't get gun on in time, so the entry comes through. You got 15 seconds to get this bomb planted. How do Tabson and BlameF want to play this? Both of them have had phenomenal back-to-back clutches for Big. Now they have to play this one together. They've got money, and you've seen that that's led to them taking more risks in these retakes. Gonna try and give this one a go. Tabson sent to his death. Hypex with the cover. GamerLegion come looking for overtime.
Oh, just a relief, I think. Relief for GamerLegion that they can indeed close around on this T side. That was getting way too hairy, way too messy. And man, Snacks, the hero of this game right now for GamerLegion. Sure, they've struggled at closing rounds in this second half, but he has once again delivered a key multi-kill to get them in position. That double flash on long saved it. GamerLegion right here, around behind. IEM has eaten a nade or something. Down low off the rip. And a very slow start to the round here for the T side. Being methodical, clearing close. Not taking anything for granted right now. And they know round one of these corners sits the Grix AWP, and it has been a nightmare for them. Can they avoid it?
Yeah, just the idea that, you know, whenever you've looked for this A map control, it feels like you're paying a tax to Big in every peek that you take. And so they're burning util just to make sure that AWP doesn't have lines available, trying to piece together where Grix is. Bit of noise made down here towards B just to try and keep numbers on this end of the map.
Ooh, nice
Meaty nades bring Favin down low. This is a good spot here for GamerLegion. They've got good map control. Yeah. They've done great damage on the util. Now they've got to put a bow on it.
It just threw everything they had at that B bomb site. A couple of reflashes on A as well. They're not really sure where this one's going, but it's coming in quick.
Swing and a miss for the Hypex AWP. Snacks plays it forward out through long, but the bomb's going down into this lower site. Snacks sells the fake. 10 seconds. Got to make it across with the bomb in check. PR going to plug in the numbers, and they get that bomb down with seconds to spare. 3 versus 2. And sure, these rounds have gotten away from you. This one can't afford to do so. Hypex finally hitting a shot on this AWP. And as BlameF looks on, the last man standing, going in to hostile territory. He is shut down. GamerLegion course correct right at the 11th hour.
I think this is overtime.
Overtime secured.
My oh my, what a crazy call for Snacks. Pushes through that long smoke, sends his team down to B. They were always going to. I think Big burning all their util early in the round is what sets that call for GamerLegion. They realize we've gotten so much out of this team.
Let's go! Guys, I'm so cooked. My head thinks it's overtime. I'm no cap. I think it's...
Now you're there at least. Pressure doesn't get easier. Hypex back to rifling. As it looks like GamerLegion wants something more set towards this B site. Favin and Tabson, triple A. Sure, you can get quick flanks, but you are reliant on multiple kills in this B bomb site. Ooh. Warning shot.
Oh, they're walking in. Favin turns from the flash. It leaves him blind. Tried to get gun on in time. Ends up being made to look silly, and now it's Tabson. Out of ammo, down to the pistol. They're closing in, and he can't escape. JDC first to arrive on the scene. Will Grix be as lucky down here in the connector? It's a no. Now he's getting pincered. Trapped out over towards the short side. JDC's on a timer, and Rez decides it's ran out.
What a check for Rez. Hyper awareness that there could be more in store down in this B bomb site. Probably looking for Blame, and they still haven't found him. Back down in Spawn, just trying to throw himself in. I think the save is justifiable here. You need that money on this CT side, but Blame dies, and GamerLegion are back in the game. Some hype for Hypex. Cook no longer, put some ice on it. As 3 rounds in a row from GamerLegion, can you believe it with the streak we saw from Big on this second half? 8 straight for them. GamerLegion finally get back in the game. cheer up. Heavy B start here. Grix v Hypex. And it's Grix to connect. You'll feel that in the morning. But Big don't want to concede this advantage. They put all their nades back down on B. They block. JDC makes a move in the mid-round. Blame covers the gap on A. And there is a big flank coming in. Available for Big. With where this looks like it's ending up, they've just got to hold this monster. 3 players here. Grix remained in position.
Flash is good, gets Grix full blind. And that's one way to deal with the AWP. Faven feeling pressure, bested by Torsen. And that flank from JDC takes way too long to get involved. He will be arriving on the monster side, but that bomb's already down. So left to a retake here. Money on the line for Big as well. That could open up the route to a flawless T side. You're weighing up quite the decision here if you're Big.
Yeah, you should save. Unless the kills come to you. Oh, JDC knows he has timing. Go for it.
Oh, no, that's really rough. Blame F has just walked right by them in the smoke, trading places, ends up behind Torsen, collects one for free, but can't piece together what's just happened. And now you've arrived at the worst case scenario if you're Big, crediting them for the resilience in this map, right? 0-6 down to get things going. Able to get through that first half with 4 rounds. Their name proceed to go on an 8-round streak all the way to map point on their home map.
And that is a 3v5 as well for GamerLegion. Grix got 2 opening kills with the AWP. Sure, swiftly traded, but excellent flashbangs for GamerLegion. Render Big blind and render this one problematic.
Oh yeah, because now, in OT, money can become a problem, and that's exactly what's happened for Big. T-side rounds are what everyone was struggling to get. Both squads only managing 4. The idea that GamerLegion could go flawless now on this T-side is huge.
They don't know they're out. They don't know right now. Look how deep Snax has gotten. His teammate gives it away, but they don't know. Snax has put himself deep on the monster side, and he just waits to strike.
That's his. Good adjustment from Grix, at least, to stop him from taking all the space away. He'll need support. Blame F arrives. Covers the cross, no one can make it in. So now they're going to lend a bit of time to Rez, try and clear out the connector. This one's going back and forth. It will end over towards the B site. Everyone lies for Big. And so 1 round secured on this CT half. Low econ for Big Clan. And they managed to pull through again, another big multi-kill from their AWPer, but this time on the rifles. Yeah, it at least gives them a bit of a buffer. But 2 rounds T-side for GamerLegion after how much both squads struggled there. You'll take that all damn day.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion realized like just the simple B hits have been working for them, but they just go straight out this time. And so Big have the numbers to deal with them. Stacking that site is enough. Big is still in this game. But they're going to have to make up from that really slow start in that initial half and show us more on this T side. Hypex drops in with the AWP. Hedging the smoke does no favors for Torsen. Big throw that bomb back. Uncertain about their finisher, but Grix will be taking it towards this B bomb site. Site where only 3 CT sit. Oh, that's a lot of info. Bomb spotted in Con. Grenades are great though. Oh my. 3rd one will do it.
All right, that's your red carpet. That's the invitation. Moving in now. They'll get past Snacks. Torsen dead over towards Monster. And so a clean finish for Big. Double AWP as well in this round for GamerLegion, so they really can't justify even giving this a look in. That one decided very, very quickly on the back of the nades to bring them in. The rifles do the rest.
More of attrition on this B-bomb site right now as both teams have moved away from doing these A executes. They have run into the stacks and the orbs one too many times. And Big don't even know this double AWP is in play, so could still be a shock in that next round. Nice call with the triple nade. Nowhere PR can stand.
Timeout's been called in on the run-up to this round for GamerLegion. And you wonder if they want to go back to a bit of their aggression. That's what they did a lot in regulation.
Again, both AWPs on A.
Frees them up to start 3B with the rifles. It's a boost in the mid-round down on B to try and siphon some info. But it will be this A finish, and the boost has at least allowed Snacks to begin a rotation early. Still, Hypex had some swings and misses in regulation. Has to hit on the AWP now. That one sailed past, but the no-scope makes up for it. Leaves it to chance, and it's a fine thing indeed for Hypex. 5v2, and this should just be a formality. They're going into the stack. Cut down in these crossfires. What's Grix got for us? Oof. First two connect, but he wasn't ready for the layers of defense there. GamerLegion, just too many players in the right place.
I've just lost count of the amount of impactful multi-kill Snacks has had in this game. Again, just two massive frags have stopped every clutch from coming through, seemingly. Flies through the smoke. He's been on the money on his rotations every single time. How is Hypex given a second shot there? I could not tell you. And Big, so much resilience, so much hard work, so much faith, and it might all be for nothing. Round 30 decides. Big go back to B short with a bit of a pace, but the same call here for GamerLegion as they just crushed them. Double push from both teams, double spray down Monster. Maybe there's still hope.
Taps and forced wide by the util. Boost up, takes place quickly out here on short, and with PR providing cover, you're feeling like you're running out of places to hide here if you're Big. JDC's doing what he can, but blame F, it's just too many players bearing down upon him. And so GamerLegion, in a game that was rapidly getting away from them, they had a massive lead, 10-4 up, had to drag it into overtime. But they're able to stay composed long enough on Overpass. JDC now leaves himself in a doable position. Got an AWP to get past. Hypex has had some very awkward misses. Can't afford to do so here. You don't want this to be a problem.
PR is moving. It's a game of timing now. He might just have it.
JDC not even taking this into consideration. He doesn't know it, but the timer that he's existing on is fast expiring, and so GamerLegion complete the turnaround. What a roller coaster of a game this one was. The opening map, Big's pick, goes against them. And now GamerLegion sitting a map up in this series for Stage 2.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt for Big, right? The resilience on display is incredible. What a comeback from them into overtime, but they make a meal of it. And so do GamerLegion, really, with a heavy lead. 10-4, takes till overtime to close it, but one step closer they are to the next stage.
That was an absolute roller coaster to be opening up this qualification series. We're on the T side. It looked like Big were all but out of it. Then we go onto that CT side. 8 rounds in a row for them. But GamerLegion managed to push it to overtime by the skin of their teeth. I just want to get initial tastes left in your mouth after that one, Janko.
Spicy. That was a spicy game, Freya. You know, we saw a little bit of everything. Good start from GamerLegion. Big staying in it mentally, right, and finding a way to make the first half respectable. Then even with losing the second pistol as well, again, getting back into it, having an opportunity to close out even the map, but at the very last moment, GamerLegion finds a way to take it into overtime and then secures the win.
I felt like we saw a lot of different faces of GamerLegion in this one, Ash. Would you agree?
Yeah, it started off hot and then it got very frustrated and then it got very gimmicky. It went too much on the prep, I think. They went back to being normal and I don't know what's kind of going on. It's a little bit weird, the vibes. Like we noticed that it was very quiet. Big was shouting everything, and the first time we heard GamerLegion speak for quite a long time was when it got to overtime. It feels a little bit strange at times. Yeah,
bit of a roller coaster of emotions in that one as well. Let's go back to that first half though, because you were picking out what was working really well for GamerLegion, and we got to see a lot of highlights coming out of them, right?
Well, again, these entry frags happened on Nuke the other day, and well, today it was just full disruption. I saw that basically Big couldn't really play the game. Felt like every single round, there's some sort of, maybe a little bit of trickery. I think that, to be honest, the feeling I'm kind of getting is that GamerLegion are at the most comfortable on Overpass, and they're kind of relying a little bit more on let's go get the 5v4s and then play them, because we saw Big on the other side. They were kind of sitting back and let GamerLegion play and trying to play in the mid rounds. GamerLegion will focus more on let's go do some pushes, let's do some boosts, some flash plays, I think, here and there. And Big just couldn't deal with it. I think we saw the same thing as well when they played NRG on Inferno a few days ago. Disruptive playstyle, it's enough for now, but it was a little bit shaky because it's such a good start.
Yeah, and I want to give props to Big because, you know, even having to deal with all that and losing some of the post plants early on, you know, they didn't get deflated. They just kept going at it. They stayed confident, right? It was their map pick after all, and they were able to win those 4 rounds in a row. You know, obviously with GamerLegion having such a big lead, they had a lot of economy. They did a good job, though, of saving when rounds didn't go their way, which in the end allowed them to win the all-important final 2 rounds of the first half.
And that's the thing, right? You look at Big and you go, man, if you just didn't have that slightly more of a fast start coming into the first half, maybe we'd be looking at a scoreline that had been closed out in regulation for them. But moving into that second half, we saw a bit of a weird pistol strat coming in for GamerLegion. What was this one?
Yeah, there's usually very good preference from the coach. This is a big tendency they must have seen here, because I've never seen anything quite like this pistol round. Just every player all over the map just standing and hiding in a corner, including the person in T-spawn. So I think wherever you push and die here, you're going to be pretty tilted. So from this start, it looked like the preparation side was really on point. I mean, like I said, the entries, they come from somewhere. There's some sort of ideas. They see some weaknesses, some gaps. They get those entries, and then when they go in this pistol round, they're thinking, okay, great, our game plan is fantastic. Everything's looking nice, because this is tilting, right? How often do you die like this? This is absolutely crazy. Round over in a second. But I feel like what I didn't like about GamerLegion here is I think they went fully for the prep, and they're winning 10-4 in this game. And it felt like from here onwards, until 10-10, they were playing set play, gimmick round, where something to do with prep, where they saw some sort of hole. And here we're seeing the second buy round. The first one I think was also a gimmick. Just instantly going straight through the smoke, and they just find themselves on eco all the time because, well, I'm assuming they're thinking Faven doesn't go for this play very often. Monsters has a weakness, let's go out there. So I was a little bit disappointed to not see them go, guys, we're the better team right now. Big are struggling, let's just play some defaults and let's just beat them properly.
Yeah, there's a time and place for those rounds, really. But it tells you, I mean, the read that they had, how one-dimensional Big must be in their CT pistols. Were in Hypex in T-spawn. He's there just in case they push Monster and don't go too short and try to flank all the way to A. So he's only holding that, and everyone else is holding for that water push. So yeah, it seemed like after that the game was going to be over. Then a little bit of laziness from GamerLegion, you know, in the first gun round where they had the 5v4 and couldn't really convert it. But I think also I was really surprised by a couple of decisions from the coaches when it comes to timeouts. I mean, IMD took his first timeout being up 5-0 on CT side overpass. It's like, I get it, there's something you're not happy with probably, right? But you're probably going to be needing those, you might need those down the line. And then he didn't have timeouts towards the tail end of regulation. Luckily for him, the coach from Big Sen took a timeout after they got the last second defuse. It's like, why are you taking a, you just won a round, you weren't supposed to win. They have no answers for you. You're on map point. It's like, why are you giving them an opportunity to organize themselves? Like, this is such a shocker. Like, you have to understand, the IGL is thinking, the round is won. I'm thinking about what I'm going to call. Oh, shit. They're going for it. We lost the round, last second defuse. Now it changes in your head. You only have 20 seconds of freeze time to come up with what you're going to do. If it's going to be a fast opening, right, then you have to call it within 10 seconds so everyone can know what they need to do. If you need to throw utility from spawn. And that's when sometimes pressure gets to players and they just call a set strat because they can't, you know, they feel overwhelmed by what's going on. To call a default and to figure something out, it's like they just go for something that's set. And you took a timeout, you gave them an opportunity to organize themselves, to give a breather, and they won the final 2 rounds to take it into overtime.
I'm curious, Ash, do you agree with Janko's sentiment here? The timeouts were a little bit weirdly placed from both sides?
I think when it happens like this and it doesn't work out, then yeah, it does look a bit strange sometimes. But you understand why they're doing it. They think the adrenaline's too high. The communication's probably a mess on GamerLegion in the first half. And when they went to defuse, you saw all the players basically standing on the desk nearly, shouting at the other team because they were really hyped about it. Sometimes the players are given leash as well to say, like, hey, if I'm feeling too emotional, I'm going to take a pause. If that's happened, I mean, it's more understandable. Like, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but it definitely seemed like it backfired here on Big.
And just to go back to your point about the kind of gimmicky trick plays as well coming out of GamerLegion, because it happened a hell of a lot, right? Why? Why were they going for this? Why weren't they just going for more defaults, do you think?
I think it's like I said, I think they don't feel comfortable on the map at the moment. And I think also they probably saw so many gaps where they felt kind of invited to go and punish them. And I think also, like, this is the kind of way that Snax does like to call in general. Like, he wants to mix up the tempo, throw in some trick rounds here and there. But I think the balance here was wrong. And like I said, the first round that they end up winning on T side after the pistol and the conversion is the default round they do. And they actually lose the entry. They come back and they do a normal execute and they end properly with utility. And they outplayed them in that round. So I would just like to think, the game situation, let's apply it a little bit more. Yeah, we're smashing them right now. Let's see if they can handle the first 20 seconds of a round. They're probably going to make so many mistakes.
Yeah, and to be fair, when they did play default in the final round of regulation, you know, they put together a great round, really, right? That it extended the game and allowed them to close it out in OT.
Yeah, we can get the example coming up here. Tell me what worked well from this then to get it to OT.
First of all, it was just a default, and we push later, they get some map control, and now we're going to see the HEs come towards B. So this signals to Big, all right, they want to end the round B, right? Like, they're doing this chip damage, they want to force us away from this position, but actually they're already back towards A. Snax, with utility from his teammate, just makes a play here, walking through the smoke. Bit of a mistake with 3 players on A for no one to be holding for that. You can see it pulls everyone away from the B bomb site, and even though the players are still there, they're out of position, right? Like, they're not in water, they're not in barrels, they're in no position to play off of each other. They're sort of just, you could see they just stood their ground and hope to get the spray downs, but that's not going to happen very often. And it was just a great call and a great play from GamerLegion in that final round.
I think as well, the timing of that call from Snax is really good, because when the round is getting late, under 30 seconds, usually the fakes just in general have more impact. But also when the game is 12-11, you're thinking, you're almost kind of praying, like, come and end the game, guys. Like, Big will be thinking, like, get towards A, I need to be there just in time, I need to be there to win the round, win the game for my team, and suddenly, oh, I'm out of position, it's too late. This is the sort of thing that would look back in the analysis and be like, okay, I should be maybe jiggling short and checking to come back, then I flank towards a connector, my teammate can go. Instead, they both just knife out, run up, it's got to be A, right? They threw some utility, so it was a good call from Snax.
Rug just pulled out from underneath you. Let's talk about, very quickly, I think we've only got 30 seconds till we need to go to break, but Ancient, that's the pick coming out of GamerLegion. We know that they look solid in Atlanta. Do you think it's 2-0 here, or have Big got a chance?
I think they have a chance because GamerLegion's still a little bit shaky. Like, I think if they just play a bit more default, don't overthink it, you know, understand that they're the better team, they're the favorite, I think, yeah, in that case, we can see a 2-0.
Yeah, I'd like to see them trust the practice rather than the prep. Use a bit of the prep, but just go out and beat them. I'm sure you better.
Well, let's see exactly how this one is going to fall. It's Ancient, the map choice of GamerLegion. We know that they're a strong team on this map, but can Big battle back into this one? We're going to find out after this break.
chests. Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about. I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Johannes?
Yeah, flash pillar, what I say now.
Yes. Right side clear.
3, 2, 1, now.
I smoke
Have water, one more water.
I have underground.
Maybe solo.
Barret's dead.
I'm CT.
I have underground. We have B. I'm planning.
One saving. One saving. I'm already close CT, guys. He's right now truck running long. Okay.
Nice try.
Fucking nice, boys, man. Really nice call, Ben. Fucking nice. Let's keep it up, boys. We are in this. Fucking nice combat, man. From 6-0 to 6-4. That's amazing. We have a game here.
They have coming.
Two guys. Come again.
Monster man.
One more. You killed.
I'm going in.
Hold my bridge.
Hold bridge, boys. Hold bridge.
I'm flashing bridge twice.
They have it for you, Arlo. They have it for you.
What did it?
Swing, boys. Swing.
I'm blind.
One more. Headshot. Nice.
Dead.
He killed somewhere. Bomb left side till blue. Nice! Good job.
Let's go!
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they flash.
Out short, yeah. Both. Water and short.
I'm on it.
Bridge and short.
Bridge and water, yeah. He's planning default. I'm inside short. Nice,
water.
Short land, no?
Under short.
No, not short. No,
I'm cheating, I'm holding, push me.
Monster.
Monster.
Yeah, he went to your side.
Ben has the kit.
I'm just here,
Wait, I'm flashing for you.
Dead. Good flash. Boom.
Blind smoke.
Nice! Josef, insane kill, bro!
Insane, Ben. Good flash.
Really good by the top, man!
Yeah, drop.
Just last second, I can go on top, you can defuse, or how you want to do it.
Yeah, I want to, like, when the timer is around, like, closer, we just run out. I think they need to run away, also they need to make, save money.
I hold bank. I lead bank.
One is running away.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Might have it.
No.
Hold on.
Nice!
Fucking moves!
No way!
Insane, yeah,
guys, down to Molotov.
Calm down, let's go.
Insane,
Very nice, bro.
Boys.
All free.
And hold short, please.
I'm in water.
All free.
I'm going ABC.
Water,
nice.
One. Short one. Short, Ola. A player. You can leave him there. Leave him. Last short.
Your channel.
Nice!
What are they doing? They're not finding the bomb? No.
No one's defusing. Oh,
there could be
please, God.
absolutely no way.
This can't be real. Oh.
No, G2.
Holy shit.
This can't be real.
Oh my God. It's happened, the curveball.
They've gone and done it, right?
A new addition to the map pool, Vertigo.
They need to find a way to get these kills and get on that bomb very quickly. And now it's all falling apart.
Greeks are coming.
The Greeks are coming.
Oh, wait! Maybe more!
Oh my goodness.
An 11th for Woxic. It was 6 in a row, and he's got 2 in a row! 4! Suck! And he's got the final 5!
Complexity taking down Astralis 2-0.
Watch the event on Twitch, watch it online. Sports closed.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple! No! Simple! Unbelievable!
There's the first, not bad at all. There's the second, it's working out!
Oh, let's go next time! Katowice 2020 champions! It's Norby!
It's not been easy for GamerLegion. It never is at a major, but here they are looking for that stage 2 berth. Yesterday, we saw them get absolutely dominated by BetBoom, and the beginning was happening here as well by Big. A comeback on Overpass that embarrassed GamerLegion with clutches and ninja defuses. Still, none of that matters. GamerLegion are here with a map in the pocket and Ancient up next to try and find this 2-0 victory.
Yeah, right. They're looking for stage 2, and the idea that they have a comfort map for them, maybe giving a bit of hope here to GamerLegion. This one might be a little bit easier. Not if Big have their way. They'll be starting off on the CT side. So it'll be GamerLegion setting the tone of this first half.
Fine by them. Straight through the red smoke.
I do like that. Tabson's gonna hear this. Steals himself away. Snacks beeline straight for him. These Blame F dual Berettas don't last long. Snacks is picking even more fights in the back line. That proves to be one fight too many, but he's done a lot of damage. Left Big in an awkward spot.
Gonna fight this? Oh my god, it works wonderfully. Everybody gets in the spawn and gets involved. JDC offered with a chance to take a battle. And finally, GamerLegion cut it off. They've had enough. Bomb gets planted. Torsen 3 kills deep into this pistol. Flashback for more. JDC, he needs to grab this while he can. There it is, but now the clock is against him. 1v2. And Hypex has got the swing. So GamerLegion, pistol on top of a map in their pocket. And Snacks keeps it easy and simple here in this second round. Go A. What if we actually went B? Oh my goodness, Rez! Where did that happen? Just elbow spray. Put some grease on Big.
Yeah, rest of the map just feeling a little too quiet for Rez. All right, now the guns come out. A slow round for GamerLegion. They're not rushing anything here. Showing respect to the lane take, not looking for the mid fight. They've done some good early damage with the util. This is going to be a slower round.
Still in spawn.
This one to kind of gauge what Big are going to throw at them on this CT side.
And it looks like a lot of control. Big clearing out of all of B lane, pushing down as well. Got to expect flashes around this corner, so got to be very careful, does Tabson. Tucks in. They've just walked in.
Oh, Faber knows that smoke's gone in a little late, steals himself away for a fight. No. That's one hell of a turnaround. Torsen gets a double there. And so now you've got 40 seconds to make up your mind. Do you want to commit to the original plan, try and follow through with this B finish, or do you leave it to chance, hope you've got the gap out towards mid? These footsteps are heard. The aggression from Big gave them the info. And so Blame F here lying in wait. They think they have the control. They're holding for this swing. Rez has the cover. And spot there on Grix, dropping down in the middle. GamerLegion allowed to reposition and play around this bomb. This is now a very tricky round. Oh, they give him a fight early. Torsen goes looking for it. And now just Rez, low on health to B, swings out early. Doesn't have the health to play with here. Grix trying to force a fight, but Rez just isn't giving it to him. This is frustrating. You've got to take the fight to Rez. Closing in now. There simply isn't time.
Torsen better apologize for even putting his teammate in that position. But well handled by Rez. Knows there's no way Grix is going to stick that in the open. That would be absolutely mental. Huge comeback round here from Torsen, though. I mean, he's on a heater. 2 big kills.
Yeah.
As they run through the heaven smoke. That was a 5v3 forced by Faven.
I think it also just showcases, you know, the differences in those two players, right? Torsen, younger guy, aggressive player, backed his aim in that after the double that brought them back into the round. But Rez just touch of class, you know, wins it with smarts.
Oh, lots of nades here for Big, but they've all been used now and no kill. So GamerLegion go back to spawn. Early assault on B. Finds nothing. No control taken, and that just opens up an easy avenue. Although Grix is the one rifle and he is in position. Puffing up his chest. Giving Big a reason to believe as they rotate hard.
Yeah, GamerLegion tried to dodge the stack. In doing so, play into the Grix M4. That kill on the JDC just makes you breathe a little easier here. Torsen at 1 health, you'd love him to get out with anything, but it won't happen. And so round is far from safe yet.
Flank is really slow though, and if he walks and they wait for him, they're going to lose a lot of time with no kit right now or smoke to elude those players. Donut, they're going to have trouble. That's an incredible shot though. 2v4, stuck in the site, damage done, but Hypex on low health just has to win these fights. His teammate back in Donut. Another clutch here for GamerLegion in a post plant, and it might be enough. He's off the bomb, and I think it's been one here as GamerLegion walk it over the line. Snacks 3 kills and a 1v2 to boot, just to make things feel nice.
This is always kind of doing what you least expect is Snacks, right? Like I think a lot of players there, you set up with the post plant in Donut, you know it's a low econ round, you know they don't have the kits, but he hangs around on the angle looking for fights, and they think they're going to have a lot more room, right, as they're crossing in. They're imagining they have to tap to force the fight out of him. It's one of those moves where, like, if this lets you down, you're kicking yourself, because you know it's kind of the wrong thing. It's not the done thing. That's how Snacks gets it done.
Yeah, well, he knows what's expected and what's not. And he knows how to subvert it every single time. Ouch. All right, Big. Can't be like Overpass. Can't see them as slow to start. GamerLegion fine to be confined back in spawn again. This one's going to get convoluted because you'll notice Snacks is outside of B with the bomb. So whatever you see, don't believe it. GamerLegion go for the mid-take. Ollie is well timed to hold them back. Snacks just got spammed on B as well. So bomb under scrutiny might have to go back.
This is a really rough start for GamerLegion, right? They're slow to get going. They wait for the big util, the big map control to come through at the start, hoping to exist in the mid-round. But I mean, look at the health. Snacks down low from the brawl at ramp. PR dinked right at the start of the round. This one might be over.
Yeah, I actually think it's a save call here for GamerLegion. I don't really blame them either. A lot has gone wrong. PR dinked early, mid control locked out by good utility, and I think part of the plan was Snacks to bring that bomb in B late, but because tabseN had lane, he spotted it really early on. So it kind of forced the plan to fail here for GamerLegion, and they didn't want to risk their guns in a haphazard play. So a reasonable save. Gun can be dropped over. We can get a good buy in this round. But sooner rather than later, Big are in the game. And just as much as GamerLegion, they'll be happy with a clean round.
So IMD was doing a lot of the talking, conversation for GamerLegion, because they don't want to let Big back in to the CT side. And up until now, they've been trying to do a lot of stuff in the mid rounds, right? They haven't really concerned themselves with the early takes, look to fight for that lane control, look to try and stop it, haven't sent anyone out towards mid.
Guys, we need to listen, because I was talking about that in 30 seconds. If you don't understand, ask me, kurwa. We cannot be like this, that I'm waiting and I'm waiting for nothing.
Ooh, hard words here from Snacks. Team are not listening to the call. Got Rez? How's he here? JDC will flush him out. So, a bit of a dash towards B now. Grix in the right position, but not connecting the shot. Got a second chance, but the nades are flying at his feet. He's got to concede.
And I'll make it into the site. No util down, no util to play with. You're just going to plant and hope, and FlyQuest can stop that. Lineup found. Only PR left, not for long. A collapse upon that B site for Big. Shuts GamerLegion out of it.
Oh, if we just had Snacks tilt and then we get that round, that's not going to look good for the GamerLegion vibe, is it? They get lined up, planting the bomb. Very poor cover. Good timing found by FlyQuest on long, but I think GamerLegion are going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah. I mean, you know, with the additional context of there being a misunderstanding in that previous one, that's kind of the reason why it never gets going. You essentially just wrote a whole round off, right? Didn't get to play it, didn't get to do whatever plan Snacks was coming up with, and then that's your next round, a complete shutdown, another clean round for Big. Suddenly, you know, your lead that you once had is going to disappear, and Big are a huge threat all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It was one round of not understanding, but it's had implications that entirely shape the early game.
Yep. Snacks just runs it in on a Glock, and just no chance in this round here for GamerLegion.
I mean, yeah, we talk about tilt. It's situations like this that are going to tilt you.
Ooh. Yeah. Chill. But quick flank should be fine, and so under the thumb of Big. But yeah, you compare the vibes as well last map, right? Sure, GamerLegion win it. That ultimately is the most important thing. But the whole time we know Big had the energy. They definitely had the energy. They believed in the comeback. They gave it a really good go. We saw a lot of frustration from GamerLegion. But yeah, when you see the same thing at the start of this game, a 4-0 lead for GamerLegion, Big still with high energy for every kill they get. Let's put some worry the way of GamerLegion. It's not every day we get a voice comm like that.
All right, FlyQuest hiding out of the toolbox. He goes uncleared, could be a huge problem. Gets out with his double, and the trade is just seconds too late out towards main. Even hangs around, FlyQuest farming. And nowhere left to turn in this for GamerLegion. They need a way out. This mid-fight could provide it, but PR takes a lot of damage in that skirmish. You're both a shot away from death here. So as you try to tiptoe your way out in the middle, Big are here to greet you. Clean shot for Hypex. Does lend some intrigue to this. Surely not. I mean, everything's got to be clinical for GamerLegion. You can't afford to miss even one of these shots. And so Grix reels him in. AWP proves to be a little overkill for the health on GamerLegion.
What a shutdown from Fathom, man. He was an absolute bottom of the server last map. He was a liability at times for Big and comes up with 386 damage in this round. Drops 3 players, dinks the 4th. What a shutdown. Just ruffles the feathers. As again, their plan is kaput. Full rush here on this A site now. Grix is in position.
Yeah, and his AWP has just been so solid. It really matters in those A rushes that you just get that first kill. You know, just make the first incision. Don't let them close in. You buy an extra couple of seconds for your rifles to come and help you.
These last few rounds have just flown by ever since that GamerLegion save. Big have run away. 5 rounds in a row. Money is out of control as well. GamerLegion not going to be able to break it this half. They are against full buys every time, and they try again on this A rush. Oof.
Grix just always gets his one. You're always paying the Grix tax. I mean, Torsen's a big scalp to find, man. He's been the most dependable piece alongside Rez of this GamerLegion squad. They've got to get through this post-plant without him. And even now, with Big completely conceded in the fight, right? No one fought after that opener. A starts to feel really claustrophobic when you're stuck in the site, when you don't have those post-plants. So they go looking for the donut control, and they will get their hands on it. Something to play with, something to play around, and now they can cover.
No! They smoked donut! They didn't smoke the bomb! They've lost!
Ollie's gonna burn him off, charging through. No time to defuse this. And so a tricky spot there for GamerLegion. But able to battle through, get into that post plant. And no smoke for the bomb proves to be a big problem.
I think they threw it at the same second. JDC threw the smoke into Donut as I think Hypex threw the molly on the bomb. And so that was the one bit of util they had. Smoking Donut there is crazy. Yeah, look at the timing. He's just throwing it. Only chance you have to win is by smoking that bomb and getting on that defuse right away. There was no time. Big took so long to get through Temple there. And that's rough considering they found some really nice early kills. They got Grix with the AWP, 5v4 in the post plant. That is an uncomfortable position. Faven came out Temple with one as well. It's technically a 3v5 here for GamerLegion, but they had super strong positions. I think it just hurts knowing that smoke that bomb, you have a, you know, it's a 50-50 whether they get you off it. Now 4 Galils. Times are tough. Faven has just been feasting as well in this CT side. So Big with some comfort towards this B site. GamerLegion have been pretty execute heavy in this half, doing A rushes, not really focusing on mid control, and this is why. Because Grix in position again, looking for that early 5v4. It's just been so easy for him. He's just been given the dry fights.
I mean, removing Rez is massive. That's kind of the backdoor player for GamerLegion in a lot of these rounds. The guy going and taking that mid space, with him gone, it almost forces them to commit to this B play and into the stack. Don't want to run the risk of going back in the middle, re-challenging that AWP again. You've lost all the info there, so you need these cave kills to come through.
It's Faven time.
Teammates start to arrive. They're on the other side of CT. Faven holds on. That's the bomb. So much damage and makes it nice and easy for Big. Faven putting in one hell of a shift after a quiet map to start this BO3. He's now the top performer on Ancient.
He was so low and the bomb chases him down. He still just bursts it, forces a team kill with his damage as well. They line up in cave. Faven is not slowing down. That is massive impact all game long from Faven. Literally absent in that first map. And you could feel the difference when you lose by the margins that Big did, but how has he done that? Faven's feeling it. Big. A surprising entry again from 4-0 down in this map. Looking to win the half. Resilience on display.
All right, Rez, that's a crazy shot on the Deagle. And he's made it out all the way through red. Everyone starts to feel a bit more constricted now with Rez roaming the back line. You're going to be looking over your shoulder every step of the way. You have no info on where he could be. There's the spot, and so JDC at least alleviates that pressure. That allows everyone else to focus forward. Big hear the drop down. They know that this play is coming in over towards A. Two players here. Grixorb never struggled at these openings, but that's a rare miss. Makes up for it. Second time's the charm.
Get out, yeah.
Just going to play to evade. Leaves this one to a retake. Oh, not even required. They actually face plant. Denied. Grix comes back as Big look for a winning half. Can PR change that? Nades himself, 1 HP, barely alive, and time expires. Big lock in a winning CT side performance in amidst the madness.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with the spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it indeed? Big are back and they're doing it well. 7 rounds in this first half, showing up against GamerLegion on GamerLegion's map pick. Big looking ready to crumble and fall over after an Overpass fumble in overtime, but right now they're leading the way and we're seeing a dismayed GamerLegion, a quiet GamerLegion here on their map.
I mean, dude, just like recap from the round timeline, they were 4-0 up. Then they had that round that just petered out and went nowhere. Then we got the comms from Snacks where he was a little bit angry at the rest of the gang, you know, people not understanding each other, not understanding the call. And it feels like it's just throwing them off the rhythm for the entire rest of the half. They managed 1 round past that point. Got to believe now that their CT side can stack up.
Well,
Torsen seems to think so. That's a gnarly 3K. Bomb lost. And Grix left in a, well, what was a 1v5. What's he going to do? Being given 1 fight, but that's not long for this world. Torsen was foaming at the mouth. The prospect of 4 kills on those dual Berettas.
Shame to
as
see
he one-man bans the ramp hold to win the pistol for GamerLegion.
Shame to see it go like that for Big, because the logic is you're hoping there's a USP on B, a couple of USPs, and you can jump through the smoke, you'll be fine. But that is the tailor-made gun for the job, or should I say guns. Julies rip through Big and put them back to pistols very quickly. Single deagle. Splaymath goes fishing.
PR's deep cleared the ramp, smoke down at the door as well, so rightfully you're worried about the A hit, and Hypex now hears the footsteps. Doesn't need to overextend here, has teammates nearby from mid, just closing in. They'll make this one quick.
Full eco with the deagle indeed. Focused faces here for GamerLegion, as the guns do indeed come out for Big.
And we saw a fair bit of aggression on Big CT half, right? Looking for a lot of control early. And for the most part, GamerLegion were fine to sit back and let them do that. Curious what kind of tone GamerLegion set on this CT side. Nothing aggressive out of the gate. So a fair bit of room given to Big off the rip. You don't have mid control, not fully. PR's hanging around Donut, but that's more for info. And so Big do have runway to make their move.
The execute is very viable here. But Big are going to walk back to middle. It's red setup. PR peeking behind the Molotov. They are all down mid and you just can't see them. Finally, the flames down and PR puts one on the board. Big moving back into this A site as BlameF tries to cause some chaos in the red room, but the rest of his team attempting to split A. It's a huge entry kill, but Rez is pushed ahead of this smoke. He's got support as well.
Yeah, PR in here alongside him. A 1-2 punch gets disrupted. That's a way in for Big. Trying to get chases Snacks to the bomb. That's going to delay the plant, but he can't get a kill from it, and so bomb goes down all the same. Is Tolson really interested in this? Knows he has a player trapped up close in the site. Goes looking, and will find Griggs. That's the planter dealt with. tabseN and blameF running a bit of a crossfire, but blameF's missed this, and Torson's allowed to sneak on in. Gonna go looking, gonna go fishing for tabseN. Shadow spotted, and he will get the better of him. Now just blameF left to beat. Got a bomb to play around here. And blameF just toying with him, playing with his food. No defuse for Torson. That's a clutch teed up for blameF back there in Donut.
Very well played for Blame. Just gives him the perfect amount of jiggle to force him to fire every time and still gets him off that defuse in the end. So Big. It's a stressful round, one that tabseN finds the most crucial kill in to trade that front A site player. Rez was in a very strong position for a second frag there, and tabseN, they wait for him. The bottom of the board delivers an impactful frag.
Nice! Come on, nice!
It's Big back in the game. They've never truly felt out of it in this series.
A massive opportunity here just to apply so much pressure to GamerLegion. It's a force buy for the CTs. So a chance to really put yourself in the driver's seat if you're Big. Good util damage early on. And Cave taken away with an opener to boot.
Reclick could be well timed here.
JDC's not watching for this. He's holding for A aggression, so they're going to try and climb on up. It's a boost to get you there quietly. PR now behind enemy lines. They've got no idea.
Oh my.
Nearly line up for him, but nearly isn't going to cut it in this type of a spot. Good dig for Hypex, levels the playing field.
Does he want more? Trust your site can hold, but they just walk through Cave, and Torson is not looking. Rez, not the gun for the job. A single bullet's difference onto Grix. Bomb planted, Hypex saving. Big 1-by-1 whittle their way through another site hold.
And just another high impact double kill for tabseN. Opener over towards Cave, follow up there onto the first site player. You know, might be sitting down towards the bottom of the charts for Big, but last two rounds have carried massive weight for Big. And now it's put them on a track towards a great T-side. Money gone for GamerLegion. This AK is all they're going to have to work with in the next. And a chance just to keep kind of hitting these 2-for-1 type rounds. So long as you can keep this up.
GamerLegion gotta keep their heads on right now. Seeing some struggles. On the player cams, not looking too enthused either. Torson's been the one guy really fighting.
Oh, this is crazy.
Are they going in, or is it just Snacks? All right, full buy. Gotta have something up their sleeve here. This is one hell of an investment around the saved gun.
Whatever idea you've just kind of cooked up there in that timeout, whatever conclusion you've come to, it better be a great call.
They just know they can break Big's money, so to them it's worth the risk. Two very close rounds here, one out by Big. A GamerLegion risk it all here on Ancient.
Nades do great damage. And they will secure an equalizer over here towards ramp.
like Blame knew what was coming there.
Austin's following through with the aggression. Got Hypex here to try and back him up. Favin's hit a blinder.
See the goat?
Snax waiting back in the cave. But they seem aware that...
Why not?
They haven't cleared this. There might be someone else floating around. You're leaving nothing to chance at this point. That is the bomb court moving in. Nade could be real nice, but just gonna fly over Favin in this smoke. Feeling a bit of stress for Favin, right? Because he wanted to walk through, maybe hit that timing. Didn't feel like he could with the health, and Snax' patience. Oh my God. He's just walking around in a Snax Wonderland right now. Backstab for Snax as the captain puts GamerLegion on his back. That is a high-octane, high-impact clutch. Trigger Discipline takes him into that 1v2. And he has just saved GamerLegion.
That is a Snax special. Chew on that. Swallow it whole, Big. He doesn't care. Walks right behind you. Tracks you down. And a 1v2 from Snax. Absolute classic.
Oh, it's just such a calling card round for Snax, isn't it?
This happened so quick. And that was why they went for the buy, right? Look, sure, it's a messy round, but look what they've done to Big. They've thrown them onto the ropes. We've got a Galil, Mac 10s, and Tech 9s. That was the risk, and here is the reward for GamerLegion. Oh my goodness.
It is just crazy, isn't it? Like, you might trust Snax and clutches more than anyone else on this team. I mean, guy's got a lot of them.
It's like, how does he get in these positions? Like, you see him in those spots all the time. Just lets him walk right past.
He does just have, like, phenomenal positioning, yeah. All right, B-Rush. Big try and bring the pace. Up and in. But taking down a peg there on the push. They will manage a bomb plant. Snax offering up some damage on the spam.
Still winnable here.
Post plant's taken for Big. They've got room out towards Long and CT. Rez is the only guy here. If he falls, that's the post plant secured for Big.
Yeah, he's playing passive. He's letting them flank ramp. They got to go quick.
Name of the game for Rez is just don't die.
Gotta go, gotta go.
Smokes go down. They try to get a move on, and Rez does not falter, holding onto the back line. A lot of time ticked off this bomb. Favin and Blame F both get theirs, and that is the backline player dealt with. Barreling through the smoke, there isn't time anymore. And with the kit away from them, GamerLegion have to run for the hills. That clutch from Snax might be quickly forgotten about as B falters to the rush.
Yikes! That's a massive round to lose. That's just a fumble from GamerLegion. I don't know why they're taking so long. Why are they executing? You need to save that smoke for the bomb. They're blocking long, but then they're just getting shot through that long smoke. You don't even want the smoke down there. You need the fight. You have a 4v2. You need to trade out your kills quickly, but instead they give Big options to play through the smoke, to catch them off guard, to use those lesser weapons to their advantage. That is a fumble for GamerLegion. Big buy back in, and they break them right back. What the hell is going on right now?
This has just turned into a brawl, hasn't it? You know, we're really late in the game. Both teams are scraping the bottom of the barrel for money. And so it's leading to these hectic, chaotic rounds.
And these kind of buys, as we've seen in the last two, are often won or lost off of the opening move. And so Big just crawling into an A site here is the perfect remedy. Unless it's a 5-man stack, you're not losing this. GamerLegion are already saving, I think. Unless they get a crazy smoke kill. PR, oh my God, he's dinked another. Okay, now GamerLegion, they're going to give it a go. 5v4, but there's the gun drop. And with no kit in this round, Big shouldn't lose it.
I mean,
nothing's safe. Nothing's guaranteed.
For Snax. He's trying to save him again.
This can't happen. I mean, they've got a smoke for the bomb, but they've not got a kit.
Oh, another dink put down range. Surely not. Forced by wars this late in the day isn't meant to happen, but GamerLegion, swift response.
Ow.
And we are into the madness of this qualification best of 3. Back and forth we go. Still a one-round game.
I can't believe it. I mean, these 5-7s just tapping heads at range. Snack smoke shot that CT player onto an AK, but Big are gone from that round.
Difference is now as well, this one's a lot cleaner than the last, right? The last win for GamerLegion was the Snacks clutch. He won that 1v2. That meant that money was still really weak going forward. They have a bit more staying power here. 3 guns taken with you out of the round. The buy for Big is not pretty. There's a lot more limitations this time. They had good util, armor, tech 9s. This time it's 2 rifles and 1 smoke.
This one has been all over the place. 2 AKs, 3 Deagles, a hope and a dream.
You're keeping up appearances with the Force Buy, but this one just doesn't have the same teeth as that last one.
Well, you just got to hope these 2 players can frag their way through. Favin and JDC dropping over guns. It's a shame for Favin, who's really had a great game. Would love to have seen him on one of these AKs, but had to share the wealth. Jiggle. FlameF tries to hunt, but blocked again, and Big are running out of time right now. A minute on the clock, still 2 smokes, 2 mollies to block. And Rez is holding one towards Donut as well, so if Big reroute here, they might just get locked out entirely. What is the move? Back in main, a single smoke. On the bright side, they're going to get out here. PR probably won't be able to throw this molly in time. He's gone out.
Trying to throw his aim off, but the trade just wasn't there. PR allowed a bit of a shooting gallery as a result. Rez will get walked on through that smoke, and so they've got the room. Hypek's going to take it away. That's the bomb drop. Tabson's going to get a move on and get it planted. You have a tiny window here to try and take Donut. That's what Favin's doing, but he's bested straight away. It's a Tabson clutch. The old boy of Big has to get it done on his lonesome. Can't finish the job, and so GamerLegion snatch away back-to-back rounds. And that should be the break point. This is where they should look to move into the lead.
Yeah, Big have to put their hands up and go fair play at this point, right? We've had some crazy back and forth rounds, but they cannot keep these guns coming. Finally got to accept the reality of their situation. GamerLegion leads, staring them dead in the face. And Matt, I fear I will leave this game again, akin to Overpass, thinking, what a nice try for Big, but nothing more. Because GamerLegion, the death set it coming into this series, GamerLegion have not been playing their A game. They've not been playing their Atlanta game, but it's still been enough to get them to this position. And it might be enough to get them to stage 2. Big relying on their next rifle round. Oh, they saw him. Oh no, Deagle's everywhere. Pressure's on.
Oh, Snack's just going to take the route to escape. Oh, they're going to try and boost over this? That's exactly what Snacks was hoping for. You've given him the exact fight he wanted.
Let Favin cook with this Deagle. Sure. That's all. Couple of kills.
We'll do M80 and I'll do this new key.
So here comes the buy for Big, a final swing at GamerLegion. A map down in the series, 2 rounds away from that second stage for GamerLegion. The hottest anticipated team, I believe, of this stage. Can they close it easy?
This is the round that would let them do that. Even though Big were waiting for this buy, you can see how incomplete it is. Just this early staging util has left them with only one smoke in the round. With 1 minute and 25 seconds left. They're going to use it to try and get past over in CT. Oh, but then you've been blocked.
Can't go through that.
I mean, that's so frustrating. The whole round hinged on that one smoke, making it by. All right, there's an opening. Grix has provided. Rez has to move away. Exits the red room, and that's going to lead them to try and close on through. JDC, best snacks on the smoke fade. Blame F much the same. And that block that looked to undo the round actually caused problems for GamerLegion. Down to this, and with Rez dead, it's only PR left standing, and not for long. He's got all the Big looking his way. Considering just how wrong this round could have gone, that opener onto Hypex, just giving them the room to commit to that A play, scrambling the rotates. Suddenly the smoke in red becomes a problem.
I just don't believe that GamerLegion actually thought Big were behind it or inside of that smoke, right? I think they panic a lot there. Rez running away and Snacks running through the smoke. Neither player really considering that every step is getting heard and played against them. Nice aggressive move from JDC, but it felt like the perfect opportunity.
I mean, we heard it from IMD back on Overpass, right? The idea that they've been over-rotating a little bit in their games. Another telltale sign of that in that one there. And it cost them dearly. That would have been the easy route to close this series. Now you got to do it the hard way, but that's how they did it on Overpass.
Sure. And Grix has got an orb now as well. That being said, his rifling has been fantastic. That entry on Hypex was a thing of beauty, but look at this push. PR having enough.
And he's here so early. Blame F coming back. They've just missed each other.
No one saw.
And now we enter a very weird realm indeed. PR with the backstab. Blame F is not in a position to give chase, but where he could find some successes on an A-walk.
He's going to go back out middle, and fair enough. I mean, either option is open, but PR is actually staying in red just in case.
They're taking the space on B.
Walks right
into that smoke. Playing to the crossfire. Fathom with an important trade, and that will allow this bomb to go down. Blame F still far removed from the action. Right now, GamerLegion have a 3-on-2 at the B site, and Snacks denies that bomb plant.
Blame F's not even here.
Big have got to get a move on. Blame F's got to get a move on, sneaking it all the way through red. They're trying to lend him as much time as they can, but you need big impact from Blame. Nothing's being offered. There's the spot from PR, and now you've lost the element of surprise. Blame F shut down with nothing done. It's Grix alone. Been waiting to bring this AWP out, but it will barely get the chance to play. A shutdown from PR's flank, and it's so valuable. GamerLegion on to match and series point.
That feels like Blame F at the end of Nuke against Liquid, right? Just sort of lost in the source, not able to find his timing. The gap was on A. I don't think he realized that, thinking PR perhaps hid in the mid smoke in the first place, and that he didn't walk all the way through on A because the timing was ridiculous. PR goes on to find a massive multi-kill, and it's great to see him standing tall here in this progression game for GamerLegion. Big picking up the pace in what could be their final round.
They're going into PR's bomb site. Doesn't hang around, doesn't go looking for that kill. And so this one's going to come down to a retake. You don't have donut control either. It's a chance for Big to get into some post plants here. It's down to whether or not they take the space. Hypex dead on that swing with the AWP. And so advantage for Big. Claustrophobic setup though. Things do go wrong here. They go wrong quickly in this type of an environment. Snacks with one, Snacks with the double, and it's trades all across the board as GamerLegion sweep the retake and sweep their way through into stage 2.
It was not easy for GamerLegion. Nobody can say that. They had to battle through this one, brutalized by BetBoom and almost come back by Big in both maps. Overtime on Overpass and Ancient in 24 rounds. Big showing resilience in this series today, but GamerLegion take the stakes, they take the headlines, they take their way to that second stage. Beautiful game by the end of it for PR as well. He really showed up, throwing some snacks, clutches, and Torsen on T sides. This is a GamerLegion who can certainly, on a good day, take on some of the world's best. We saw it in Atlanta. We might see it in Cologne again.
Yeah, and maybe finding some comfort, right? The idea that there's been some struggles here, it's still been enough to get them through stage 1, not entirely unscathed, but arriving in stage 2 all the same. For Big, it's back to the drawing board. They'll go through to the final day of play, the dreaded all or nothing matchups at 2-2. You're either so close to that next stage, falling shy of it, or you just clinch a victory. Big played well today. Both maps being close. Want to see more from this team in Cologne.
Yeah, there's some really good signs for Big. I think the resilience, the mentality, these things are holding very strong for Big across these games. You know, falling a little short at the end, but players like Griggs really have impressed so far here at Cologne. Goes on for 23 kills in this game. Fathom with a redemption as well. Just a shame to see the Overpass slip through their fingers. What this series could have been if Big took their map pick and took it the distance. I think it was definitely up for the conversation for Big. But we'll go back to the desk after GamerLegion make it to their second stage.
They do indeed. Thumbs up all round from the side of GamerLegion, but it wasn't like they didn't get tested by the side of Big. They had to close this one out by the skin of their teeth, Janko. It's not exactly the GamerLegion maybe we saw back at Atlanta, but they get the job done and they guarantee themselves a next stage here in Cologne.
It's definitely not, and it feels like we got a similar GamerLegion today to what we got yesterday, but just the opponent was different, and Bad Boom absolutely punished them for, you know, some of the mistakes that they would make and some of the space that they were giving away, and Big was almost there, right? I mean, obviously an incredibly close series, first map ending in overtime and second one going all the way to 13-11, but they just had just enough in the tag GamerLegion to close it out and book that spot in stage 2.
Yeah, close but no cigar for the side of Big Clan. They will get a chance of redemption as we go into the final day of play in stage 1 tomorrow, but we have to say congratulations to our victors. We've got Rez up here next to his #1 fan in Ash. Yeah. Congratulations.
My biggest
stage
fan.
2 secured. How are you feeling right now?
Great, thank you. That's a good game.
I'm feeling great as well.
Yeah.
You feeling great?
Smiles all around. Stressful though? A little bit stressful?
Yeah. I think we're not playing our best right now, to be honest. I think we expected more for ourselves, like a much cleaner game against them, and the day before against Bad Boom. So yeah, we need to get our stuff together for sure into stage 2.
Even in your first 2 best-of-1s, I mean, you were able to get the win, but they were very close maps, wasn't super clean. So, you know, you guys showed a great level in Atlanta. What do you feel the reason is for not showing the same level here at the major?
Honestly, I think it feels like it's nerves, maybe, like because of the major and the pressure and all, and we have all these expectations on us now, because people expect us like 3-0 and all this, and that we're gonna destroy everyone here in stage 1. And I mean, it could be that, I don't know, but probably it's probably nerves. I think that's getting up to us right now.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of frustration. I think I've never seen so many death smashes and everything. And even when you got to overtime on the first map, it was probably the first time I heard you guys shouting in 6-7 rounds. Sorry, I forgot to do the thing. But what's kind of going on? Do you think that is just most of the pressure? Because I've never seen you guys this frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes hand in hand with our expectations, because we expect ourselves to play much better than we are right now, and when we're doing these very, very silly mistakes and losing these must-win rounds, I think we get really mad and frustrated at ourselves, and I think that's probably why. And yeah, like I said, I think we need to get this stuff together if we're gonna beat anyone in stage 2, in my opinion.
Should we dive into in-game just briefly, because Ash, you picked out something from Ancient. What do you want to show young Rez?
I'd like to get your opinion on this round, because this one's been pretty fun for you, this one. But basically what I noticed in this game was Big had a real game plan to go middle, and it felt like GamerLegion kind of gave up on middle and didn't really want to fight it. I'm sure you enjoyed this round, though, for you. It was a good one to watch your screen go white and then go red very quickly.
Stuck in the wall there, yeah.
But it seemed like Big idea was come forward, take middle, and then just stay around the heaven position. And it didn't seem like GamerLegion had any answers. They said it was kind of go B rush, go A rush, go 4B. It's a kind of a weird feeling, because I noticed the other day as well, you were 5-0 up against Bet Boo on T side. There's maybe a lack of confidence going on there, because usually it'd be you lose a middle, guys, let's go fight middle, and here it was good luck for Dan, eat 7 flashes and you're gonna go see you in next round.
I mean, it was kind of the idea, like we knew they are a heavy mid-fight team, And we wanted to play the approach that we're gonna take it slow and let them have it, and like let them waste all the util, and then we make a plan after it. Like that's kinda how we played against Navi, like when we played them, and that was the plan for against Big as well. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. And I mean that round right there, you see, like I got kind of tired of it. I wanted to fight something, you know, and I just sent it out mid, and I get this very unlucky situation. But yeah, it was basically the game plan against the Big. Like we knew how they wanted to fight mid, and I think we struggled in like the next part of the plan basically, because I think it's a good plan in the beginning to like let them have it and waste all the util there, and then fake them somewhere and take some control.
We talked a little bit about on Overpass 2 on your T side, you know, a lot of openings in the first gun rounds were pretty set, you know, some anti-strats or things that you guys prepped. Do you feel like maybe some of the frustration you were talking about comes from the fact that, you know, when those rounds go wrong, it goes really wrong, and you look a little bit silly, and then just not maybe playing a bit more default, so you guys, the individuals, the players have more room to just sort of read the round and play off of what's in front of you?
Yeah, I mean that was basically what our conclusion, like after our timeouts. Like we did a lot of set stuff in my opinion, and you could see it as well, like you said, like in the beginning of the half, like or like all the B attacks we had, and then we felt like we need to start feeling the map more and like play more on intuition and experience. And I think that's when we started to get the more like the rounds we really needed. And I mean that's basically more comfort, like at least for me, like when you start to feel the round and feel the map and like listen to rotations and all that. I think that's when I play the best at least, and I think that's why we were able to close it.
I want to ask, like, how's Overpass been going in practice? Because looking from the outside, it looked like there was on CT side there were lots of set aggression going for entry frags rather than let's play some 5v5 CS, and that's what Big were doing. They were kind of giving the map up and letting you play, and it seemed like set round, like you just said. Even the pistol round, probably the hardest anti-strat I've seen all tournament, just everyone hiding and short, letting them walk past. What was kind of going on? Is this because there's kind of like a lack of confidence there in Overpass? I know you haven't been playing it much either, but kind of set round T side, set round CT side, like how's your feelings about this?
Honestly, like we didn't have much prep on this map. Like we played mostly like what we had in practice, and I think honestly like this pistol round was not even anti-strat. Like it was something we did in practice once. Like Snacks called it once. Like he's really weird, and we just did it.
That couldn't have worked out better.
It's for the like sake of it, just for fun, you know, like throw them off, and it worked. Like I think this is the state of pistols right now. It's very random. You can do this kind of stuff and it works out. But yeah, like I think that's why we struggle. Like you said, the set round part, the CT as well. I think we had to play more on like the feeling-based Counter-Strike, and I think that's why we struggled and it became so close.
Well, Rez, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. We'll see you in stage 2. I'll let you get on your way and get some practice and preparation in tomorrow, as we do have one more day of play of stage 1. But that does mean GamerLegion has indeed advantage on a couple of other teams as well. Surely later as well, we'll be seeing some more teams qualify too. Just looking at Big Clan, though, on the other side of things, quickly, because we will be seeing them play tomorrow, Janko, what's your temperature check on them from what they put up versus GamerLegion?
I think they've shown enough where tomorrow, I guess, depending on the opponent, you feel like they have a good chance of advancing if they can replicate the same level. A couple of unfortunate rounds towards the end here as well. JDC, I think it was missing someone in the smoke, passing each other, right? PR on the push, getting a multi-kill. So yeah, it's a tough loss today. They were close. They had their opportunity. They had map points on Overpass, but now it's about, you know, being able to reset for tomorrow and that final game.
Yeah, 100%. From qualification, though, to elimination in our last game of the day. That's going to be going down between Liquid and Heroic after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
The pounding heart of esports beats
louder here in Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
It's NAF, it's Heroic versus Team Liquid in a pretty crucial scenario here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. NAF, you've won a Cologne once upon a time, 2019 even. Let's talk a little bit about how long ago and all the things that have transpired since.
Yeah, I mean, that was a long time ago, 7 years ago. Yeah, been through a lot of different teammates, seen a lot of different faces. It's been an interesting experience, but yeah. Not much to say besides that.
Yeah, I mean, being up there in front of that crowd is a big deal, and it's a pretty big contrast into where you're at today, right? The Liquid that we have in front of us has its highs and lows. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of those highs and lows in Liquid currently?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's been a lot more lows than highs, of course, but you know, I mean, we're always working. We're always trying to find our best form amongst all of us, in and outside the game. And it's just it's tough, but it's a lot of hard work, and we're trying our best. Obviously we don't want to disappoint anybody. I've been through enough disappointment, so yeah, we just need to just keep going, and hopefully we can kind of find our stride in this game. So let's see how it goes.
Finding your stride in the game is, very preferential, I'd say. And there's a lot of questions about this Liquid lineup, the question marks, where and which, how do they make it work? How does it all come together? There's talks about Crimbo. There's this, that, or the other. There's a lot of things on the table for Liquid. Before you jump into this match with Heroic today, it's an elimination match. Is there anything you want to say?
No, I mean, there's not much to go through, but we just need to kind of just give it our all, be here in the moment, and we just have to wait and see, and just let them slide and let them go how it needs to be. But we just need to play a good game today.
Stoic, deep, to say the least. That's NAF Team Liquid. We've got Heroic and Crizin in a very, very important matchup today here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. Brother, up to this point, let's talk a little bit about Heroic here in the building and some of the performance that you guys had. I know that it's been a bit of a rocky one per expectation versus reality. So what's happened here?
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough. It's actually been a tough month, I would say, even. No, I mean, of course, we wouldn't have seen ourselves in an O2 bracket. Of course, we were happy we won yesterday. But I mean, yeah, that's just the reality we're in right now, playing Liquid soon, and we're just going to have to get the best out of it,
As challenging as the Gaming Gladiators perhaps weren't, or were, how good of a warm-up was that for your team? How good do you think that was for probably Heroic to go through those motions?
I think any kind of win, to be honest, is good for us at this moment. I think we really needed that, just for confidence sake. As I mentioned, it's been more than just these two games, or best of one, sorry, we played on day one. So, no, I think it was very important in that sense. And yeah, hopefully we'll carry it forward today.
Crizin, I know there's a bunch of Danes that they're wondering, hey, where's Crizin at? What's up with the numbers? What are the stats looking like? For you personally in this moment, what do you say to them?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been looking that strong recently. I can't lie. It's been a tough period. But no, I mean, I think it's more of a team reflection. I think for myself right now, we're in the tough spot. I'm in the tough spot. So I'm trying to improve as well as the team, And I think if we get the team part more in place and more on point, then I also think the individual will come.
Heroic fans around the world, you want to tell them something? Maybe the Danes, maybe they need to hear it specifically.
Ja, men I can do it in Danish. It's okay? Ja, let's go. Jamen til alle jer derude, der selvfølgelig hæpper på os her i Heroic, så siger vi bare super mange tak, og jeg håber, at I bliver ved med at støtte os her igennem Liquid-kampen. Vi kommer til at have virkelig brug for det, og så håber jeg bare på, at vi gør alle sammen glade. Tak.
Tak. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Back here from the studios at IEM Cologne 2026, we have one final game coming for you guys, and it is Team Liquid taking on Heroic. I think we had two excellent interviews coming out from both Neff and Kristen, kind of highlighting what we're going to speak about here on the desk, joined by Stuko and Peter Dupree himself. Two teams who clearly right now are not in their best shape. Heroic, the last month, has been a bit of a disaster. Liquid, the last, dare say, 2 years, has been a little bit of a disaster as of late, maybe even worse. So, Martin, where does this put us in a game where the loser will be eliminated from the major?
I think you can get a grasp of it from the interviews itself, because it felt like so super emotionless as well, and it was kind of like visibly both of the players are struggling, and Kristen as well highlighted greatly, because Heroic are not only struggling as a team, but also individuals there are kind of disappearing. It's troublesome months, a season, I would say, and even Elish said it to interview to me once, that only salvageable point how to save this season would be stage 3 finish, and I'm gonna be honest, they're struggling with the stage 1, so, you know, it tells all the picture.
It's gonna be tough, you know, as you can see on your screens right now as well. It's been very tough for Heroic. The last 16 maps haven't really gone their way. As Kristen said, the last month has been rather disappointing, you know. Getting a W yesterday against Gaining Gladiators, that was to be expected, but apart from that, it's been a disastrous period. Now, Peter, you won 5 majors, so you're used to success, but you also did have a period in Falcons where it wasn't necessarily too fun to play. I remember a major where you didn't qualify, etc., etc. So try to take me back into that period where you're clearly struggling, the team is not working out individually, maybe you're not at your best. How do you turn that around mid-tournament?
Well, that's going to be difficult, because I think one of the things is that there's a lot of uncertainty inside the Heroic line, but I think probably the players are feeling, am I going to be part of this? Am I doing well enough? That's the one part, right? But if you constantly change players, and you probably also change a little bit of roles, and you're not really sure if the player you've signed is actually supposed to be here, and you can just tell by the graphic you're looking at here that, like, for the Heroic side, they've just made so many roster changes, and it's even roster changes where you've benched a player and then you bring him back, and that's happened to both X-Floud, but also happened to Youngster, and you've even come to a point where you cannot play with your main AWPer, so you actually have to tell Youngster to go in and be a makeshift AWPer and try, you know, and do a bit of gluing things together to make this roster functioning. And it's so hard to play with this uncertainty, but also so much randomness by not really having some kind of guidance of where what you're going as a team. And it also shows in the individuals, and specifically also now Kristen talked about it. It's a tough time for the team, but it's also very hard for him as an individual, as a leader, and as an upcoming in-game leader to try and lead a squad that is having such a hard time. So it's a team that is just not really functioning in any way right now.
To be honest, some of those roster changes were forced due to visa issues, and yes, Youngster is picked up on the AWP right now, but he himself said it in the interview on the HLTV, I believe, yesterday, where he actually prefers that role over that supportive anchoring, because he gets to choose the fate of the round, he gets to be a little bit more active, and he gets to actually bring more impact. So I don't see this as a valid excuse for Youngster not, you know, being AWPer and traditional AWPer, and he's slowly fitting into that role, but he's liking it, and that's good enough for me that he should be performing a little bit better than he is actually.
Yeah, to be fair, he's been in that role, you know, since the beginning of the season, so he's had some time to get accustomed. Now, turning focus on Team Liquid, Peter, also a team who's been struggling throughout this tournament. I know you picked out a round that you want to show us, you know, maybe to illustrate what they've been dealing with so far in this tournament.
It's just this round 12 where they play against MRBI, where there's just many fumbling mistakes. Like the economy right here, that the MRBI is going for B-pop, and the boost attempt here by having 2 players in window, they can't even get the boost right. Then they do get the pop out of B, and Naf actually missing the first shot coming in Palace, decides to go for Reef, which is fine, but then he decides to swing with duels instead of trying to buy time, and then you have the closer rotation because you've messed up the boost. Elise swinging out, trying to be the hero of the round. And for me, this round speaks to a team that is having troubles reading what type of play should we be going for in terms of where is our opponents at in terms of economy, but also what should we actually be expecting. And it's also the individual, the micro decisions from Naf to actually missing the first shot, that's what it is, getting the second one, but then trying to swing. He could at least try to jump down, try and buy some time to have it a little bit easier for Elise to come out. And I can understand why Elise wants to try and go out and you know, salvage the situation, but he could have chosen a different, and at the get-go. Maybe if they wouldn't have failed the window boost, he could have actually helped them coming out of beer house. So it's just like Liquid is just making silly mistakes that shouldn't be happening for a team with that many players that has been playing for so long with so much experience.
I think that's the point I want to rephrase here, because I know there's a lot of new viewers out there, you know, watching Counter-Strike maybe for the first time here at the Major. It's because we have higher expectations for Team Liquid, right? You look at some of the names, and Elise, you look at Shuhei as well, you know, brought in from Mouse. We can allow ourselves to have higher expectations for a team with that much quality, I guess, individually-wise. It's just as a team, it's not working out.
Yes, again, I will refer to something that they've been saying throughout the whole season in multiple occasions or multiple tournaments, is that they are just not clicking and they are not finding this common ground that they will work as a team, and it is completely normal. Obviously, there's been some changes in the roster with Mario, Malps coming in instead of Nerds, but to be honest, since that change, I feel like Liquid is actually on the uptrend. At least they're looking more competitive. I think with Nerds it was really rough. I did a lot of research in that roster, and honestly, I like what I'm seeing. It's just not enough for the team of Liquid. The caliber needs to be higher.
Now, we see the veto right here. Nuke being picked by Heroic. You have Inferno coming in from Team Liquid. Should we need it, does too. We've seen Liquid play Nuke once in this tournament. They had a pretty bad record heading into it, but they did beat Big in a best of one game on that map. Is that a good pick, you think, Peter, for Heroic? Or is that them seeing something in that Big game where, like, okay, Big weren't good enough to utilize that, we can?
Yeah, but it's a comfort pick for Heroic, so it's something they've been going for before. Like, it's one of those maps where they probably feel like we can play at least to some of our strength that we've had in the past, so it makes sense to me. But it's at this point, you know, with these teams that they're both struggling, it's really just going to come down to the day-to-day form, and that's what I would love to explain if we have more time, Jacob. And I'm sure we're going to have more, because this one's going to be dragged out.
I'm sure we can dive into the day-to-day form conversation in between the maps, Peter. But for now, we have to get this game underway. On one side, you have Team Liquid, a team with a lot of history players, a team with Elise, a team that has and should have higher expectations than just to survive in Stage 1. Going up against Heroic, who as of late, as Christian said, has arguably had the worst month they've ever had as a history, as an organization. Now, one game is between them and being eliminated from the Major, so let's get it underway.
Yeah, let's get it underway. We're starting things off on Nuke, Liquid versus Heroic. And while NA's other squads in MAE and NRG are battling on up in the 2-1 position, Liquid, the premier NA name, down here trying to dodge elimination. They're facing off against Heroic, who have had their fair share of struggles as of late. For one of these teams, the journey in Cologne comes to an abrupt close.
Really had to do him like that, huh? Well, what have Liquid got in this pistol? It's a Heroic top hit, patient shot for ultimate, but only one, and the rest of Liquid come crumbling down. Heroic triple kill off of xFloud, and Naf is left alone on the flank. Bomb's going to get put down. Nav goes back up rafters, but this smoke is in the way. This grey screen into the fight. No kit right now either. And they give him nothing, so it's a Nav save and a Heroic pistol locked in. This is a Heroic that are looking to bounce back in the BO3s. Day one was dismal, right? Two very close games, but two lost games nonetheless against Sharks and Lim Vision. Not teams you would expect Heroic to be losing against, but they've had a rough couple of months. And so Heroic need to win 3 best-of-3s in a row in order to progress to that next stage. This one is all about survival. Nav got what he wanted. He only got headshot on the way out, so does get the cheap helmet and upgrade here in the second round. Liquid put money in. Eyes on ultimate today.
Heavy ramp setup right now for Team Liquid. They dismantle it somewhat away from that 3-man hold. It's because they get this boost in play. Have Naf available to quickly drop on down and go take control over lower if Ultimate is able to get any more info with this scout out in the yard. That's a great nade from Nafly. And he feigns the footsteps down. They're being sent into this stack right now. You've seen 2 players on the ramp. Ultimate Scout even going to find a kill in the downtime. That smoke blocks the line and will send Heroic away from the danger of the ramp room. Looking for an A-side finish. Oh, Ali's just pulling away, but the Scout connects, softens him up for Shui. Makes his life a little easier. Malb's hitting shots on the Scout. It's a force buy for Team Liquid, and they're about to run away with it cleanly. 4 alive when all is said and done. That's a dream force buy on this CT side.
They robbed 3 Galils and an AK out of that round. I don't think you could have picked up a better bounty on this second round.
Dude,
Liquid leave with everything.
That nade from Naf was so meaty. 150 damage on the HE.
Shui also nailed one in main. Like, Util just wrecked Heroic in this round.
Yeah, they took 200 damage from Util, and then that Scout in Malb's hands ended up hitting like the big sniper.
All right, fast outside. Heroic. Pace change. Down secret. The break comes in, but it's too little. It's too late. Look at Chris and just gun it right now. Shui's got to be careful. Good shot. Rest of Heroic will follow. But Shui is still here. Does he want to commit to this? Go down into the single side? Because if he doesn't, we need a ramp rotation. Because Heroic can just bust out on this B side right now. Shui spraying the cross, getting closer, but he's not letting them in. Inside of the vent comes support from Malbs, and that is a beautiful crunch from Liquid. They don't lose a player. 5 up, business as usual. And now Glock's here for Heroic.
Krisen and Shui, 2 bottom-rated players out of players still in the tournament. Saw that head-to-head in the previous round. Shui able to take it, and he's off to a rip-roaring start. That is a real X-factor for Team Liquid if he's firing on all cylinders. That has not been the case for this guy, and not even really just at this event, not even just at the major. Not exactly been a high-fragging powerhouse inside of this Liquid squad.
Ultimate has also struggled massively for Liquid as of late. It's not far ahead of Shui on that rating. So it's the Polish players under the microscope today for Liquid, but Naf has had no problem on this anti-eco. 4 kills, his first 4 kills as Liquid just sweep this early game. They have lost 1 player in the last 3 rounds. This is a damn good start. Rogue on their map pick, on their T side, now getting a full buy.
Yeah. And Liquid have, as you say, kind of been handed this dream opening. They're set up for the next couple of rounds. They're already approaching $10,000 each. Like, there's a lot to be concerned about here if you're Heroic. It puts a lot of emphasis on this first rifle round. You can't afford to have another one go decisively against you. Like, a bare minimum. Even if you fall down here, you've got to make it costly.
That nade could be big as well. No, just dodge behind the box, but Heroic get the smoke wall outside, and Legion looks to tassel with it.
Yeah, it does have support. Ultimate playing out by the AC. And Elige was waiting for that exact move. Krisen just walks right into his crosshair. Doesn't get easier than that. Now Nafly down here towards lower. Started his round here. Gets away with a lot of damage. That's going to cool more Liquid players down, right? You get the spot, multiple players in through secret. Why leave it to chance? Ultimate patrols on the ramp side.
It's not committing, though, so there is still an opportunity for Heroic if they can get this bomb out and put it down. The lack of utility is a huge problem. Might even have to wait for this flank. Don't feel like they can walk into B right now and take a 1-for-1 in such a disadvantage. So Sus begins to move. Liege and Ultimate clearing together. This is a nice move for Liquid, and the timing is perfect. The Susp looks the other way. Liege finds him. That will send them both back down B. They know where Susp was trying to end up. Heroic open both doors. 20 seconds to put this bomb down, but past that point, what are you meant to accomplish?
And Nilo, the guy who's covering, is a shot away from certain death. Hell, even one of these nades over the wards ramp would get rid of him and end his round. You're thankful that Youngstar's been given some room here to get out of dodge and put himself over towards the double doors. It's a stronger post-plant chance to deal with them as they cross in, but he misses the chance. Low HP for Nilo, and he was living on borrowed time from the moment that bomb was planted.
Like what I see from Liquid there, right? They remain active. They still search for information. Ultimate doesn't overcommit to B, and like Liege says, we're all together. The re-clear of the ramp at the perfect time. Even if Liege got caught there, Ultimate was ready to trade. And then they all just flood back down on B. Liquid looking good so far from these first few rounds. Looking like
it's
they
nice
know what's
to see
up.
them playing off of each other.
Yeah, we all win together. We're all together.
Heroic early timeouts because it's not gone to plan. Pistol win was clinical. They've not really been close since.
You can't end up in a position in this early game where, you know, Liquid start maxing out the money only 6 rounds in, and we're very nearly there. Like, even now in these type of rounds, the pressure's constantly on you to do damage, to force reinvestment, because you don't want a CT side that is unbreakable throughout the entire first half. That turns this whole T-side venture into one hell of a grind.
3 AKs and 3 players, around 10k. Liquid keeping the pressure on. Shui, oh, he's not quiet about that. Maybe they want to punch this A side right now. They've got a gap.
Yeah, they hear him rotate down. They take that window that opens up. Shui has flown back up the vent, and with his teammates causing such a ruckus out from heaven, chance for him to play, not even needed as Naf goes on a tear, and he'll finish the job single-handedly. Shui just there playing cameraman, capturing that Naf highlight out from heaven.
Yeah, like a sloth in a tree, just dangling there on the edge of that Molotov, just sits still in the rafters, and Heroic come to him. Well played by Liquid to deal with what is a very scary round. Heroic finding a gap, Malbs only going 1-for-1, and having absolutely zero support. Liquid just still throw bodies at the problem. 5-1 lead, another full buy for Heroic. It has to hit.
I mean, Naf has been Liquid's top performer here in at the Major. He's been having a good time, been having a good tournament. And he's brought that with him into this best of 3.
Ultimate got cooked there in door, and they heard that. Shui's pushed in front of it. I feel like Heroic have got to be vigilant of this lobby take. Susp is checking it out from T-spawn, but he's in no hurry as his team are crossing outside. Bomb on the far side of main, though. So they're not exactly in position to go for a B hit. This might have to end A, at which point Susp will need to play. Okay, around the world instead. Alright, going deep. Liege in such a powerful position, but doesn't want to reveal it yet. With Ultimate down secret already, Liquid aren't feeling the pressure. They've still got Shui in lobby. I mean, Liquid have so much info. They've got to be able to figure out where this one's going. Looking way too scared of A. Malbs in heaven is the trigger man. A Heroic eye up main with 30 seconds.
And he's going into a lot of crossfires here, man. Like, you're so nervous. 4 different players who will all have gone on the main side. That one entry can attempt you forward. There's a follow-up swing at a Nafly, but it's that distraction back at the door that throws this whole thing into disarray. And Susp doesn't have time. He needs the kills. He needs them now. Ultimate goes to give chase and doesn't play it forward. Time expires. And so Liquid get that one done to time.
Oh man, smart from Ultimate. Did not overplay his hand there. Would have banked on Susp sticking that bomb, most people. He's going to call the bluff entirely. Throws a nade, goes back down the vent. And Susp is left, unfortunately, not in that clutch. I like what Liquid do there, though. They realize, like, okay, fine, we don't need to play heavy rafters. We can just drop into the site, and then they smoke heaven. That was the key. Malbs puts a smoke behind him, knows that Heroic can't do a yard split on that A play, and Ultima had B on lock the entire time, so crossfires in A proved to be fatal. Elige, massive multi-kill. Had a few players now from Liquid show up with big moments already in this game. Reassuring. 6-1 start.
Crazy.
Nice shot.
Ultimate held for that exact move out of xCloud and gets rewarded. The coming awards NAF over at the ramp. Been a real force of nature thus far. Only has one in the tank here, and with Ultimate moving in to help him, also dead. It's now Elige's turn to try and step into the limelight. He's here so early. They've got no clue, and Elige is milking this for all he can. Cover in from Crizzen, and that's bailed Heroic out. Question now for Shuey, does he want to give this a go? Down here very, very quickly, at least. Both players out in the open. Flash is good, and now just Crizzen left to beat. Gives him a jiggle out towards the ramp, and it looks like a teammate calmed that over. Bomb planted for Crizzen ramp side. We'll have to cement this with a 4K. And the pressure now on. Defuse tapped. Crizzen commits to that fight and takes him down a peg. Heroic break the streak. 6 in a row for Liquid. Finally one back for Heroic, and it comes on the shoulders of their captain.
Well, you pulled it out earlier. The two bottom-rated players still in the event, Crizzen and Shuey, two captains of their teams. And Crizzen absolutely shows up in this round. Huge 4K. Winning the clutch against his counterpart as well. Massive trade onto Elige, who could have milked that for multiple frags, down in single. So Heroic, it's not too late. Mentioned the Liquid money is very hard to break through, though. Heroic aren't exactly healthy. Couple Mac 10s just walking into the hut right here. Crizzen up close, just getting sprayed. Malbs 1 for 1, but now they know they're coming.
Shuey just going to try and hide. Try and play into this a little bit later, because that bomb is going down, and for Liquid, it's onto a retake.
Gotta know, right? Yeah.
Smoke was held the whole time. And so a man down now, a decision to make. You know that Susp is somewhere around here out towards the doors. If Elige can deal with him, retakes on. Susp hits a blinder.
That flash missed, I think.
And so that's it, done deal. Heroic with the third. Couple of steps in the right direction here, and all of a sudden, you see a world where you could try and break the money of Liquid going forward.
These couple of saves at least keep things above water for a couple more rounds, but not out of the realms of possibility here for Heroic. Like the team play, at least, that we're seeing from Liquid. Falling for flashes for each other, breaking these smokes outside. It's a nice try to flush Susp out of this corner, but he dodged the flash well.
Nice, guys! Let's go! Fucking nice.
So Heroic, not just breaking the streak, but now building upon it. Ultimate getting involved. It's a good angle. And he connects. One man made it in, though.
Yeah, Ultimate doesn't know. Barrel's been spotted. That's just a free kill for Nilo. Do they want to seize the gap here? Because it's getting plugged by Liquid as rotates arrive. Molly has trapped a player in at the back of the hut. Will you get the spot on this from the rafters? Shuey does, and shuts down Youngstar, trapped by the util. This has been a good recovery thus far, but now you got to finish the job. Wrestled it back into a 3-on-2. Malbs teed up with a flashbang, and this is a very unified-looking Liquid right now.
I've just never seen this kind of flash assisting from Liquid. They are nailing it. Every single peak getting set up, every single crossfire established. playing off each other really, really well right now. And, you know, we've all seen how Liquid have been playing this year. There's been plenty to critique. And sure, this is no world beater. This is Heroic on a downspin, but at the same time, Liquid are making the best out of some of these rounds. Really ensuring these 3v3 situations. 7-3 lead. Heroic, if they lose this round, they are quits out for the last of the half. We got a chance for Liquid to sweep Heroic's map pick. And now something new. Oh, and they know it's a fake. Missed shot, but you wouldn't expect the AWP to push. Will a Liege is the question. A hit.
Yeah, they're just going to try and pick up the pace. Nilo's actually taking the bomb towards ramp. And so it's Naf who's going to get tested. Ultimate here to help him. AWP fires off. And now you wonder, does Naf get overlooked? He certainly does. Ultimate's feasting on the rest of the ramp hit. And so he missed that opportunity at the opener out in the yard. But boy, did he nail it over in the ramp room.
He's coming for more. And they got it. Liquid with ease. A 5 alive round. Perfect position for Ultimate. And it's not just position. He's barely missed a shot in this game.
Dude, for an AWP that's, you know, we often talk more about his misses than his hits as time's gone on, right? Incredibly streaky. But whenever he does kind of tap into that form he showcased in the early days of Liquid, and you're reminded what he can bring to the table, God, they look so much better for it, don't they? That AWP just takes charge over ramp. There was a whole play here. There was a bait and switch. Was meant to be him and Naf trading contact. Not even needed.
He was so quick to ramp, considering that was an A-fake, like you say. So, yeah, just great position from Ultimate. Back to ramp again. Heroic are just throwing themselves at Liquid. It's not gone well yet. Could they change their tide in the last round of the half? No realization about the vent drop has put Heroic in a seemingly unlosable position, but Liquid have to try. They have to give it a go. 2v5 now. Another plucked by the silo. Elige has got the element of surprise on one.
Yeah, you think that was the secret rotate. It's not. Elige, again, in a spot to try and play the discipline. No extra kills available. Very close here. He's dealt with Nilo.
Surely
One
not.
more player spotted on the mini-ramp, and Elige can't finish the job. It's just Malbs. 1 versus 3, knows about Crizin. The other two are a big question mark, and it won't get that far. Heroic, low econ, salvage of 4th, but it's their map pick, and it's their major at stake. Liquid holding the lead right now.
Liquid looking good right now. 8 rounds on the start of this map. Heroic's picking the series. Elimination hanging in the balance. And Heroic, bit of a rush to get things going. They absolutely sent it on their T side of Nuke. So let's see what Liquid have got in store for a second half to set themselves up nicely in this series.
Yes, then we just take one round at a time, boys. Here, it's just one pistol, then they start to feel the pressure.
Yeah, they're playing a lot together, like a lot. Like
one pistol and they'll start feeling a lot of pressure. It's words of wisdom, makes a lot of sense, but it does rely on getting that one pistol for that pressure to exist. Suddenly, Nuke has passed you by in an instant if you don't pick it up. Because you're dead on, the pace was high in those final stretch of rounds. I think it's easy to get caught up in the momentum of the occasion. Naf has snuck out through this lurk smoke.
No, I think they heard the tag.
His team make it out over towards ramp in the downtime. They're playing in a lower already, and Naf gets his.
Weird round. Everybody's here.
I mean, that's a hell of a middle finger from Shuey. Oof. Oh, you want to try and get us out of this strong post-plant position? Well, you can't. Blocked by the smoke. That's going to force them, shoehorn them into the single door. That's been cleaned up at least, and that opens up a ramp rotate. Ultimate sticks around and looks to try and thin the herd. More out through the single door, and Ultimate just gets tapped in the side of the head. But time is quickly running out for Heroic. Backstabbed by Malbs, who looks to play around the bomb, and there's nothing left in this for Heroic. They can't win it. Malbs makes sure of it. Pistol round secured. Liquid in pole position, and now set to run away with Nuke.
Nice pistol. I mean, Naf's presence in door keeps the pressure on Heroic, forces them to all rotate secret instead of vent. That slows things down, and then Liquid just have the perfect remedy. Smoke in the double door forces them into an uncomfortable post-plant position, and Krisen, I think, was just sticking the bomb. That was the only hope Heroic had. Liquid check it, they lock it in. Who's feeling the pressure now, I wonder? Heroic force bite in that second round. Youngstar, this is one of his best maps on the AWP on the CT side, but he's not going to get many chances to use it. 1 and 11 at this point in the game.
And, you know, there couldn't be a worse time for it. He's had a solid tournament. He's had some really good maps in there for Heroic. Somewhere he's had to be a difference maker, and here he might be a difference maker, just not in the way that he wanted to be. 1 and 11, you're dead on.
He's getting teed up here, though. Xfile trying to get him back in the game. Just got to run away now and hope that Elige gets pulled into Youngstar. Oh, would he? Would he check it? He doesn't even need to. His team are in no hurry. They're not scaling on secret right now. So all this could be in vain. This double setup down secret avoided. Nice kill from Sus, but there's the flank from Youngstar. Double up. And Elige will trade, but there's more where that came from.
It's very loud here, and that's allowed Nilo to close in. They've got to deal with this player quickly. He's right behind them is Nilo on that SMG. All right, then it's going to fall to Elige. One of NA's finest left in this. 1v2, bomb planted. Will they give him the room to get out? Yes, they will. They were hoping to play it together. He's faked crossing into the double doors. There's the spot. Xcloud got it. Now knows that both players ramp bound, and they'll swing him together.
Running MP9 just takes no prisoners. Gun down.
I mean, that's a huge buff for Heroic, right? They lose the pistol. They come through with this force. It needed to have results. You shut out Elige of a clutch. You never even felt like you had much of a chance there. It's just a huge step in the right direction, because that pressure that Debs was telling the gang about heading into this second half now very much on for Liquid. They'll have to assemble a force by their own as they look to go tit for tat with Heroic.
I almost feel like you're beckoned into a faster round here. Although Ultimate has a scout, so that can give Liquid a chance to look for a pick. Gonna use it outside, crossing quick behind the smokes. And look at the pace, actually, right down. Crossing secret instantly. There's nades pulled right now. Xfile completely caught off guard, and Liquid are in garage at 135. Oh, that's a deagle. We know Mabs has got it in him, but that's something special. Youngstar 3 and 13, headshot out of the round. Liquid have it, lots of control. More than Nilo's ready for up the ladder. But he really doesn't need to fight as desperately as Liquid do to get this heaven control. Timings on timings.
Chris might just get shot in the back of the head. No, he's found the perfect window right as they cleared out ramp. Shui turns on a dime to deal with him. You're telling yourselves now, you just got to make the rest of this a formality. Follow-up tag there is everyone for Heroic is bleeding. They're all hurting a little. Can Nilo apply the bandage?
Underneath and the timing.
Mabs has hit one sick deagle, but this one would have to take the cake.
Needs to wait. Getting together.
Oh, he's nailed it. Deeg delivers for Mabs MD, but they're still going into this double setup. Molly forces them wide, and there's the cut down. Elige with his revenge.
Just love how Liquid are playing these rounds right now. They're just playing together, playing beautifully. Lots of control taken. They slow it down. They let the round come to them. Crizzen gives it. Liquid take another man advantage. And even Mabs doesn't rush that heaven control. Not that it mattered. Elige putting on a show.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Well, the individuals for Liquid are all shining pretty bright right now. Kind of questioning where are the usual suspects for Heroic. Crizzen sits up top of the board. He's had a number of high-impact rounds, but as we've said coming into this, he is not the guy you look to in this team to deliver them. Sus was having a good performance after the first few days. Xfloud, usually one of the names we look to, and same for Nilo. With the two kind of star riflers missing, Youngstar's AWP might never get to make an appearance. And only Crizzen offering up multi-kills. There just isn't a lot of resistance out of Heroic.
Ooh,
I mean, that was meant to be a free kill. Don't know how Xfloud is the guy to win that.
This back and forth might just continue. Liquid with pistol. And then 2 force buys with success. Now Heroic look for a third. Nilo push deep outside.
And if you're Heroic, you just want to feel like you had the chance to play. And if you want to feel like that, you need to keep this force buy war going. You have to win this one. That's the only way you're going to get to see the AWPs come out. The only way you're going to get to see a proper CT side played by this squad on their map pick. And so Nilo's sitting here on the aggro.
That's the worst feeling. Second player clears you.
Still gets one to keep the advantage, but it could have been so much more. You're dead on. That clear from Ultimate is big. Xfloud's low as well, and he's the guy trying to shore up the outside defense.
Even a jiggle peek is risky. Might just need to lock in a position. They're doing exactly that on the A side. Sus, CT vent, Xfloud holding heaven climb. But there's no crossfires. You're relying on multi-kills.
Yeah, they've split the defense too, right? Don't know where Liquid are going in this round, so they've gone 2 upper, 2 lower.
Oh no.
Flash wrecks Suspin at the vent, and they've seen him. They close in quickly. Getting past this force buy. They even hear Crizzen on the ladder, so he's not going to fly up here and get away with anything mad.
He is out though. Youngstar's also got a gun. 2 players backside should set up a trade. He's just got to win this first fight clean. Youngstar waiting for contact. Crizzen moving in. Maybe they can pounce together. Distraction. Nice shot. That follows up. He will die. And Ultimate has a molly for that bomb. That might be the difference maker right now. Youngstar with a tab. Not certain, not sure. And Molly decides it. He is off that bomb, and he can do nothing about it. No kill given. Bomb will do the job as Ultimate hits the flick and guarantees 11 for Liquid. They avoid the force buy continuation. As Heroic now broken down to 2K. That was from a man disadvantage every step of that round for Team Liquid. And even though Heroic probably want to buy because it's 11-5 down, Like, you've not had a rifle round in this game, in this CT side. You have just been forcing. You've not had the choice. So this is just them wanting to field M4s in their second half. Full eco, flash ramp. Liquid Hero coming.
Oh, Naf. Very important 3K. What with xFlow going on to get 2 of his own. He's at least been insurance on this round, and that 3K should be enough. I think xFlow is very content on the prospect of holding onto a rifle.
It's like a little here, and it's given away.
You're buying next anyway, so I do hope they hang around, especially with no bomb plant, right? There's no instant reaction. Bomb was left out here outside of the lobby. And so you got a lot of reasons to still be interested in this if you're heroic.
Oh, they just grab it and walk back outside. I mean, Elite just in the last position anyone's expecting. xFlow's just gambling on B, hoping, praying. But if they just walk main and combine with the Legion Heaven, I don't see how Crizin can do this on his own. It'd have to be a missed shot from Ultimate or backs turned. That's a great smoke. Oh, okay. Oh. That will help. xFlow's moving now. Why not walk through?
Giving it a try. Oh, Ultimate turns around just in the nick of time. And so on to xFlow now in a tricky 1v2, whittled down from Heaven. And that will decide it. Elige gets the nade in to bring Liquid onto map point. This is looking to be a dominant win on Heroic's pick. They've got this one rifle round left to get through.
All smiles here for Liquid, because just everything has gone right for them, man. Absolutely everything. Heroic won that first pistol. Liquid won 6 rounds in a row. Still won the half dominantly, despite a late resurgence. And even when Heroic won the force buy in the second half, Liquid have responded with 3 straight. So you really can't complain. Team play has been excellent. Yeah. Ultimate's been hitting his shots. Looking like the perfect game right now out of Liquid.
This is just the type of CS you wish you could always play, right? It's clear you're communicating well. You have to with how they've been laying each other up in these rounds. Games like this are ones that can instill a lot of confidence in a team. Especially one that's been, you know, downtrodden, kind of like both of these squads are.
Missed main smoke earlier, but now lining up the vent smoke. Liquid do look like they want to go into this top side. That door getting blocked might delay things. Liquid not afraid of running a player through the vent smoke with a main flash. Not be a bad move here. Goes top hub molly. Crizin forced to reposition. They're just going to walk the vent. No way.
He's trying to beat him to it. They're blocking each other. Vent side. Crizin will make it down.
And up he goes. And what?
Oh, Shui's walked.
I don't know if he means to be here. He's just walked through.
Oh. xFlow dead, Malbs with another entry, and they all come through for Liquid. This was the advantage for Heroic. They thought they had them right where they wanted them. But now their time on Nuke has run out. And it's not been a long time. It's not been a fun time. This was their pick in the series. And about as dominant as you can get, Liquid have run away with this. Nilo left it an impossible clutch, and Naf will seal the deal. Domination from Team Liquid in this elimination best of 3 for Heroic. Time to dig deep, go back to the drawing board, because their map pick sails by in an instant.
Yeah, what else can you say about Liquid? That was just the best Liquid we've seen in a minute. Absolute storming the board, every player doing their job, and Liquid don't even blink getting through Heroic's map pick.
It's not often I get to do this lately, but I am impressed by Team Liquid. There was a great showing, a great performance, being in control from start to finish. You had some of your individuals, spoke about Elige coming into the game. You had Natfly stepping up. Martin, this was a Team Liquid looking like a proper Counter-Strike team.
I was thinking today when I was watching this map is that it's not even that they will win this game, but it's also how they win this game. Because it will give them this buffer for the next 2 stages. Obviously, this is just the first map of the best of 3, and I'm predicting too much into the future. But yes, this is exactly what Liquid needs to do to maintain this form and hopefully get into the stage 2.
Peter, what is this Liquid playing exceptionally well, or is it also enforced by the fact that Heroic didn't really offer much on the server?
I love you asked me this question because I've always, when I was asked this question by my coach, I would always say that we just played mediocre, but the other guys were just shit. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's maybe a little bit too dire to say that Heroic played shit, but they definitely also made it easier for Liquid. I do think that Liquid had some very good rotations on the CT side. They had a very good understanding of the rounds and also the economy, and I think they've made very limited mistakes. And it also, when you also have your individuals winning your rounds and you get the opening kills, then you're set for success, right? And today it was more of a Liquid that just showed up in a fashion that Heroic really couldn't cope with.
I think it's only fair that we stay on the positive side of Team Liquid to begin with. As said, it's not often lately that we've been able to do that. Martin, I know you picked out round 6. You wanted to show us, Liquid actually doing well.
Yeah, exactly. This is the round from Liquid where Heroic are actually attacking A side, and I want to notice up radar number 1 is Nav, how he plays passively against these pistols on ramp, because whenever this A hit comes, which is by the way great hit by Heroic because there's literally only one player defending A, which was Malbs. Nav is already in heaven, together with Ultimate. They're both fighting together, and because of this, he gets the timing to beat that molly and finish the round with a pretty nice triple kill. And we've already talked about Nav, obviously, that because of the underperformance of other stars, he's kind of getting into the spotlight, and this is perfect that small things matter so much, and it's small thing like positioning that ultimately wins him a triple kill.
I think we saw it in the very last round as well, Peter. The spacing for Team Liquid, the ability to trade, the ability to actually look like a coherent unit, to be able to move the pack as well as a unit. The trading game from Liquid was significantly better than it's been lately. Was that something you paid attention to as well for them, that they actually looked like a team on the server?
I was a little bit worried coming into the second half because I do know that the stats of Liquid's teaser has been just incredibly bad throughout the tournament. Also, if you go back a couple of months, that is why they have been struggling the most. They've had a hard time converting their 4v5s, and even getting opening kills has been a massive struggle, and the trading percentage even at this tournament is completely shit. So it's good to see that they have at least turned it around for this game specifically, right? But it was I think it came down to that they were feeling it. They wanted to close it out, and you could feel that everyone in the team was fired up, and that also makes you play better when you're like mentally inside the game. So a Liquid that seemed more on the same page, and I think the best showing that we've seen from the team as of this stage so far.
Okay, I think we established already Liquid played well, did a good job, closed out the game without breaking a sweat. That's pretty much all you can hope for if you're Team Liquid. On the side of Heroic, though, you alerted to it, Peter, you don't think they played a good game of Counter-Strike. We also heard some of the comms from the coaching staff, suggesting that they weren't prepared.
I think it really just comes down to the fact that Tobias took this time out where he wanted to talk to the guys and say that we're not updating each other with the details. We're not updating things like we're supposed to be doing. And it's one of those things that if you as a player get too quiet and you don't give out those small details, you're not counting the smokes, not telling you specifically what you're doing or what you're holding, then that information is going to be like lost in transition, and that makes your teammate not real. They're going to be doubting themselves, they're going to be doubting the team, and then you make different and bad decisions. And it happened multiple occasions inside this game that we've had a situation where a guy gets surprised because all of a sudden there's a guy that he didn't expect to be that fast, or all of a sudden his teammate has rotated, and it's these things that you need to just be better at unless you know what I mean.
Well, unlike the Heroic players, the production actually have your back, Peter, so we can listen into some of those teams come from the coach of Heroic.
Under that, and that's fine. And then I need us to talk a little bit more about spacing, what you're doing, so people can follow your lead. Okay, we need to talk a little bit more like with these micro details.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go, boys. Here, 2 beautiful rounds. Let's just keep it coming. Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, sorry.
Guys, on 3v3s.
I like the upbeatness in Toby's voice right here. If I'm a player on a team that's struggling, if I'm a player on Heroic, who got off to a bad start, if my coach would talk with that kind of tone in the voice, I'd be pretty reinforced by that. I think that was a beautiful look into a coach that clearly is trying to manage a struggling side without being too harsh on them.
I mean, you have the differences in the coaches as well, where you have kind of like a dictatorship, and they're going to be like showing it down your throat when it comes to like mistakes and how to really up the tempo and up the, communication. But this is pretty chill. Despite losing 3-7, I believe it was in one clip, I think that is pretty okay-ish way how to manage the emotions as well, because obviously team is frustrated. You don't want to add up and pile up on that in the polls as well.
I don't think it would have been the case like if you would have been angry or like telling you, what the hell are you doing, guys? Like, you need to be stepping up. I don't think that would have made Heroic play better for that matter as well.
Probably the right approach right here by Tobias. Now, we did touch a little bit upon it. Neff had a great game, but Elish as well. We didn't have time to dive into him heading into the game, but he's been struggling lately, right? When he joined Team Liquid, I think all of us expected him to be the potential, the catalyst behind his lineup, the guy that you could rely on. Hasn't really been the case as of late. He's been struggling individually. However, here on Nuke, that was one of the first times in a long time we seen Elish, come in with the impact that I guess expect from him, consistently.
To scope out a little bit, I think past 2 months, Elish has been in a giga slump.
Yeah.
Like, he's been, for the positions that he's playing and for the impact
the worst statistical period he's ever had in his career, as a pro.
Wow. I wasn't even aware of that, but it looked like that on the server, because clearly Elish was not having the impact, the ideas were maybe there, but he was not executing them properly. And obviously it's hard to establish that when you have a little bit of a role swap in the team when it comes to mobs and nerds, but obviously that is long gone, and Elish just needs to put up numbers. He's the staple of NA Counter-Strike for such a long time that he simply must be doing better. And this game, honestly, I've seen different Elish comparing to the previous games on the stage 1 and also CAC where they played.
Peter, from a player perspective, you've been there yourself, right? You've had good periods, bad periods. When you're in a slump, can one good game, or a couple of good games, can that turn it around all of a sudden, or does it take more?
Yeah, it definitely can, but it can also just go south once you turn out for the next one, expecting it to be as good as the one you just played. So it's about stringing some more together, maybe having one good tournament, maybe 2 good tournaments in a row, but it's a clear sign to me, looking at Elish having such a slump, that the team is not functioning. And I can see it whenever he's playing it individually. He's forcing, like, first of all, he's always been a guy that's been forcing fight, but he's doing it even more now, and he's doing it on really bad terms. And that also just shows in his stats that he just picks fights that's bad for him. He's sometimes trying to overcompensate for his teammates making shitty decisions, or he's trying to make up some of the lost space that they haven't really been getting. And I think it is important for Elish to find his, at least close to his old form as possible, to have Liquid move forward, because there's a reason why he's returning to Liquid, but it haven't really been the fairy tale that he has been hoping for and that we have been hoping for.
Speaking of stringing together results, we're now moving into Inferno. Obviously for Team Liquid, they hope to close out the series right here, stay alive, whereas for Heroic, they're fighting for their life, so to speak, at the tournament. Statistically speaking, history for Heroic does not look great on Inferno. I know they got a W against Gaining Gladiators yesterday, but everyone could have done that. I think the 3 of us could have put together a team and competitive.
So. Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just saying, arguably one of the worst teams ever to show up at a major. But is that giving me, you, anyone here, any confidence that Heroic can pull it back and come back into the series?
I'm gonna be honest, Liquid in the recent times beat Heroic on 3 different maps very convincingly. Inferno was not one of them. If they manage to do it even here, I think this is clear as day that they are just even tier better than Heroic.
Peter, you have a little theory going on inside your head, and sometimes I would love to understand what's going on inside your head, but you spoke about day-to-day form yesterday, and you want to speak about day-to-day form today as well. What you saw here in Nuke, is that something that's going to carry over to Inferno?
I think this is one of the best examples that I can give of day-to-day form. And just to briefly explain what I mean with day-to-day form is, and I think that's something we can relate to and also the viewers can relate to, that when we turn on the PC and we sit down and play Counter-Strike, sometimes we just have a really bad day at the office, right? And that also turns into pro play. You can wake up and you can just not, get anything done. You can't hit your shots, your communication not flowing. And I think it really shines through in this type of stage with these type of teams that you need to be individually sharp, and sometimes you just don't have it. And the team is maybe not functioning, and that all shows today. The way Liquid play, I mean, they didn't play like magic good Counter-Strike. They just played, normally and just hit their shots. Day-to-day form, they were just better on the day than Heroic. And I think that just speaks to that day-to-day form is so important in these lower ranked teams. And it kind of hurts me to say that Liquid is among these type of teams, but the further you go up the ladder, the better you will be, because you will have teams like Vitality, Falcon, Spirit, where they are so drilled, they have the protocols and they have the ideas that they can rely on not being the best individual, but they can rely on as to be good as a team, and these teams cannot.
Well, today is a bad day to have a bad day if you're Heroic. Right now, you have to put everything into the mix in order to try to stay alive at IEM Cologne 2026. If they lose the next map, if they lose Inferno, they will be eliminated from the major. And if you're a Heroic fan, you sure as hell don't want that to happen. Whereas for Liquid, they can with a win secure another chance to qualify and progress to stage 2 tomorrow. A lot here is on stake. Let's head to a break, and once we're back, it's going to be with Inferno between Team Liquid and Heroic.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
You actually full flashed him from long while peeking from short.
Yeah, I actually thought it was
nice.
sick too. I'm happy you showed it because I even asked my teams like, did you guys see that?
Elige is here with me from Team Liquid, and we're going to be looking at a couple of your moments from the game on Ancient against NIP. The whole point of this is to, you know, lift a veil and see inside of your brain for a little bit why you're doing certain things, because CS is not just about moving and shooting. It's also a lot of decisions that you have to make that people don't recognize. So I would start with, before we get into the clips, actually, if you rewatch your own demos, how do you treat a footage of a game, basically, if you're looking at it from skybox or POVs into the game? What's your take on that?
If I'm like watching my own games back, then I try to just look quickly, like through like the VOD. I mean, honestly, I really don't prefer like 2D demo viewing that much. So I usually like going through like the VOD just so I can like go quickly and just like see like what it looked like, confirm. I think it's more beneficial for you to like watch someone that's really good and take what you can from them.
We are going to go into your Ancient game. This is a situation where you do have a hero M4, and obviously the dynamic of your gameplay has to change a little bit. Can you guide us a little bit through what is happening when you have these kind of hero M4s and what you're looking for in these rounds?
Yeah, so like for the beginning of this round, like pretty much like the way that you like even want to start this is thinking, can I do something early, like do something fast, or do I have to find like an opportunity in the mid round? And if you look at our utility, like of course we have like some Molotovs, we have like 2 smokes, but we don't have like a lot. And I felt like from the beginning of this round that my best opportunity is going to be finding some aggression in the mid round. I wanted ultimate to molly behind the box, and I was going to like try to like find like a quick kill on that. But they ended up peeking me before, so it was kind of nice that they did that. And got this kill.
I think you heard this guy because you were your previous engagement was with a guy up top, right?
Yeah.
And then you kind of, when you were re-peeking, you were completely ignoring him.
And also Naf is here to flash as well. So like the goal was to do like a molly at the box and like a flash over at the same time. So we're gonna do like a molly plus flash check at mid.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it nets you an opening even if it doesn't go according to plan, but you're in a position to kind of rack up multiple other, let's say, mistakes of NIP players.
And then immediately, like as this is happening, we already know like that there's numbers at mid. They know that the hero gun is at Donut. So I'm already thinking that they're gonna be going towards B. So we start rotating. They got stopped because I'm pretty sure that, Mario smoked top of the ramp. So he was able to block, he sees them. And as soon as they get blocked here, that's when like we have to think, what are they thinking? And I'm thinking, someone could be close house. I'm checking this for the rotations. We already have 4, jump spot. So I have a ton of information, and I'm trying to be greedy with my info. I'm trying to figure out where do they want to go. And I'm already thinking that they are either going to go back to B, but I'm going to be one step ahead here. And actually the goal is for us to double push A main. So because we're already 3 towards B, I already think that we're fine. And they actually have another smoke as well because Naf is there. So I had ultimate come with me towards A, and we were going to double push A main. So we're trying to be super active because that's the only way that we're going to win this round.
In the end, it was a correct call to go towards A. You didn't even have a chance to like push into A main.
Yeah, we wanted
But you
to.
winning this duel kind of seals the deal. Sharing what you just shared is extremely valuable for people who want to improve. Alish, thank you, and we wish you good luck in the tournament.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Here he comes once again. The first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is saved Luminosity with the all-play.
Liquid looking hot right now after that first map of Nuke and Heroic are facing elimination from the Cologne Major. It's been a bad few months for Heroic, and it might just get worse unless they can dig deep here on Inferno. Liquid's map pick, and just a different looking Liquid to the one not only that we've seen at this tournament, but to the one that we've seen in the last few weeks and maybe even months. Is it just a one map bang, or can they do it again? It's time to find out here on this second map.
Yeah, they were firing on all cylinders from the word go back on Nuke. So let's see if they can keep up appearances here. They got a T-side start on Inferno. And a good chunk of util for the pistol round. 3 flashes, 2 smokes. What's Shui cooking up?
Susp is on his own. And with no block either. So as Moto long smoke comes out, banana push is well timed. Liquid now have to pick up the pace. They have to commit.
Susp hears them getting out. Backstab for Naf as they get out through the apartments and now trading places. Malb's just swinging. Looking to close this with the fights out towards short. Bombs out in no man's land, and so this might be the best way to go about it. Nilo's onto the dual Berettas, but 4 shots left. And that bomb will make it in. Alb's got room down in the pit, and he's just had a fantastic pistol round. 4 kills from Malbs MD. That's Liquid off to the races.
Yeah, he shouts him down as well. Love that from Malbs. Even gets a little smile out of Nilo there. Poor Sus, but I think he did as well as he could. He realized he was getting baited by Naf on that jiggle, so got out of position and was only given 1 chance to get a kill. It's Malbs who goes big mode with some well-placed Glock shots. There's a comedic swap of positions as they take that bomb into the site. Liquid looking good. And a force buy for Heroic. Triple B, Liquid are coming in quick. Is this just a send? It might be.
Looks like it.
Uh-oh.
First kill for Youngstar. Things get chaotic here with the 5-7s up close. Liquid trying to regain some composure with these entries. They've got to get them cleanly, and they will get past Xploud. You could still recover this in spite of that ugly first look. Oh, he's in. Blind. Krizen's made it past Naf, not for long. Never given too much room to get comfortable here, and the banana flank closing in. Nilo's missed the chance, will make up for it. And so again, you're looking at Malbs MD to be the difference maker. 4 kills in the pistol, but he can't get the 3K here. Shut down for Heroic on their force buy.
And that's a Nilo we expected. What a round from him. It comes up with a quick flank, almost whiffs it, recovers his frag, and then Malbs in the open. Over the top of the site, Nilo nails it. Much needed for the young man at his first major. A lot to prove, and not really had to talk about him too much in these couple of games that Heroic have lost. But a 3v5 recovery attempt denied in the clutch here as Heroic thrive in the chaos. Big round to pick up. Liquid maybe feeling like, hey, if we got up car without seeing a single player, what are the chances they're stacked in B site? They find out the hard way. And so this back and forth to be determined. Oof.
trying to cut off the info over towards mid. They lob in a long lurk smoke, and while that's down, Naf is hoping to make an incision here. Just sell them on the idea that something's happening out on A, and that Deagle will strike. Nilo dealt with, and Crizin caught as they contact play in towards B. Xflow dead, and it's only a matter of time for Crizin. That comes together beautifully for Liquid. That was everything they wanted and more. This Naf Deagle just isn't missing.
First one was sick, and the second one just ensures that nothing can go wrong. They hear that tag. Youngstar whittled down, and a trade will secure it. Liquid. I think that's Liquid management cheering along. Two-1 lead, and just as how the second half of Nuke went, Heroic win their force buy, but it really doesn't matter when Liquid hit them right back with it. Hero rifle on Nilo on this force. Liquid taking it a little slower this time. They've learned their lesson.
Not just fresh in their minds how it fell apart last time, but you know there's going to be a little bit more in this force than the last one you were up against. Got some extra util. It's lobbed in to try and block early. And this time, Crizin is all alone over here at B.
Both sides feeling pressure though, so no one's going to be rotating. Crizin's hoping they walk into this A set, but Leech backing up. Will it dawn upon Heroic? Or do they just lose to position? Almost nothing Crizin could do on his own here. Refuses to fight middle, and Heroic allowed a save, nothing more. So bright side is they get to go again.
Almost wonder if you feel tempted to do the same round start. Yeah, but maybe justify grabbing an extra smoke, keep Crizin alone over towards B, have Youngstar drop on and just run it again. Hope that Liquid don't anticipate you do that.
Go 3B. Albs, look at him go. He's just walking in.
Yeah, just here so much earlier than you're going to be expecting, right? Good catch for Malbs. Takes a lot of damage in that fight.
Oh, one more bullet.
Can't get ahead of themselves here, though. This isn't a comfortable 5v4 with so much damage sustained. Getting top banana.
At least they can relax a little bit. Spread their wings. Heroic have a nice setup in apartments, but relies on Liquid coming their way, and they're trying to force Liquid into apps with the resmoke on B, but that is the last bit of utility. Well, Youngstar doesn't know it, but one well-placed bullet could have found a kill there. Susp does go investigating, and that frees up a rotation, so suddenly Heroic have an opportunity to do something massive. Susp smartly not going too soon. If If he died, that would open up a fallback route for Liquid. Instead, they're forced into the lion's den. And Heroic are hungry.
Nilo here with the hero gun as well. Not in a position that's going to get mollied. So really hoping he can put it to work. Instead, it's just Malbs. No health in any one of those fights. 2 quick entries and round's over.
I mean, Nilo didn't look blind, but based on his POV, didn't fire a bullet. So they must have got him somewhat. Liquid shake up the bomb site. And they lose 1 man in the whole round. Malbs still gets a triple kill on entry, low health. Just excellent work again.
Yeah, he was sent in as kind of a sacrificial lamb. Meant to be the rest of the gang trading him, but he gets all the openers. Strong start out of Team Liquid.
This is feeling tough again for Heroic.
Oh, Malbs is putting on a clinic right now. One's enough for him over towards Banana. X-File gets that trade. Still, it's pressure on Heroic. 4v4 might be even in the literal sense, but on Inferno, never feels that comfortable for the CTs. And so a gamble has been made. Stack over towards A. And Liquid are closing in on Banana. If they pick this bomb site, if they go there, they've won the round on position alone, you'd like to think.
Oh, without a doubt, it's just down to whether Heroic do this quickly. They need to re-clear mid and start to flank this site. But, oh, Naf, he gets the info, and now Liquid can just speed up. They hear the CT rotation. They should realize they have a lot of room right now. Still going to have to check this bomb site for a Joker player, but bomb can go down pretty quickly. And Heroic have a difficult question to answer, and no kills given their way. That was a swing fight for a Liege. If he loses it, this round is on. Instead, you could justify a save. There's no kit right now, and so Heroic walk away, head in their hands. 5-1 lead for Liquid. They have not been tested yet in this series.
No, and I think you can kind of see where the confidence is at in that all-or-nothing fight from a Liege, you know? Like, you were dead on, kind of risking the round and going for it, but at the same, you know, in the same vein, if you get that 1 kill, round's over for Heroic. Yeah. They can't justify it. It's a high-risk, high-reward peak.
Who else in the server would you want to take that fight? For me, it's a Liege every single time. He knows when to take it. Best aim in the server, puts it on display. Liquid lock it in. 5-1 lead. Heroic, timeout. Time to do something, because we haven't seen a string of rounds from Heroic across this entire elimination match. We got more of what we expected from this squad yesterday, but remember, that was against Gaming Gladiators. And so, not reading into it proving to be a good sign. Because this is the Heroic we've been seeing this season. And unfortunately, it's not looking like enough to break through even Liquid right now. Shame to see. When Heroic are on, they can be a very exciting team.
Oh, those nades are brutal. Liquid don't yet know just how effective that util was. X-Cloud's one of the 3 rifles in this round, and his is already over. Malb's bringing a real Nico look to this Liquid T side with these banana entries, man.
Tried to drop his nade. He dropped his gun. I think that kind of shows how they're feeling right now.
All right, good trade for Youngstar. Rifle picked up now and make his way down into the pit. Nilo just stealing himself away, hoping to play Joker back at the bomb site. He's so tunnel visioned on getting past Youngstar that maybe that gives Nilo more room to play, but he's missed the chance. Had the opportunity, just couldn't deliver it.
Albs has got that style right now, you're right. Quite a presence on the server tonight. And more saving for Heroic, because what else could you expect in this position? Low health, no kit. So Ultimate's coming gunning for it with the AWP. Just a clinical game.
I mean, I think it's fair to say Malb's struggled to fill Nico's boots in G2, but he's bought them into this Inferno game. And he's wearing them with pride, 12 and 4. So many rounds just decided on his entries.
Ideas flowing for Heroic, but will they amount to much? 4-buy coming out, Youngstar's AWP gone. Shame of Nuke was we never got to see it on that CT side, which is where he does some of his best work because of the way those 4 spies went early game.
I don't know if I'm too smart or if they're just stupid.
And Liquid are keeping it light.
Malv's having some fun. No need to overthink it here for Liquid, just low and slow. I think ultimate hold, but Heroic are playing passive, triple B with that AWP. Oh, nice nade. That's like an anti-AWP nade. But it's xCloud in that position. Naf has been impactful on the lurk. Ultimate picks xCloud. They do lose the angle. Only a tag, though. And info comes with that. Youngstar's left alone at B.
Because of the 2-man A-hold, it's pretty passive here for the guys that were left behind. Prison will just get ahead of that util and get into the site with the rest of his team. He hangs around longside, set up with a flashbang. Whoa. That's one hell of a turn for a Liege. And he knows the trajectory, he knows where that flash came from. They're ready for Susp down here in the pit. Didn't make dealing with him any easier. Very expensive getting past that hold. And now for Nilo, 2 low players in front of him. Just has to finish the job. Molly's burning him into a corner, trapped at the back of the site, but Naf too low, can't finish his meal.
Nice work for Nilo, but look what it takes, man. Absolute pressure on that position. 2 low players and just about squeezes the shot out. Molly keeps him back. Nice round from a Liege, though. Dodge of the flash, don't know how he gets away with it. Whether he heard the pin pull or someone else called it.
I mean, this whole series, Heroic haven't been able to get more than 2 rounds in a row on the board, so a streak has to start soon.
Well, they need it, that's for sure. Are Liquid in a giving mood? Spamming nades to give ultimate vision, and the blind shot, just a random on the smoke. He connects to xCloud again. Last time full blind, this time smoked. Oh, and Malbs is still here. Liquid are sharp right now. the tag.
You got wounded players on both bomb sites, under-defended B site in front of you still. Back door left open thanks to your A lurkers. This would be a very tricky round to fumble for Liquid.
I don't think they're going to try and find a way because walking into B is the perfect remedy. Nilo is scared of the long side. It's been open this entire round. Alicia just sat in the cubby. Liquid have cleared B in the meantime. Liege gets that info. And just slows down, knowing his presence is pressure. Bomb plant. Naf is here to get the kills at the end of the round as well. Him and Liege have them boxed in. Disaster strikes for Heroic. Not only do they not play for the round, they can't even save. Now Fly with all three on the hunt, and he is putting them to bed.
I mean, these are just picture-perfect round wins for Team Liquid. Both maps getting off to just dream starts as well. On Nuke, it was a big streak of 6 in a row to get the ball rolling, and that left them in a great spot just for the rest of the game, really. Inferno's looking like much the same. And you know what we've been saying? We kind of got used to a feeling of disappointment with this Heroic squad down there throughout this season. At least their opening games were competitive. You know, they were able to offer up a fight. They still haven't won more than 2 rounds in a row here. This has been so one-sided. You can't scrape by with these one-and-done rounds. It leaves you with a lot of pressure, your tournament life on the line, your time at the major, depending on this matchup. This is what the whole season was building towards for this team. Not having fun at any of the big events they attended, but grinding through the smaller events to make sure they had the VRS to be here. And it might just all come undone with a whimper.
Prison with a 5v4 over the top on Banana. We know what Liquid have been doing all half. It's just been ultimate, shooting them through smokes. You're joking. 3rd round in a row that Ultimate finds a fully blinded shot. He has nothing. And still walks away relatively unscathed. Liquid, 4v4. And with how often they've gone B, can you blame Heroic for this stack? No. But it means, again, Susp has no support on this site. Oh, he's just turned. They've gone deep. He doesn't know, but he does find out. This is a 1v4 right now for Susp.
There is this fast flanking through Banana, but they're gunning it up through mid, and if they run too long, this is going to be heard. I think they've started sneaking at just the right time, so Susp, how many seconds can you lend to this quiet backstab? It's a couple more, and it lets xFlow close in. Shui and Elige left in this one, a man down and very claustrophobic, side by side in the bomb site.
That smoke is good for them. They now cross into strong positions.
Nilo wanted to try and stop it, ends up getting shut down. Shui tried to break the smoke, and I think that actually pushed Elige into a very awkward spot, would have died to his teammate's nade. So it does get a little bit rough for them in the 2v2. A missed opportunity for Liquid, but a big one for Heroic.
Well, yeah, that smoke scared me there from xFlow. I think because he saw a second one on the floor, he felt like he just had to use it, but let Liquid get into very potent positions. They were both stuck on default right there. It's not comfortable. They established crossfires. And yeah, that nade for Shui definitely sold the Liege. So there's something for Heroic.
It's looking really hard. I know, boys. It's really hard to play here. Now we just have to play a little bit more animal, a little bit more aggressive here, get some rounds going here, because right now they're just toying with us.
I like it. Heroic get in their face. Double nades down mid. They don't commit. But fighting in Banana has done them no favors in this CT side.
No, these Banana fights have just been openers for Malbs.
Ooh.
And so they hang around. They try and listen to the coach. They try and go a bit more animal.
Raw.
They get put down at Banana, and now look at the room Naf has seized.
Oh,
what?
wow! He turned.
Even the things that are meant to be bad are going right for Liquid, and there's another entry for Malbs up through Banana. The young star AWP here all alone, and it's gone.
This is done this round. Krisen's too low. Shot through the smoke. Bombs put down. Chewy considering the flank. Susp coming in. Got to clear this one perfectly. Flash comes in. He's not even considering this right now, so easy pickings. And what can Heroic do but save? Liquid onto 8 rounds on this T side. This is just a phenomenal day. I've run out of ways to say it for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it really is just one of these games where everything's going right. Like, we all saw that timing for Naf over on Long. It was super awkward. It looks like he missed his chance. But just gets gun on in the exact millisecond that Nilo rounds that corner.
Uh-oh.
And Liquid are playing with no respect for Heroic. I love how punishing they've tried to make every one of these round closes as well.
Yeah.
Think about Nuke. Think about how the economy kind of decided the outcome after those force buy wars. The fact you never got to see a young star AWP. You know, you're just keeping your foot on the gas here if you're Liquid. Never letting Heroic feel comfortable or have much to work with. It's another round with big restrictions here in the final round of the half.
Cash and nades drop back down ramp as well, so they can continue to break these smokes if they want, but into abs. Naf hears the burn. And that sends Heroic back. Plan cancelled. Double nade in boiler. Liquid just trying to put pressure everywhere. It feels like they just want to go on this one. And Shaw finally going into the stack. Finally the first right-placed Heroic setup. But don't count your luck. Job's not done.
Good opening. Young Star's going to try and extend this. Catches two, backs turned. Ultimate AWP can't remedy this. And so it's Nafly alone. Heroic looking good for another 4-round half. It wasn't enough to save their major lifeline back on Nuke. It has to be on Inferno.
Team Liquid locked in, looking for a final day of play here at stage 1 of the Cologne Major. Low expectations hung over this roster coming into this very major, but they are here and they are putting up a fight. Survival on the line. Heroic not looking like they'll last the night. Down with only 4 rounds on this second map at halftime. It's Liquid looking to just do the job and eliminate Heroic from contention, putting them into the final day of this stage. Naf has played a great series, so no surprise to see him trying to get involved. Headshot will keep him back, and somehow he just darts out of there. In the downtime, look at Ultimate. Up to no good. Now don't trigger discipline this shot, Ultimate. I've seen you with a pistol before. Nilo checks this. That is cheeky. Who checks that?
Yeah, I did fully think he was going to get overlooked there. But no, Nilo does his diligence and clears that cubby. Advantage for Heroic. They can't afford to fumble this. Spider Liege getting a bit curious out here towards middle. That's going to trigger a fallback for Team Liquid. Defense is split here, and you've got a wounded Nafly alongside a Liege to try and hold on to A.
Very hard round to lose for Heroic, you'd like to think, but that's how it starts. A Liege decked after 1. Naf back sight, 13 health. Smoke shouldn't matter.
Gets 1. How many more can you get? Shot away from death. Nilo gets rid of him quickly. The big man, Malbs MD, arriving with these dual Berettas, and he's closing in fast. Cover isn't there from Sus down in the pit. Still wasn't ready for Youngstar up close, who closes it with a stylish 2K. Pistol round picked up for Heroic and a chance to close the gap.
Pistol round just always brings energy. It opens up a new chance, a new opportunity to recover your game at any scoreline. Winning a pistol can inspire the troops. So a lot of hype from Heroic as Youngstar comes in with a big multi-kill and gives them a chance. Liquid force buy can snuff out that candle pretty quickly.
And it was the forces on Nuke that really wrecked Heroic's day. The back and forth nature of that one just left them with no room. That they can't afford to have it happen again. You've got to have learned some painful lessons from Nuke and keep your head screwed on here. They don't play it too quick. They've seen nades come out for Liquid, and so likely anticipate this force. Apps hit. And even though Naf has eyes on it, it's going to be down to his teammates turning to help him out in this endeavor. He needs to keep his eyes on the apartments. Teammate's going to focus on middle. He looks upwards, gets away with his, and a Liege stays alive on the short side. Big problem now for Heroic. Bomb picked up. They will have a bomb plant, but a man down in this retake. Liege doesn't risk it on that fight straight away. Knows that this decides a hell of a lot. If you're able to flush Nilo out, what are you left with? It's one guy trapped in the bomb site. So Nilo's the player you want to remove, the guy you want to deal with right now. That's easier said than done. Knocks Shuey out of the round, but Malbs has crept in close. Nilo, is he ready for this? Malbs, hop, skip, and a jump doesn't save him. It's down to a Liege, and time expires. There's no winning this for Liquid. Heroic will win out over this force fight and give themselves a second chance on Inferno.
A huge victory when you consider the setup they go into there. 3 players looking their way. It's just Naf caught on an off timing, checking shorts. Got to give it to Nilo as well, right? I think he really missed that timing on a Liege, and for the most part, looked like he discounted Apartments, but dropping off after 1 kill was the right move, just putting distance between himself and Liquid, and they don't have the time to wait. 8-6. Heroic only rounds behind. And not much to play with here in this one for Liquid. That saved gun and a bit of armor. Nice grenade. That is it for Liquid in this round. No way to block or stop Heroic. Double boost. I think Galila's here. This feels almost too good to be true. Feels like a fake. Nav can't even really see, I don't think, off this boost. Trying to walk together. Hoping this exec is the real one, but as we can see, the bomb back to middle into ultimate. Oh, he could walk through. No, they saw him. X-Filed is out of there. Oh, I mean, if he gets an AK, dude, why not?
Okay, there's one. Should be ready for players close by, but his ultimate goes for a double dip. Chrism will punish. So no worries here for Heroic. Getting ultimate out of their hair very, very quickly. And that removes any pressure on this round. So down to just a 2-round lead, the biggest streak that a Heroic have been on in the entire series thus far on the back of this pistol round. That's 3 in a row. But the easy rounds are now behind them, and the guns ready to make another appearance for Liquid. They'll even have the choice to bring out the AWP from the get-go.
Let's go.
Elige gets that in play, dropping it over to ultimate. Last thing Liquid want is for this game to close up. It's a 1-round match, but they head into their first rifle round. If they want to maintain this lead, this is where they've got to show that.
First time Heroic have looked threatening in this series, and it's off the back of converted pistol. Their first 3 rounds in a row, all game long. Can they build upon it? Drew's got a couple of nades here for the half wall. Oh, they combo perfectly. Malbs is stuck though. Could he take one more with him? Yes,
no
he
way.
Can. Beautiful headshot for Malbs, pushing back through.
There's one more. 5-7 lets him down. Youngstar replying with a multi-kill of his own. And Ultimate knows better than to fight and die for this trade. He'll fall back and let them have this 2-on-3. Nilo closing in long side. 2 players here. Need this trade out of Naf, and he's brought down very low, but he will get it. What's Youngstar got for us? 26 points of health, 1v2, knows where both players are and that the defense is split up. He's going with the lesser of 2 evils towards Naf, who's wounded in at this A bomb site.
Timing of this for Naf. Oh, he's just missed it, but he's still got this flank. 20 seconds, that's it. Naf books him. Backstab to secure it as Team Liquid do take that gun round. Heroic cannot hold their heads high for much longer. Their money is now in jeopardy. Huge shutdown for Malbs and Banana. Triple kill as they appear through the smoke. And Naf, a perfect reposition to secure that round here for Team Liquid. Look at the buy now from Heroic. Mac 10s and AKs. Imperfect.
When you think of Naf, you often think of a guy who's not afraid to just kind of be rooted in place, sticking around the last line of defense, but I think the brilliance shines through for him whenever he, you know, gets that kind of freedom, goes exploring in the mid-round. And there he finds the perfect move. Stops it before it becomes a problem. Left to a hit now for Heroic. And they're moving in quickly. Lot of damage done as soon as they round the corner. And so now you're all super wounded. The only guy with health is Youngstar. And he's whittled down as well. Malbs comes in to try and finish the job that the rest of his team started. Malbs collects with a big old 4K.
Massive from Malbs. And got a feel for Heroic here. Just a quick pop and all eyes from Liquid in the right place. The nades connect, instant dinks, everybody's low. Heroic barely get a chance to fire back. It's Malbs through smoke where he gets all that damage. And he is looking light out today. 21 and 11 right now. In the right place. Delivering Liquid salvation. Youngstar's had a great recovery after a really quiet first map. But he's not got much backup here on this T side. Heroic have to take an eco. Liquid extending that lead.
Playing with a bit of disrespect now. Aggression up against the pistols. Elige teed up with a flash. Heroic is sitting around trying to talk over the most important round of their major run. That's coming up next, and they're not given the time to do so. Liquid bring the fight to them.
I love it from Liquid, actually.
You thought you were going to use this as a little timeout? Nah, the round's already over.
You don't get to chat. Such a sick move for Liquid, to be honest. Flood the comms and get quickly back into the game, because now Heroic, their major life is on the line. This round is that deciding factor. I mean, Liquid in this form absolutely could go through to that second stage tomorrow.
Shot for ultimate, but it goes unpunished, and Malbs again, just on these spams, is getting away with murder. 150 damage from the Malbs spam through Banana. And a boost up for ultimate. Got a whiff of something there, but couldn't quite finish it. No problem the second time around.
5v3, just sit back.
And this must-win gun round is off to the worst of starts. Sure, Nilo's in a nice position for a little bit later, but you've just hemorrhaged so many players. You need a hero moment. You need a big multi-kill. Can it come from Nilo? He's the guy with a bit of room out here towards short. Pressure getting put on by his teammates, and as he wraps Moto, timing's got to be everything here. Tries to play it forward, gets past Naf down in the pit, can't follow up on Elige. It falls to Youngstar. 1v2, and Shui is closing in very, very quickly. Now he is ahead on the timing. Leaves him alone in that fight. Youngstar was not expecting it. And so Liquid, many a chance to close this series, live to fight another day in Cologne.
Just beautifully managed. Every player getting a frag in their round. Every player in a one-and-done spot towards the end. Elige squeezing that kill onto Nilo, taking his best chance against a player who doesn't know where he is. Naf doing the same, letting them just walk into his crosshair. Liquid not feeling like they have to force these final kills over the line. They know they have beat Heroic. And they look to do it dominantly. 12-7, and why make a meal of it?
Yeah, and for Heroic now, you know, the tail end of what has been a rough season for them at all their big event outings. One where they were on the VRS grind to make sure they made it here to Cologne. Well, that all might get left in the rearview mirror. And it doesn't end with some triumphant battle where, sure, you fall down, but you gave it your all. It's a series they got swept in. Good double opener for Crizzen. 5v2, so a chance to extend play a little longer, try and give Liquid a run for their money. They're scrambling rotates, both players are here, Naf and Shui. Why do they look so interested in this? It's a 2v5.
They're feeling invincible right now.
Didn't feel like they could set a foot wrong. Naf comes through, gets shut down. As the sanity will prevail eventually, Shui decides to head for the hills.
There are limits. And Heroic able to find the final kill, so no save here for Liquid. And if Heroic are going to believe, they've got to be getting out with clean rounds and stopping Liquid saves. Because one more of those will put Liquid on eco. Suddenly the meal is made. Nice pop for Crizzen, taking matters into his own hands.
Almost think if you're Liquid, it's kind of the last thing you expected, right? That could have been their final round of the entire event. I don't think you were expecting a contact little pop flash in towards top banana.
Well, when you consider how well Mouse has done at shutting it down, these smoke spams. Take some balls from Heroic to cool around like that, but it's back to something more standard for Liquid, just playing with their utility. Ultimate has just been so reliable in this series today. Naf pushes a smoke because Liquid, it's all laid out for them now.
Just another one of those examples from Naf as well, where he makes a cheeky move in the mid-round, does so quietly, trusts his kind of read of the game that he would have someone there back turned.
And Crizzen has to go back for the bomb because it's in T-spawn right now in this 3-on-5. Liquid trust in their AWP and in Naf, both of which have held so strong in this series. And that allows this triple B setup. This should be the final thing Heroic see as they just walk their way into this bomb site. One more block to hold Heroic back. As they get their ducks in a row.
I did dismantle the triple B stack, so looking at Malbs here, 23 kills deep. Is it going to be him to deal the killing blow? He's got his captain here alongside him. Elige lobbing out supportive util from the spawn side, but Malbs dies straight away.
Okay.
And this could get dicey. Shui has to take one with him. He manages that at least. And Elige elects to wait. They're going to leave this one down to a retake. Youngstar's AWP now owns the line out towards spawn. Waiting for a jiggle, waiting for a fight, hoping that someone makes a mistake and gives something away. Just anything for you to hold on to, but that shot misses. Second one lands. And now the pressure is on Team Liquid. They've got to bring the fight to Heroic. 1v1, Crizzen takes the swing, backs his aim. Heroic is still in this.
Youngstar and Crizzen with a 2v4, a 3v5 in the round from Heroic. A ridiculous round. It felt like this series was over. It felt like Heroic were out of the major, and they just keep on kicking down the door. Gotta respect the resilience there. A very difficult round indeed. But not just Youngstar hitting his shots. Crizzen follows up with a captain's clutch. He's had a couple of impactful moments down the tail end of this match. But is there more in store? Because finally Flashy has had enough. First timeout called after 21 rounds because Liquid are letting it slip a little.
He's been fine, giving them all the runway they want. He's had full faith in the entire team throughout this run because, well, they've been in full control. There's been no reason for him to get involved or disrupt what was already working. But here at 12-9, Flashy tries to weigh in with some words of wisdom.
Heroic are happy with the pause as well. They get to catch their breath. You're not really breaking momentum at this point. You're just letting everyone calm down. And Liquid will feel the pressure at this point because they are broke. This round is a gimme for Heroic. And suddenly you have one full buy separating you from overtime. With the way this game has gone for Liquid, almost doesn't feel natural to see OT. But Heroic refusing to go down without a fight. What a shock.
Ultimate's well aware of who their secret weapon is. Trying to tee up Malbs at top banana for a sequence on this 5-7. There's a lot of players around this corner. Someone's playing anti for sure. Malbs gets out with 2. Trade for Nilo comes a little bit late, and now Liquid start to close in. Oh, wow. This was just pistols. Heroic still feeling stress.
It's only a USP and B.
Ali's going to arrive back at the spawn side. They spot Naf on this wrap round, and he knows now he just can't afford to die. Can't go down. He'll get blocked. Lige feels like the best way is to go right through, and that is a crazy sequence. This now becomes doable. Pressure's still on for Youngstar. This was meant to be the easy round. This was meant to be the beginning of a comeback, and now it hinges on their stand-in player. Youngstar keeps it in check. More service for Heroic for Youngstar, and double digits secured as he holds his own in that clutch.
2 despicable double kills on armorless pistols. Malbs with a flash play and a Liege just through the smoke. Sickening stuff. Still not enough as Heroic continue to battle back against all the odds. It was never meant to be close that round, but they at least close it. That's all that matters.
Good job. Nice, boys.
And Heroic is still here. This final buy for Liquid. Round 24 will be a force. If Liquid want to end this easily, it's now. But it's no longer feeling easy.
Now you got to earn the win. Thought Heroic were ready to roll over and die, give it all away, but they've had a second life. Malbs again. This spam has been so good for him. Susp starts this round a dead man. Here comes the push. They're staking it all on Malbs and his ability to do the impossible at top banana. The flash leaves him blind. It's a Crizin entry to level the playing field.
Ultimate never fired. They don't know this is here. They're trusting in it on its own. It hits the shot.
Reflash.
Not the ultimate repeak.
But they're already out and past him. Went looking for a little bit more, and that's when Nilo rips his head off. B-side crumbles down to a retake for Team Liquid.
Ultimate's been really good in this series. He's just not doing things like that, re-peeking dry angles on his own, but he's going to offer it up here, maybe feeling the pressure. Being the solo B player, it's now thrust Liquid into a difficult position. If nades don't connect a kill, they've got a question to ask themselves. Do we want to risk our rifles on this 3v3? Unconfirmed damage on Susp. And while no nades sit in the hands of Heroic, Liquid just don't like their odds. They want to go again in the next. Man. That repeak from Ultima. That will cost Liquid. Youngstar doesn't want the AWP either. And how can you blame him? T-side Inferno, his rifling has been sublime in this second half.
You're going to have limited util here as well, assuming you want to drop guns over with these 3 saving players. You want as many rifles as you can get your hands on. It's going to come with some limitations. Now the timeout getting burned here for Liquid in the final round of regulation. This was their game to win.
Still shocking that X-Cloud. I mean, he's, you know, can't tell it on his face. He's 4-18 right now. This is a hard entry man here for Heroic. We've seen Crizin been going in first and getting double kills because X-Cloud's really just not having a game.
This was 12-7 with 5 chances to close. We are now at the final one for Team Liquid.
Bit of a struggle.
Let's see if they can handle the pressure. This has been a walk in the park until now.
This whole series just felt like a wash, right? Heroic just never found more than 2 rounds in a row until the second half of the second map. And even then, their 3 rounds were off the back of ecos. Slow and steady is the call here for Heroic. Making use of every bit of utility, giving themselves the best possible chance to win this round and drag us into overtime. It will be a very different game then. Liquid have choked the lead, but they haven't yet choked the game. Two Famases, Kit and Nades, and Liquid are holding on to a lot of utility right now. Still have 3 smokes at a minute. They could really squeeze Heroic, but they're walking into the gap right now.
Oh, it's a big opener for NAF. Nilo dead, 5v4, Flash over at long, and this time Ultimate doesn't overextend, doesn't hang around, waits for that second flashbang, and he'll get his. 2 players in the site. Ultimate still sticking around to fight out here on long, drops this smoke. That might be his parting bit of assistance, because he's going to play on the other side of it.
Look at him go.
Hangs around, make sure no one comes through. And now slinks back to link up with a Liege. Heroic, this has been one hell of a grind to even make this feel doable, but time is now the problem, and it's a big problem. There's 20 seconds left. If they do want to win this, they need clean entries. They've got to get it into this bomb site quickly. Will anyone provide them? Molly forces a swing from a Liege, gets him trapped out in the open. He hits a blinder of a transfer. There's 8 seconds left, and there's the lineup. Time is up for Heroic in Cologne. What an effort to try and drag this one through into OT, but when all is said and done, Liquid shut it down.
Yeah, those last few rounds for Liquid made you feel the Liquid classic, the scare, the fear of the choke, but Team Liquid still looks sick today. A solid day in the office across both maps. Maps with some huge moments. Naf and Liege putting on one hell of a series, and Ultimate, despite that 1 round, definitely held his own on the AWP. Liquid do shut it out in 2. They do live to fight another day into that final fight of Stage 1.
Liquid really had to fight for it this time around, but they do succeed in the mission that is staying alive here at IEM Cologne 2026 on behalf of Heroic, who's now unfortunately eliminated. Martin, that was a close game. That was a very tense game at the very end of it. You know, I was smelling a bit of overtime, but at the end of the day, Liquid got the job done.
Yeah, Liquid definitely showed the better face compared to whatever they were showing in the earlier stages of Stage 1, and deservedly so are going into 2-2 pool. I think they have pretty good chance now for actually making it through, because, well, whatever they showed today is actually remarkably better than previous games.
It was a much better looking Team Liquid today, and dare I say it, my MVP on Inferno right here, a player who did exceptionally well, has joined us here on the desk. Melps, congratulations first and foremost for winning the game and staying alive. How's the feeling inside your body right now?
It's good to just not lose, you know?
Yeah, do you ever get used to losing? Or?
Not really.
Not really.
Kinda, but not, you don't want to.
In a bad way.
You don't want to get used to it.
No, take us through this game, right? A hard-fought battle versus Heroic. We spoke about it on the first map. Nuke looked super good for you guys, in control and arguably the best Liquid we've seen all tournament long.
Yeah, on Nuke, I think Camille was having really good calls overall, and I think Elise was taking over CT really good. On Inferno, I was actually really reading them super good in Banana, both sides, and then I lost a little bit of control in CT at the end, but it was good. So yeah, super happy to finally be the team we can be, because we were working really hard to work on those like bad things we had, and then everyone felt like we just forgot it yesterday and at the game against Bad Boom a little bit. So yeah, it's good to be back a little bit.
I had a little bit of a flashback when I was watching the game from Freiburg, King of Banana, obviously. Can I say Prince of Banana Mobs? I have a little trophy for you. That goes from the snack room. This is yours now, and this is for your performance. MVP performance, like on Inferno. I love that.
Thank you. It's good to watch my POV from that game.
Yeah, we will definitely. And you had even moments in pauses, right, where you were saying like, guys, I don't know if they're what was it? If they're stupid or I'm too smart, or around
maybe both.
Well, both can work, right? Mobs, I'm curious now that you are the newest addition to this lineup. It didn't really look too pretty for Liquid before, and it's still sometimes a little bit shaky. I think we can all agree to that. What is in your own word? I think everyone has their assumption of what's wrong and what's not really working for you guys. But in your own words, since you have like maybe a new look at it, what's your biggest struggles in Liquid as of right now?
I think it could be overthinking a little bit because like the guys have been struggling for a while, and like it's been a tough situation for them, and like once you get in that spot of like a slump a little bit, it's really hard to get out of it. And when I got into the team, I could understand a little bit what was happening with the slump and all of that, and I've been trying to help them as much as I can. But it's been a tough moment for them, and I can say that. And yeah, I think it's mostly that they are just in a slump. But that, like individually, we have really good players, and like we should do better than we are doing right now. You know.
Do you also think that's one of the reasonings to why people are judging you guys so hard is that you, looking on the paper, you have a lot of players that's been playing at the highest stage, winning multiple trophies, majors, and everything. That you are a very experienced squad, and you should be doing better than what you're doing right now. And also for an organization like Liquid with such a big history, do you think that also plays into why people expect so much of you guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and that's like another thing of why they're struggling. Like the pressure of like the outside of us is like people saying bad stuff about, I don't know, Ultimate, Shuhi, and then yeah, they get into their heads, and now they're overthinking, and they're like they want to be heroes at some point, you know, and then they bring that into the game, and yeah, because they just want to show that they're capable of playing in the big stages, and they're just overthinking, I will say.
There's no doubt that it's tough to break out of that circle. Malp, speaking of you personally as well, came from a time in G2 as well, and you spoke about how you wanted to rediscover yourself as a player and get back to your roots. How is that whole transition and development going from your perspective? Are you getting more and more out of the old Malps like we saw here in Inferno?
Yeah, for sure. I think I've been grinding the game a lot like I used to do back then, but yeah, I'm just trying to be like the guy, sharpshooter and everything. And also with a little bit more of experience, which is a really good addition for me. And yeah, I think I'm just coming back a little bit.
Yeah, it's looking better and better. Now, Mels, before we let you go, I am curious to see and hear your opinion on who you're playing tomorrow. I don't know if you're aware of what the matchup is going to look like, but we can tell you and show you right here that you will be going up against FlyQuest in the second game tomorrow. Initial thoughts about that one? Winner goes to stage 2, loser goes home?
It's a good matchup, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's going to be fun because we actually screamed them one time. I'm not going to say the result, but yeah, it's going to be fun.
But if you were to tell us the result, you know, what would it be?
I would just be smiling.
You'd just be smiling. All right.
Oh, they smacked them.
Yeah, okay.
It's time for some revenge.
Also, your initial thoughts on the other games we have? THUNDERdOWNUNDER versus LinVision, NRG versus Big. Do you have any
No, maybe lost?
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, they won.
They won.
Oh, so they're through.
NRG is playing Big, just like you guys to stay alive tomorrow.
Okay, so at least we're getting one Asian team through.
Yeah.
Which is good for them. And yeah, just rooting for NRG and Liquid, you know? NA on top.
You think NRG has what it takes to beat Blame F and the big boys?
Of course, if we did.
All right, Melps, thank you so much for joining us at the desk. We'll let you go and go celebrate with your team and get ready for the game tomorrow.
Sure, thank you.
Appreciate it, man. For us, that means that we have the current situation looking at the schedule right now. As you can see, THUNDERdOWNUNDER taking on LinVision. Team Liquid versus FlyQuest and NRG versus a Big. Now, I think those are some cool matchups, and I think Malp said it pretty well. At least we have one Asian team going through in THUNDERdOWNUNDER versus LinVision. That's an interesting matchup for a lot of different reasons. First and foremost, Peter, though, I want to hear your take on the Liquid versus FlyQuest. Based on what we saw today from Liquid, based on what we've seen from FlyQuest so far, would you agree with me that Liquid are still the favorites in that game?
Yeah, I would definitely say they are the favorites. I still think that Liquid can occasionally play good Counter-Strike, but as I mentioned, day-to-day form, right? Tomorrow can be one of those off days. But it's the same thing goes for FlyQuest, you know. It's really a team that I'm having a hard time seeing also making it the stage, but just with the whole circumstance of not having practice and everything. So 100% like Liquid should be the favorite here, but I mean, like it's a game that both teams are looking to be winning because they probably feel themselves that they have what it takes to make the next stage. So a pretty wide open one, but a slight favorite here for Liquid.
I do think what we mentioned after the first map is that it's not the way Liquid wins, it's how they win. And in my eyes, this was way more comfortable, even though it got rowdy in the end, obviously close, but the way that T-side flowed, and even what Mario just shared with us, with that Camille and Shuhei obviously had like really big moments and big calls, especially on the T-side nuke, and then Legion CT-side nuke. It feels like it's coming together, and we get a glimpse of the comms as well, and they're like vibing, they're really communicating. Flash is having really impactful timeouts. I like what Liquid delivered today. I'm giving them the edge for tomorrow.
Because it's good. You know, when they're winning, that's good. But it's when they're not winning, that's where they need to, you know, turn things around. And if they get off to a bad start against FlyQuest tomorrow and they know that elimination is on the brink, you know, that could be a case for them to fall back into their old habits and play even worse than we have already seen. So I don't think you can necessarily say that even though they had a good game today and they're vibing and having a good time, they will definitely take that confidence with them tomorrow. But I think that can shatter in just a couple of rounds, to be honest.
Safe to say it's going to be interesting to see Team Liquid going up against FlyQuest tomorrow. Unfortunately, on the side of Heroic, that means that they have been eliminated from IEM Cologne 2026. We had Stunner catching up with Kristen after the game.
Liquid and Heroic come to a conclusion, and so do the time of Heroic at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026, stage 1 and done. So hey man, there's a lot to unpack in this moment. I mean, we could go back to Nuke, we could talk about how Elysian and NAF are just a force to be reckoned with, but I want to get your opinion. You know, I want to hear in your own words what happened here.
I mean, it's tough. Of course, like it's a very like stressed moment to be in, position to be in. So errors, of course, will occur in your game, but I feel like we're just not playing up to the level we know we can. I think we just crumble under the pressure. I feel like we just don't really get to follow through on the plans. I think we have good scenarios in some rounds, but we misplayed it, and congrats to them.
Do you feel like there's a shutdown winning that adversity when it gets real hard right there? Especially, I'm thinking Inferno. You know, they pull away with a pretty quick lead. Talk to me about some of the emotions right now going on the other side. Where will you guys go from here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know in this moment. I guess we just go and we play whatever tournaments we have afterwards. Of course, this last part of the season hasn't been ideal at all, and far from acceptable. So I mean, we are gonna find ourselves in a different level of opposition, rightfully so. But yeah, it's tough, but we'll have to go from that.
And commiserations, bud. Is there anything you want to say on the way out?
Just very sorry to everyone who cheered for us. Yeah, this was far from acceptable as it's been for a while now. So yeah, sorry, and hopefully we'll do better in the future.
Thank you so much, Kristen.
Thank you.
I personally can't help to feel a little bit sad on behalf of Heroic. It's been a rocky season for them, so to speak. They started off well, you know. I know the roster changes and the players in and out, and some of the visa issues have really been, you know, a stone in their shoe for a long time. But I think for the vast majority of this season, they over-delivered. They actually delivered more than we expected. Unfortunately for them, you know, this was the tournament where they were supposed to overpeak. This was the tournament where they were supposed to deliver more than you can expect from them. And as Kristen said, the last month has just been pretty much a disaster for Heroic. So Martin, where does this leave this team? Personally, I think this was the last time we saw this 5-man iteration play together. I cannot see a world where they don't change something.
I think you're right that everyone in this lineup is kind of in a question mark position. What is going to happen for their next season, the remainder of 2026? I did the exit interview when they bombarded the previous tournament with Kristen, and there was actually hints of, I don't want to say smile, but it was like kind of obviously not this depressing. I asked him why they were losing, and he had no idea. He generally didn't have any answers, and they were hoping to find it before the major, and it did not happen, and it's soul-crushing to see him exit like this. But props to him, such a young in-game leader, and accepting this kind of interview and doing this. Well, commiserations, all I can say.
Peter, when you look at the lineup and when you look at what they have to work with, is there any player or players that you would say is safe within the Heroic project, or do you think everyone is up for question at the moment?
I'm fairly certain that Kristen is still going to be part of the project moving forward. I think they've stuck with this guy for a reason, that they want to be building a team around him, because he's also been recognized as an IGL prospect, and I think they have a lot of trust in him. So building something around him, but obviously also Nilo. I think he's been doing too good in the roster with also the circumstances that they've had to let him go. Whereas it's for the rest of the guys, I mean, I would be very surprised if we don't see like them not just keeping Chris and Nilo, then maybe even Susp they could be keeping, but they need to be looking and potentially even in the coaching department. Well, I think we're looking at a Heroic that's going to have a completely new identity coming into the new season.
Because of these results, I think that it's not only about who they want to keep as an organization, but also where they as players want to move forward, right? They probably don't want to be stuck on a roster that is just not winning. So that's why I said question mark above all of them, because yes, they want to build around someone, but they obviously can move on to a better offer or a better team.
Yeah, it is the uncertainty that's kind of kill them. Also, potentially coming into the tournament, am I actually going to be part of this? Is this going to be my last one? What if I actually don't perform? And there is a handful of players in that team that has not performed. Like, what's the future? And it's not fun to be young and be in a slot where you're thinking, I might not have a team for next season, and I haven't improved. I haven't, shown what I can bring to the table for all the other ones out there to go into their team, right? So it's a tough situation for the majority of the players in Heroic right now.
No doubt about it. It's a tough situation for the Heroic players, and unfortunately, we won't get to see them anymore at IEM Cologne. They have been eliminated from the major. However, it does mean that we can also round off the day and having a bit of a look on our pick'ems to see how we're all doing. It's looking pretty good down the line. I'd say that there's some, guys on the graphic right here who's out of contention. Peter, you look pretty solid though.
I'm better than looking right now, because I don't have like a green mark for my M80, so I just need one of them to go through, and I have a chance of getting Tyloo and Big. Well, it actually shows because it looks like Liquid has actually moved in, which is wrong. So I just need to have Liquid, Tyloo, or Big winning, since M80 already qualified.
It could be a generational fumble for you tomorrow.
Well, Danish football managed to do it, so...
So you could as well. What about you, Stuka? Are you happy with your progress so far?
I just need BIG to win and I'm through. If they don't win, I'm not through. All lingers on that one matchup. MIBR and M80 for me are the green check mark, which is not there yet, but I'm sure tomorrow I will get those 5 points.
I'm sure you will too. I'm sure you guys at home will too as well. And if you don't, well, there's always a chance to get it done in stage 2 as well. For us, that begs the end right here. Thank you for joining me today, guys. It's been fun as always. Tomorrow is going to be even more fun, dare I say it, because we do have 3 games left. We do have to eliminate 3 teams, and we do have to advance 3 teams into stage 2. It's one of those magical days where everything is at stake, where everyone is coming in with everything they got. You win, you progress, you lose, you go home. It cannot be any better. Thank you so much for watching today at IEM Cologne 2026. We'll be back tomorrow with some more awesome Counter-Strike.
All right, let's lose this one now, boys. Come on.
Eines Tages bin ich King. Der Weg ist zwar noch weit bis da hoch, aber aufgeben.
So playing around the edge of this smoke, hoping for that swing. They're going to try and synchronize. They're letting Liad work. Here comes that first headshot. Vexite tracks Dexter. Easy. TJP back. Just JKS in the clutch. 1 bullet. So low on health. Somebody come get him. He's rotting the clock. So nice with it. Does he have a kit? I don't think TJP's got the time. That's going to be a FlyQuest round. A JKS clutch.
Packern, wenn der Rest noch schläft, der als erstes kommt und als letztes geht, bis ich eines Tages sagen kann, der Scheiß hat sich gelohnt.
No kit in this round. Big shouldn't lose it.
I mean,
nothing saved.
Smoke's bad for Snacks. He's trying to save him again. Oh, another dink put down range. Surely not. Forced by wars this late in the day isn't meant to happen, but GamerLegion, swift response.
Ow.
Snacks with 1, Snacks with the double, and it's trades all across the board as GamerLegion sweep the retake and sweep their way through into stage 2.
Level up, level up, level up. Eines Tages bin ich King.
I'm always Secured Slacks with a good line.
kill.
Grim with one better. Doubles up, 3 kills on the round, and a quad kill out of Grim. Most performing player for NRG.
4 different players who will all have gone on the main side. That one entry could attempt you forward. There's a follow-up swing at a Nafly, but it's that... Malb's just swinging. Looking to close this with the fights out towards short. Malb's got Rune down in the pit, and he's just had a fantastic pistol round.
Final words, boys. Let's get this one underway. Day kicking off with elimination. Anything you want to say to TJP? Anything you want to say to the people at home? Everyone's going to be up late watching.
Nah, just want to have a good game of CS and have fun, boys.
Okay. TJ, anything you want to say?
Nah, good luck. Hopefully you still got a job after this.
All right, boys. You can shake hands, fist bump, everyone. Let's get things underway. Sorry. Oh, bloody hell.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about. I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.